All right. I think I think I might be live. And I told my friends that I was gonna go live at 4 here. So let me send them a link. Man, this has been a journey. Ah, good. Good, good, good. All right. Oh my goodness. All right, I'm gonna wait 1 minute. Lord help me. I don't even know how to. There's so many like. There's just so many holes and things. There's one watching. All right. We are going. We are lit. Oh man. I've been thinking about this all week. Okay, I bet my friends are tuning in here. So I apologize for anyone else, who's not my friend. Because if you're not one of these people, you are not my friend. Only they're my friends. If you're one of my friends here and you're tuning in, can somebody just give me something in the chat, like so I can see how it's working? Especially, I'm hoping that the sound is working, and the visuals are good, and I'm not laggy and all that stuff. If you're tuning in here, um, I'm gonna send a message here to my folks. All right, man. I have a bootleg set up here. Bootleg isn't. No, I don't think it's like an inappropriate thing to say. Man, I'm excited for this, man. I'm excited for this, man. I got to kind of get into character, not really character, just kind of enter into the mode, sort of let it stream. I've prayed for this. I've been looking forward to it. I've been prepping. I've done some work. I've got some exciting things to share. And man, I'm excited to get into it. But before I do, I know it's 4 p.m. here. That's my time that I said I was going to get going. But I just got to make sure that all these technical aspects are in place. It looks like someone's watching, at least one, but maybe it's me, my own self. I'm waiting to see here, making sure the chat is good, the audio is good. This is the boring stuff. I don't know if I can like cut this out, in post, but who cares about post anyway? I mean, you want the whole thing. When you get to know someone, you want to get to know them. So you're getting to know me, and this is kind of part of what it is. The behind the scenes stuff, that uncovered e-news stuff, some of that TMZ in-depth exclusive coverage is what you're getting at the moment. This is looking good. We're looking good. We are 1 minute in. We are 1 minute past. I repeat, 1 minute past. None of my boys are saying anything. Some of my friends are skiing, so I know that it's going to be difficult for them to tune in. But man, all right, I guess I'm just going to get right into it. Well, what up? It looks a little different. I feel a little different. It is a little different. Some time has passed, Some of my cells have kind of, digested themselves and decayed over the last week or so since I was on here streaming. And about or exactly 1 week ago, I guess I was streaming. Um, because you know what? I'm a streamer. That's what I am. Um, among many other things, but technically it's true. I am a streamer. Not, like a party decoration, but like a person who does live streams on the internet, the World Wide Web, as a kind of a character, a kind of an entertainer. And we're all just entertainers, as you know. All right, waiting to see now as this kind of fires up. Man, I was watching interviews of Robin Williams, whom I love a lot. Or I guess, can you love a dead man? Did he know the Lord? I don't know. But I respect and have been inspired greatly by Robin Williams. And I was rewatching some interviews with him, particularly this one on, what's that feller's name? Some old guy, an old timer with a show, late night. There's Conan O'Brien, that's a new guy. But I'm talking some old Johnny Carson? I think it was Johnny Carson. Robin Williams on Johnny Carson, is that right? I believe so. I believe it is. Uh, and Robin Williams at this point is an old timer too, so it kind of makes sense, I guess, with the years. But yeah, Robin Williams was talking on there, and I was just shocked at his intensity. I mean, that's kind of his whole thing, I guess. All these different entertainers have their little thing, their little superpower, their little special thing which catches people. And I guess his is just that he's absolutely just a testament of the human mind, like an absolute pinnacle of just scattered yet concentrated mental power. Like he, man, like they could not LLM chart or upload his consciousness or something to some machine, because that guy, I'm serious, is just like all over the place, and he's so geared towards one thing, I guess, which is making jokes. Um, yeah, I don't know. I was just shocked watching him, and the thing that reminded me of it was, I don't know, I was kind of relating to him in some ways. In some ways, one interesting way that I that I relate to Robin Williams. This is such a weird thing, but actually, if you look at a person, some men have hair uh, on the backs of their hands, like that crawls up their pinky. And so I kind of do a little bit, and Robin Williams definitely does. And I'm not saying a negative thing about him. No, and I wouldn't. I'm saying this is actually a positive thing. This is super weird, but I've noticed this weird pattern where if you notice a man who has like hair on the back of his hand like this that crawls up his pinky, I feel like he's a warm, comforting, compassionate man. Um, which is a very weird thing to say. I just got a Discord notification, so I'm going to check on it here. Um, let's see what they're saying. I guess something else. Okay, but yeah, still one watching here. I guess I'm just gonna kind of hope that this is going. But yeah, man, people with hairy backs of their hands, and there's no name for the back of the hand like there is the front of the hand. There's the palm, like show me your palms, but you gotta use a lot of syllables, a lot of tongue flapping to say show me the back of your hand. Anyway, though, yeah, guys with hair on the backs of their hands. Am I right, ladies? Anyway, all right. I guess I'm gonna get into it here. I will start with a short prayer. That's what I ought to do, and that's what I want to do. Heavenly Father, I just lift up this time. Be with me. Be with all those who are viewing today, and not today, and bless us, Lord, to have some kind of connection through these digital means, through the World Wide Web, or even in person if some of my friends join me here in person today. I thank you for this opportunity. I just thank you for the opportunity to speak and do this thing. I've been looking forward to it, and I'm excited for it. And I thank you, Father, and I surrender this to you. Let it be used ultimately for your glory. May it please you, and may your love be made more apparent and be magnified here in this time and place. I'm yours, Lord. I love you. In Christ's great and holy name. Thank you, Lord, and amen. Alrighty, let's get right into it. I've got some grub, and I'm somewhat ashamed to say that that's where a decent chunk of my current brain status is fixated upon. But, of course, I'm also mostly fixated upon this. And I guess before I get into it, you can kind of see my setup is a little bit different, and I'll just kind of go over that very briefly here. If you have any thoughts about this different orientation of things, let me know. You can let me know probably best on Twitter. Uh, Follow me on Twitter. I really like Twitter, partially because it was founded on words. And it seems to be, though I know there are some problems with it, and if I say that I'm for Twitter, I guess, just like if you say you're for anything, but since I'm saying that I'm for Twitter, someone might say, well, that's bad or like something to be condemned. I don't know, man. I like Twitter, X. It seems good to me, and yeah, as I was saying, I like it. It was a thing founded on words, and from what I've seen, as I've kind of been on there for a short amount of time, like a year or so, maybe a little longer now, there is, I don't know, just legitimate discourse and legitimate, you get a window of some kind into the power of words. Part of the way that I've seen that actually is through like Twitter beef. Dude, like you see some high level insults and some high level, just like some macho titan bros. Not even necessarily them. It could be some lady, it could be anyone. But when they duel on Twitter with words, oh my gosh, because they both have time to think about it, and it's just this insane thing. Like I see some stuff on there that I would not want to be on the pointy end of, if you know what I'm saying. Like some sentences, some words. And I don't know, seeing that, not that that's a good thing, it's a bad thing. And war ultimately is a bad thing, I think. Though I've got some thoughts about it and I'm just not sure. But people strifing, you know, battling, being against each other, being bitter towards each other is not really good, I would say. And so I want to say that. But interestingly, seeing that has let me view this dimension of words and speech that has astonished me. And it's interesting, you know, in the Bible it says like out of the mouth of Christ comes a double-edged sword, I believe in Revelation. And I believe I'm speaking right on that. Yeah, the one in whose mouth is the double-edged sword or something like that. Um, And if I'm botching that scripture, Lord, forgive me. And please forgive me also, my friends out there, folks. Been thinking I'm going to say folks. That just has the right ring to it, in my opinion. Anyway, yeah. So, Twitter beef. But I like Twitter. So if you want to connect with me, you can reach out to me on Twitter, on X. I put my handle. Why do they call it I don't know. I put my handle in the description of this stream here, and you can find it in a bunch of different places. I'll share the story behind that handle sometime, maybe even today, if you know the forces that be align and allow for it. But reach out to me on X if you have any thoughts about this new setup. You know, I'm here in the right, and then my hands. Hopefully you got that. That's how it's gonna be. Are gonna be the main event, and so I'm just kind of like this little guy talking about what my hands are doing, and I don't know. Maybe there's kind of an interesting thing where this is more of a male oriented thing. Just a thought, you know, I'm not sure, and of course this is a generalization, but it's like I've heard people say men are more interested in things and women are more interested in people. My friend was talking to me about saying things that are controversial. My roommate here, and he says he's my PR manager, and I agree, and I appreciate that. Shout out to him. I don't know if you would want his name mentioned here, so I won't say it, but yeah, and so I know he's gonna be watching this already and saying, what are you saying all this about men and women? You can't kind of say that sort of stuff. But as I said in the previous stream, I'm wanting to speak the truth. Okay, so that's what I'm interested in, and that's what I'm gonna do. I'm noticing one thing now here that has soured my mind space briefly. It's that you'll notice here below me, like right in along here, see how it says connections, completion, CPM? Those are remote triggered now. I've got a little setup here for my foot so that when I make a connection on the puzzle, I'm going to hit it like that, and you see the connections went up. So that'll help you to know how many connections. It'll help you to know as if that's something you want to know. I don't know. It's just cool. It's going to show the connections as I make them. And as you can see, there is this completion percentage. I had my PR manager count out the number of pieces in this puzzle, unlike the last one where I went in blind. So I know the number of pieces, and therefore we can calculate with each piece what is the percentage of total completion. So that'll be kind of cool. You can kind of see it fill up. And I've got a lot of different ideas for ways to skew this and make it more interesting visually. But we'll have to get to that a little down the line. I'm glad that we incrementally, increase the quality here, at least in my opinion. Gonna go back here. Looks like there's still one person watching. Whoops, that's not great. And my friends haven't commented. Hopefully my Wi-Fi is on. Man, what if that was the case, that my Wi-Fi was down and I just sat here and talked to myself? That'd be okay if I did do that. I prayed, and like I said, I enjoyed doing this anyway. So I'm gonna get into it here. Oh, but one thing I did want to say, you can see, and let me get rid of these. See, we had a decrement, and that's the work of my younger brother. By the way, this whole little setup down here, that's the work of my younger brother. Again, I don't know if he'd want his name shouted out, but God bless you. Thank you, sir. And we were troubleshooting this earlier today, which is part of the reason why the stream is late. But ultimately, it's on me, and I really appreciate the work that he did. It's pretty sick, and yes, he was the one clever enough to think of the decrement, in case I botched it, which I expect to. I mean, last week, it was tough to just talk and do this. And I haven't even gotten into the puzzle yet. We're 15 minutes in. But now I've got an extra limb, which is going to be triggering the connections. And this is hopefully the last time I'll talk about that and how it works. But, man, my brain is just going to be like operating, man. Excuse me. But yeah, I've got some food. I got some carbohydrates down there at my side, which I'll snack on right down here. If you look in the bottom right corner of your screen to the pointer, and that is my hand. Wow, look at that. Well, the hand is an amazing thing. It can be observed for many millennia, I think. And humans have observed it for many millennia, and we still haven't quite figured them out, I think. Computers can't seem to figure them out, and you can tell that when you ask Gemini to make you a lady playing rock, paper, scissors with her dog. Anyway, I'm going to get into this here. We got a puzzle. I'm going to do the puzzle. This is Puzz with a buzz. I don't have any drug-induced buzz, okay? The buzz refers to the buzz cut. And maybe, it could be a nickname for me or something like Buzz. I mean, that's a name that people call their kid. Is that a shortened name for something? Buzz? Maybe it's like one of those weird ones like Bob for Robert. Buzz is like, Rufus or something. I don't know. But I guess I'm the buzzed one. This is the Puzz, son. And we're about to get this done. And 3, 2, 1. So, as I said, I said earlier I had. That sounds like he's like my little robot slave or my little monkey or something. But I asked kindly, and my PR manager, God bless him, kindly obliged to count the number of pieces that we have here today, which is different from the previous puzzle where I went in absolutely blind. This one I'm still going in somewhat blind because I don't know what this is of, though I have some guesses. It looks like a Christmas scene, probably just a Christmas tree with some decorations and stuff. Ooh, but I do see right off the bat, as you can see there, this piece is indicative of the puzzle being made by the same manufacturer as the previous puzzle we did, Spin Master LLC. And you can see, by the way, if you hadn't noticed yet, I've got the previous puzzle right up here. And shout out to my friends again who hung that thing up for me at the last second when I asked them to. I really appreciate that, and I love the way they did it. It looks awesome. And they saran wrapped the front of it so the pieces wouldn't fall out. And if they do fall out, it'll just make for more entertaining content, hopefully. And I'll try not to let my brain explode because, well, as I said, I've got parts of my brain, some of my little SpongeBobs working on the mouth, some of my little SpongeBobs working on the hands, some working on now even the foot, and I'm going to be eating shortly too, so some will have to be, well, I guess your brain doesn't really think about the digestion process. As far as I know. I don't know. But anyway, maybe there's some kind of animal in this thing. It looks like there is. In fact, it might just be another dog. This might have been like a little set. as I said, I picked up the other puzzle and this one as well from my local library. They have an awesome program there where anyone, regardless of if you live in the area, if you even have a library card or not, you can run right in there. Oh, and I think we're about to make our first connection. It's the same connection that we made on the previous one. Boom. And we're off. Uh, but yeah, my library has this really cool program. You can just go pick up a puzzle for free from this stack they have. You can leave one, you can take one, you can trade them out, you can do whatever you want to some extent. It's funny when people say that. You can do whatever you want. Uh, you can say whatever you want, but of course, as always, there are limitations in this life. Though in the life to come and in the age to come, I believe some things will be truly unlimited, truly abstract, almost like math equations, and we can run that sucker all the way out. Things like strangeness or beauty, you can observe infinite as your input into. I'm talking real crazy right now. Part of my, I don't know, part of my thought with wearing this hat was that it would heat up my brain and allow more interesting speech. It might be that it's overheating. I'm sensing right now. So if it gets to be too much for me, I'll have to lose the hat. And then you can look at the buzz, which, seeing as the buzz is part of the name, I guess it's part of the brand, and maybe that's a good thing anyway. But let me see if there were any conversational branches that I'm leaving opened here. Um, my library, as I said, I think I remember now where I was going with that, has all these puzzles, and this puzzle that I'm doing now, that we'll be doing together, you and me, because we're in this thing together. By the way, I'm going to turn on some light. Hopefully, I think I don't want its glare. And I see right there, that one is a little bit glary. I guess it's reflecting at the window. But I think that'll go away when, yeah, that's pretty good. That'll go away when the sun sets, and I expect it to, because the last one took me 4 hours. Um, but yes, this puzzle that I'm doing today, it came from my local library. I don't know much about it other than that it was produced by Spin Master Ltd, Spin Master Limited, so not LLC. My apologies for saying LLC, I think earlier, or incorporated or something. But that's where I got it. I'm excited to do it. Looks like, yeah, another holiday classic from Spin Master. And right now I'm, yeah, just in the flipping over puzzle pieces phase. It's not the most glamorous of all of the phases, even if the thing that you are flipping is dog themed Christmas puzzles, which is a fairly glamorous thing, I think, if you were to put all things on a spectrum of glamorous to unglamorous. Oh, he looks like an eyeball. But at the same time, it has to be done. You gotta flip them. You gotta lay your groundwork. You gotta till your soil before you start planting your seeds. You gotta flip your puzzle pieces before you start making them, seamless. I'm trying to make a little rhyme out of it there. And I guess, as I said, I believe I said, this puzzle has 290 pieces, assuming we counted correctly. And it could be that the previous puzzle also had 290 pieces, and that's actually what I would expect, seeing as they're made by the same manufacturer. It looks like they might even be, of the same series or something like that. I'd be kind of surprised if they were different number of pieces. But last time it took me 4.5 hours. So I better get cooking. I wasted 15 minutes just blabbering already. I made one connection. One thing I did want to say, and I keep forgetting to say this, is the CPM down there. That's connections per minute. I see and determined this before the stream, but I forgot to reset it. It's going to be wrong. And that's just based on the way that it's set up. What I think I need to do is refresh it and then immediately go into building and connecting in order to get that accurate count. It's just going to be off. In fact, I don't know if I can do this on the stream, looks like I can. I'm just gonna get rid of it for this for this stream because it's not going to be accurate, and I don't want inaccurate information out there. Better to have no info than a lie. Am I right? I think so. Man, my friends still aren't getting back to me. Assuming they see it. That's okay. I'm not hurt or anything. No, I'm really not. I don't even like joking about that. I'm really not. It's all good. Anyone can view. And I think I do really have one viewer. Maybe it's Bri, but I wish he'd say something in the chat. I bet he would. Like, as soon as he came in, he would drop something in the chat. So, therefore, I'm kind of thinking maybe I can't see the chat. I don't really know. Time will tell, I suppose. I do hope we're live, but it really does look like we are. I want to almost click on the live and see what it looks like, but that's quite risky for some crazy echoes, so I'm going to pass on that for right now. But yeah, as I said, and I almost like how this is kind of just sort of botchy and just sort of thrown together, hobbled together. But yeah, the connections are there, and that should be accurate. So far we've made one connection. It's right there if you look in the bottom left of your screen. And that should be an accurate completion percentage. But again, we'll see as we fill it up. And if it's inaccurate, I guess we'll have to determine if that is the result of one of my friends, the other one of my friends, or me. And it could be any of the three of us, I suppose. Well, I'm going to start eating some chips and give you a wonderful chip eating ASMR experience. And yeah, in doing so, hopefully get some glucose into my bloodstream. Hopefully not too much. I figured out today, for the first time in my life, that if you eat too much, it makes you tired. I mean, people always say that, and of course I'd heard that, and of course if you asked me that beforehand, I would have said, yeah, that's true. But I actually really think that I kind of figured it out in a deeper way now. I've always kind of had this feeling every now and again, like, man, I'm just like gassed right now. It would happen at all kinds of random times. Usually after I ate, like, you know, a bunch of like sugar or too much food. I'm kind of figuring out, but I didn't really make that connection. And yeah, today for the first time I was at work and I was thinking, like, wait a second. I haven't been eating very much and I haven't been having that feeling. And then today, this morning for breakfast, I had a massive breakfast, and I'm feeling that feeling. So that must be the connection. And of course, that's maybe not the greatest science, but I think that it's honestly right. And I don't know why I didn't really put those two things together, but I'm grateful to know it now. Partially because it I think will help me to eat less. I think I do have kind of a problem with eating too much. Which I'm grateful maybe isn't so apparent because I don't think I'm like terribly overweight. But it's true, man. It's hard for me. Like, when I get a dang Oreo going in my system, I just want to cram some Oreos. And I think I mentioned that last time too. And Oreos are good. Doritos are good. Oh man, there are so many tasty snacks I could mention. I remember when I was backpacking for the first time. It was on Isle Royale. I think that was the first time it was. Isle Royale National Park. It's in Lake Superior here in Michigan. I think it's a national park. I believe it is. In fact, I think it's the least visited national park and the most revisited. That's an interesting fact people like to say about it. But I was hiking on that island, and man, I just remember how much that was the first time I think in my life where food became such an object of obsession. Maybe that's not fair to say. Maybe I had other times before that, but I remember, man, we would get going on food, and it would seem sweeter to me than, anything else by a long shot. Even, I don't even know, crawling back in the womb or something like that. I don't know. I'm trying to think of some, PG thing that is really nice. But it's hard to, I guess. But you can imagine, and you don't need to imagine. But yeah, food on Isle Royale was really good. So that didn't make any dang sense. I'm pretty tired today too. I have been looking forward to this all week, and I'm glad to see you. I'm glad to see you. I'm maybe a little bit more manic or like psychotic right now because I think I've had a little less sleep last night, maybe a little bit poorer sleep quality, and yeah, so I'm just a little bit more sort of just jumpy, a little less kind of even keel. I guess I've noticed in the past in my life when I don't get a lot of sleep, it's almost like my body, in order to compensate, starts running some kind of other fuel. And I've tweeted this in the past, or tweeted some exploration into this, some thoughts that I had about it. It's like my body starts to like burn some other fuel, which I've almost taken to be like adrenaline. And as you can see, I think we're all successfully flipped over here. Maybe I missed a couple, looks like I did, but here we go. We're about to get into it. Join me. But yeah, as I'm going, as I'm operating, as I'm living on little sleep, it seems like some other fuel source gets activated, and and it burns hotter than the normal fuel source that I burn on a normal day where I got plenty of sleep. Um, and what that results in is interesting ideas and more interesting thoughts come to me, but it's like it comes at a cost. And at the end of the day, I'm gassed um, and I get really hot. and and I don't know, yeah, that happens, and I think it's definitely also harder to just like stay focused and harder to kind of, I don't know, hold things in your head for longer. So I'm interested to see if I'll be able to easily walk back the conversational branch that I'm having with you, I suppose, with almost just the Lord, or myself. I don't know. I guess more myself. This isn't really how I talk to the Lord, which I think is an okay thing. I mean, is it okay to talk to different people in different ways? I think so, because the Lord Himself, the Almighty Creator, reveals Himself, I think, differently, or not necessarily differently, but He reveals different parts of Himself, I think, to different people depending on where they're at and who they are. Um, and I mean, even if you want to think about it, He speaks the different languages. Like, if the Lord has a message for someone who speaks Hebrew, I guess He'll say it in Hebrew, or send His angels and they'll speak it in Hebrew. But somebody who speaks English and doesn't speak Hebrew, I guess, I guess they'll hear it in English. So, yeah, that's actually an interesting, more general observation too. That, um, well, you would speak to somebody in their own language. So wouldn't you speak to them in kind of their own vibe? You know, that is actually quite an interesting thing to converse or to just you know wander in and out of and explore a little bit. Um, yeah, because that's true. I guess I never really thought about it like that. Like, you do speak to people who speak different languages, but they say, I speak this different language, and like, there's no way they could possibly speak the other language. So then, is it almost rude to like assume their language or something like that? I mean, because that's what I'm thinking is almost the rude part about like being manipulative and kind of speaking to someone in a way that I guess tries to elicit a certain reaction or get something out of them. Hopefully, you're kind of following me or see where I'm going with this. Like, you can speak differently to different people. I mean, you talk to an older person, you kind of just give them more respect. Um, you talk to like a baby, you say like, "Hey, little baby," you know. Um, but I don't know, and I've been struggling with recently to know if that's right and how much to kind of do it. I had this deep conversation with a good friend of mine recently. I gotta be eating, sorry. Um, and of course, I can't eat and talk, or I can, but it is an unfortunate sight. So I guess I'm gonna take a bite here. My mouth is watering at the thought of this lime-flavored Tostitos chip. And I'll take my bite. I'll chew it up. I'll be thinking about what I'm going to say a little bit, and then I'll say it. So hold your horses. No, that's more of a. It's a bit more aggressive than I'd like. Relax. Enjoy the puzzle scenery, still scattered. Unlike if you buffer, scroll bar farther in this video, there it'll be a beautiful cohesive image, but you can just enjoy this. It's a kaleidoscope, and this particular image perhaps has never been seen, and maybe never will be seen again. Probably won't. The eye is just infinite, and it deserves infinity or something. I gotta eat this, and then I'll get back to my conversation with my friend. Whoop. That chip was very stale, but I'm going to keep eating them because, as I said before, my bloodstream needs glucose, and those chips have got the glucose. Arby's has the meats, and Tostitos chips have the glucose, and I have the dopamine. Now, I'm making a few connections on the eyes here. It's funny how maybe there's like a deep thing to be said about how the eyes are like the easiest thing to find in the midst of all of this. They're like the first thing that I found on the last one, kind of the first thing I'm finding here because, oh my gosh, because of just deep reasons, to be honest. But yeah, the eyes are something that we notice. Like we notice when eyes are apparent, when there are eyes. Eyes are almost like the brightest thing to us. And it's interesting how Jesus said, the eye is the lamp of the body. I wanted to get back to my conversation with my friend. He and I were discussing a little bit this concept of whether or not a person should change their speech around different people. And the conclusion that we seemed to come to at that time, and that I've kind of settled on, it seems kind of good, is that I guess you should speak in such a way that you are considering the perspective of, I guess, the most respectable person there. But that still doesn't quite seem right, to be honest. I guess you should acknowledge them in your speech, almost in your heart. You should acknowledge the most righteous one there. But the Lord is always with us, and He is perfectly righteous. So, I guess I'm not sure, because in the case of a baby, how do we acknowledge the baby, or acknowledge the righteous one there, I guess let's say the Lord, while also speaking to the baby in a way that he can relate to? I guess it's almost like you speak with the permission, so to speak, of the righteous one. You almost gain their permission, or you don't step out of their paradigm when you speak to the baby. I'm speaking stuff that I think some people might not really vibe with or click with, so I'm going to hold off on that. I'm still not seeing anything in the chat. My YouTube here still says that one person is watching. I'm going to hit the refresh. Oh, and I see the frame going there. If you're watching, if you could just drop something in the chat. My one friend, this is like the mic check, only I guess I'm doing it for real. But if you could just drop something in the chat, my one friend, that would be good. Then I could kind of see here. I do expect my my friends to tune in eventually here. Did I just click the thing? Let's see, I can still count it. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, I didn't. But that's not really great. But oh well. I'm gonna eat another chip here. I don't know, move off that other topic. As you can see, I'm sort of sorting out the pieces here. So I'm kind of just getting this kind of vibe piece, which is like a furry kind of piece. Of course, I got the eyes there. I got a little bit of that edge going. And then I do want to work on the edge, but I do see if this is kind of a difficult puzzle. It might be that rare exception. I say rare exception like I know all about puzzles, but I really don't. One sec. Oh. That's a new pile, though. Yeah, it might be an exception though to the, I guess, commonly accepted practice of of doing your edges before your before the rest of the puzzle, because I see that a lot of the edges, or just a lot of the puzzle in general, is these green bits, which I guess is, I'm assuming, is a Christmas tree. It looks like there's like those little icicle lights, as my family calls them, and a lot of green looks like artificial pine, and that's going to be tough, I think, or would be tougher than some of these more easy visual bits. And so my thought is maybe I'll start working on some of the visual bits and then kind of build the green around it. I'm learning as I do these things. Well, I guess that's a fine way of saying it, but really, I mean, I learned last week a couple things, honestly, about building puzzles. I don't know if I can regurgitate them right off the top, one by one, but they'll kind of come up, I hope, as I keep doing this. But yeah, one of them was I was shocked, actually, and I guess I sort of already knew this, but maybe it was more confirmed, and I knew it so that I'm more willing to lean out on that knowledge more. You know what I mean? I really learned it, so therefore I can now more deeply put it, or put it more deeply in my function, so that I can lean out farther and depend on it a little bit more, which will allow me to be more efficient overall. And the human mind is just an amazing thing. I'm not saying that I'm amazing. I just say that it's amazing that this concept and the whole thing of learning and growing, a human mind is abundantly. Oh, here we go. Someone's tuning in. What up? Yes, this is awesome, man. I can see your messages. Cosinada. I definitely am not going to say your name, but I also don't know your name. This is a friend of mine. I will shout out the username though. What up, Cosinada? Welcome to the stream. Um, but yeah, I don't know. I can't keep any of those names in Discord straight. That's the one thing about Discord, man. I wish that it was just like right under the username, it said the person's name. If they're your friend, and you can write it in or whatever. And I know you can put the note, but you have to like dig for the note. So I don't know who you are, but thank you, man. Thank you, man or woman. Crunch. Yeah, this is a 290 piece puzzle, and I'm going to try to kind of stay on my cognitive train, balance the speaking. Oh, hey, yeah, okay, Victoria. So you said it. So what's up, Victoria? Yeah, this is a 290 piece puzzle. I've kind of just been rambling on a number of different topics here, but um, yeah, I'm just going to keep on knocking it out. And yeah, Bry counted all the pieces, so that's how I know it's 290. But I guess we'll see if it actually is or not. Um, so yeah, what was I talking about before? Um, Something about puzzle doing, learning. The human experience is very crazy. Oh yeah, I was just gonna say, the mind is an abundant garden, and I guess I've heard all kinds of like somewhat crazy theories regarding people who said this kind of stuff. Like the mind is a garden, whatever you plant there grows, and stuff like that. And I don't quite know if I track with like that way of saying it, but I do think it's really true. Like there does seem to be this deep connection, like with a garden, where like if you put something or have some thought for the first time, that first way that it strikes you is some kind of way, and as you give energy to it, or you look to it, it kind of develops, and from that can come little seeds where similar thoughts, which are like the children of that thought, can kind of develop. And it's like this ecosystem in your own melon, in your own system, because I don't know if the melon has quite all of it. I mean, the scripture talks of the heart as well, and that's kind of how I honestly come to see it. Though I know scientific things, and the scientific community has thoughts about that as well, and I think that they're to be respected. But I don't know. I do think that there's some aspect of like the heart in human thought or human experience of emotion and thought and things like that. So, yeah, we're rolling here. I'm getting some of these green edges out of the way. I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to kind of get the green edges out of the way, focus on some more of the spots that I think I can work on based on some differing kind of images, and then I'll keep rolling. It's interesting, even having one person here. Again, hi Victoria. God bless you. Thanks for checking out the stream. Yes, I only have 4 connections so far, but you know what? I'm moving right along, and I think the first few connections are the hardest. Well, not really. You start out slower and you get faster and faster. So I'm hoping that I'll pick it up. I think I might have accidentally bumped it, but again, I'm not sure. So I'm just gonna like. Oh yeah, I think I did. I think I just did. All right, I'm taking one off. Yeah, I'm only at four connections. But yeah, it's crazy how even just having one person here really does just change the vibe. I remember last week as I was talking in here, I was just going on my little ramble, doing my little thing, wandering out. And then when my roommate would walk on the other side of the door, I could hear him. Like, it was like this gravitational vortex, like, passed by my door. Yes, that door right there. Uh, and as he passed by, I felt like my system being drawn to him. And I was kind of like, what is he thinking? Like I didn't even know what he was thinking, but like I was just thinking, what's he thinking, and how should I speak to him, or what should I say and not say based on him? So it's interesting how just having one person here, it just changes me from like a totally separate way into kind of like a thought oriented way, or like another person oriented way. So it's interesting. Yeah, 1,000 piece puzzles with your family. I used to do I think like I don't know if I've ever done a 1,000 piece puzzle. I remember we had this Santa puzzle, which had 500 pieces, and I always thought as a kid that that was like a mondo puzzle. I mean, we would set it out every year. Seemed like, from my childish perspective, or my child, I guess it's not really childish, which implies something else, but it was the perspective of a child. From my perspective as a child, and there's another connection. Um, it took like eons for us to finish that thing. Like we would all be like working on it, and it seemed like it just took days and days of working on this puzzle. At least for me as a kid, to get that thing done. But then I don't know. As I've gotten older, I see that it's really not as hard as I thought. Um, but yeah, I don't know. It is hard though to do one puzzle in one sitting. I mean, last time it was tough. Um, yeah, totally. Um, Yeah, yeah, I hear you. I was just thinking about, and I'll tell you again here, though I probably won't do this very often, but um, the first thing that I noticed in like the puzzle was these eyes, and I was just thinking it's interesting how like we as people, the first thing we'll notice is like eyes. It's such like a loud thing in our vision, which is really interesting, and I think it has to do with like being perceived either by like a predator in the wild or whatever, or by another person who maybe sometimes even feels like a predator. Not the child predator kind, but um, you know, a social predator kind of thing. There's another connection, and we are rolling up to 7 connections. 7 is a number of completeness in the Bible, I believe, and I'm going to take that as meaning that we're rolling. We've gone through a week of puzzle building, so to speak, 7 days, 7 connections, and we are rolling on along, making some nice progress, getting some nice piles going here, and I'm digging it. I'm loving it. Ba da ba ba ba. I'm loving it. I do really like building puzzles. Um, it's fun on a number of different levels. It's like I was talking about last week. You have the visual aspect of it. You can kind of put things together, which I think just the human brain loves to do, make connections and put them together. And then there's like the physical shape side of things, which is like a geometry thing. That's fun too. I guess it's kind of actually the same thing now that I think about it, but from kind of a different perspective. And it's just fun. You kind of get into like a meditative state with it, like knitting or whatever else. And it's just a good quality thing. It's almost like it's the thing about a puzzle too is that it's so easy. Maybe I spoke on this already last week, and I'm probably going to do that a lot, so I'm going to stop mentioning whether or not I think I spoke on something previously. But it's nice to have an easy thing like this. As you know, puzzles are a great thing to kind of connect people together. And I think part of it is like people love to work on things together. Like they love to just, and maybe like especially men, it seems like I remember my friend was telling me like they had all these like men in like this therapy program for like all these depressed guys or whatever, and it wasn't working. Maybe I'm botching the details of the story, but he was saying that like the thing that finally worked that like had this breakthrough. Maybe this is just some story someone made up. Whatever. Was they had like a broken lawnmower, and they just invited all these guys to work on this broken lawnmower together, and it like bonded them together instantaneously. And I just think there's some kind of crazy power about people accomplishing the same task together. It just puts you in that same team mentality, and binds you together in a way that isn't possible any other way, I feel like. And so it's just cool, I guess, how doing that happens. And puzzles, I think, are a great potential binder because they're so easy. So it's like, little Tina, who's like 4 years old, she can work on the puzzle, along with Granny, who's 85, and cousin Vicky, she's 37, and everyone else in between, and through and through. So maybe that's kind of part of the magic of puzzles too. It's easy, but it also takes time. So and anyone can make a valuable contribution. So there's that too. And I'm seeing there's some red ornaments over here, so I'm kind of sorting those all separate. Now I've kind of got my piles here. I've got my red ornaments, got my green edges, got my little beads, or my, yeah, sort of like pearlescent bead bulbous things. That's something. And working on through the piles, working on through the edges. Maybe I'll also put the edges. Well, I guess I could even sort them out into a pile. That kind of seems like a lame way to do it, like something my grandma would do. But I don't know. I'll do it, man. I gotta make some kind of progress, and I guess I gotta up my puzzle connection. I quickly calculated my puzzle connection rate last time. I guess I'm gonna have to do the same thing since I didn't use my puzzle connections per minute timer here, my measuring equation or whatever measuring program. But I want to beat my measure I want to beat my puzzle connection rate from last week, and maybe I want to keep getting better and better. At least if I'm doing the same size puzzle, the same difficulty puzzle, and just keep growing, be a better and better puzzle doer. And you know what? That's not what it's all about, but it is part of it. And I'm grateful to get that perk from doing this. Because you do anything, as I said, the mind is a garden. It just keeps on a growing. As I'm looking at this, I'm kind of putting together. It's nice, honestly, that I have this text on this puzzle, because it helps me to know um, that this is definitely the bottom. So I at least have one corner that I'm working with here, and that's nice because it'll kind of help me to get oriented a little bit. Got some more edges I'm going to keep locking in. These are more kind of, I don't know, there's more images on them rather than just this green abyss over here. So yeah, I've got the green abyss, got the red ornaments, got some puppy eyes. I'm assuming puppy fur or like flesh. Oh my gosh. Puzzles generated by AI. Goodness gracious, that just ain't right. Man, I mean, that's a whole conversation that people are talking about right now, like art generated by AI. There's a lot to say about it, I think. I mean, my optimistic approach or thought is that, and actually, no, this is something that I believe is really true, is that, like, really, I guess, sort of like valuable, I want to say good art, but even saying good next to art kind of carries a certain weight to it, which I don't really like. But like impactful art seems to, I don't know, like cut through the noise. It's like anyone can see it. Like anyone sees Starry Night, I feel like, and it just affects them. And I think it is possible that like an AI can, just by chance create something like that. But my hope and my belief still at this time is that people are better, people, I mean human beings, not like artificial intelligence, are better at making something which really is like excellent. Um, the difficulty though is that it does take some discernment, and it seems to take this group voting process thing almost like a physical, social, actual like Reddit upvote system, which happens with artists. Yeah, like artists, they spend years honing their craft, and in the midst of honing their craft, they're like passing it along to other people. They see that sometimes people are like really affected by it. Sometimes they're like, yeah, it's not that great. And that kind of upvoting, like that, like social upvoting process, I think, which is funny because of course the social upvoting was before the Reddit upvoting, but that's just how I don't know. That's the age we live in to describe it. But yeah, that process is like necessary to, I think, hone the artist, and it's necessary to like find what art is actually good. Like you need that upvote process, and my worry with all the AI art is that there's going to be so much like garbage that the the valuable or impactful or meaningful stuff won't be able to come through. And I guess it's a really similar thing to how I view social media, because it seems like social media like is just like junk food, like it's just like sugar. um, and if you never have sugar and then like you get exposed to Twinkies, you're gonna be like, wow, this is lit. And for like, I don't even know how long, a few days, a few weeks, a few months, a few years even, you can go on your Twinkie diet and have a good old time and just be vibing. That brain will fill up with dopamine. But if you keep eating your Twinkies, pretty darn soon you're going to come to a point where like all of your goodness in life is from your Twinkies, which I'm meaning to apply to like any short. Oh, I gotta make sure I'm doing my clicks. I might have missed some, man. I'm gonna try this, and if I miss some, it's okay. But if you keep eating your Twinkies and you just have your Twinkie life, the thing is, you live in your Twinkie life. If you live in your Twinkie life, man, the thing that you're gonna find is that it's nice on the surface and it seems good most of the time, but it never is really great. Like in order to get that great stuff, which actually gives life meaning and like keeps a person from depression and all this stuff, I think you have to like forego the Twinkies for some dang okra or some dang, collard greens. I don't know why those are the particular vegetables that come to my mind, but I'm saying you got to go for the healthy stuff that hurts. But even to say that it hurts, I get that that's a scary way of saying it, but like it's absolutely necessary. And it's almost like it doesn't hurt if your system is oriented correctly. Like, for example, like for a person who's like super into fitness, when they work out in the gym, like I'm telling you, I know it's crazy. Like if you have never been in the gym or you don't like to work out, you're thinking like, how is this guy like so into it and like devotes so much energy to it? But the truth is like it's all about the heart. And when your heart orients correctly, that thing is pleasurable even though it hurts. It's a crazy thing. And I believe the ultimate example of that is like living the Christian life, like trying to know God, trying to know the Lord. It's the ultimate thing of like you forego every pleasure. my friend says in the chat here, this better be done in 20 minutes. Um, well, hopefully I'll have a few more connections by then. Hopefully these chips will be done in 20 minutes. Now that I think I can handle. I got about 12 chips here. um, and oh, can I really make someone a mod? That would be pretty cool. Uh-oh, reads number 2. Oh no, not the PR, not my PR manager. Sorry if I just outed you. I don't think I did, but anyway, um, where was I going with all this? Oh yeah, I guess I'm just trying to kind of say you can get addicted to going to the gym. As a Christian, I feel like you can get addicted. Truly, I'll say that. Though addiction, I guess, is like a harmful word and it's a dangerous thing to say, but you can get just oriented so that to love other people and to love God is the most meaningful thing even if it hurts so bad. And you see powerful examples of this. And when we see examples of it manifested by people who have like walked that way, it has glory and beauty, and it's just inspirational and awesome. And so I guess all the other ways of training, like bodily training, mental training, are shadows of that true training to become like the Lord Himself. But I think that principle applies to these different various things, like exercise, or like foregoing social media, which I was kind of getting into, or even, now to take it all the way back, foregoing AI art and like doing it slow, and maybe just getting a bunch of crappy drawings before you get Starry Night. I'm gonna have some chips, work on this for a little while longer. I was trying to practice last week, working on like just shutting up, to put it in sort of a blunt way. Um, but I think I do need to do that and just kind of stop talking a little bit. I was watching like some of these top stream moments before this to get some ideas. Let me eat this chip. Mm. Thank you, Lord. So tasty. That lime flavor. Mm. I love a good lime. It makes a lot of food, especially Mexican cuisine, tastes so great. Praise the Lord. Um, I was watching all these different streams because I'm kind of getting into this, and I want to do it with my energy and devote myself to it, or on some level, and do it well. So I was just watching these streams, getting some ideas and stuff, and I did see that like a lot of the times in the stream, the guys just aren't even talking. Like, especially if they're playing some video game or something, they'll just be like, and there's like 1,000 people watching them. So I guess on the topic of like of I don't know, being watched, I guess part of like being any kind of entertainer, and we're all just entertainers, um, is learning to ignore. I think is the real right way of saying the perception and eyes of others, um, and yeah. I'm going to say to my roommates here who are watching, if you guys want to come in and help, you're certainly welcome to. It might change the vibe a little, but it would also save us a little bit of time. But not that I'm just trying to like run through this thing. It's fun to be in the process, as I was saying last week. Sorry for saying that again. It's nice on a road trip to just take in what's flying down the road at 70 miles an hour. And we're not flying at 70 miles an hour. Far from it, I'd say. More like one or two, or even a half a mile an hour. But you know what? It would have been nice if I could say my actual puzzle pieces per hour. But you know what? We're moving. We're moving right along, as Kermit the Frog and friends say. And that's a good thing. That is a good thing. Admirable. We're putting in work. We're toiling. And as the scripture says, in all toil there is profit, but mere talk tends only to poverty. And that's true. All right, I'm seeing some random connections here. And I know I have been doing a lot of sorting. So I'm hoping that I'm mounting up future connections for myself. I believe that I am. I want to work on the edge. This is a really tough case. No, I think I'm at the point now where I'm going to break into some of these little chunks. See, I've piled up these little spots. I'm going to bring in just the green, the like raw greenery into the middle. I'm going to keep my piles toward the outside, my edges toward the outside. I've got some here. This might take me a long, long time. Lord help me. Mark that. I think I marked it. And let's just pick a small pile and just see if we can make a little bit of progress on it. Get a couple more connections in, get some momentum, encourage my own self, my own eyes. Because the eyes, they need to see good, man. Sometimes they just, people say, man, I just need a win. And sometimes that seems to really be true. You just need to see some goodness. Like, you just need to hear a good word or see a good thing and just be encouraged. And I might be in that moment right now, man, where I just need to see some good. I just need to see some puzzle connections. So I'm clocking along here, making my move, making my way downtown, walking fast, faces past, and I'm already home. Eating chips, working on a puzzle. What more can you ask for? Quite a bit. But why would you? Because this is pretty good as it is. Pretty good. I'm glad you guys can hear me. Oh, a certain individual has just joined the chat that I love. I love that individual. I love all these individuals and anyone else who's watching. But I see one of my friends. I'll just say one of my friends tuned in. And yeah, I'm working with the piles. I'm stacking up that bread, man. And I'm just doing my thing, making puzzles here on a Friday night with my buddies, digitally, my digital buddies, and my physical buddies, but we're being digital buddies at the moment. And that reminds me for some reason of Webkins. Webkins, like Discord, is a good thing in my opinion. And the part of it that makes it good, from what I could see, maybe there's a few different parts, is that, man, you could meet your boy in the clubhouse. Now that is an experience that I remember fondly. You meet your buddy at the clubhouse, man. You pull out your Webkins cell phone. Maybe you don't even know what I'm talking about. Webkins was this thing like in the 2000s, I guess. It seems like, yeah, it must have been like in the late 2000s, which skews my inner timeline in such weird ways. But yeah, it was this weird thing. Maybe it was only big like in certain pockets, especially in the United States. But where we grew up, Metro Detroit area, it was like massive among my elementary school peers. So you'd buy these like plushies, these little stuffed animals, and they had all kinds of different animals and all kinds of different runs that they did over the years. And the animal, it's a common concept now, so this isn't crazy, but it was seemed new, at least to me at that time, was you would buy like this stuffed animal, it would have like a tag, you would go online and punch in the code that was on there, and it would bring you into like this digital world where like your stuffed animal would come to life, and you could like do all this stuff that is so popular in so many video games now, but seemed again kind of fresh at that time for me at least as a kid. And you could like deck out the house, you could like do different games with your little webcam buddy and stuff. And that was all super cool, and I loved it. And my friends had a bunch of Webkins, and we had quite a few. Honestly, I'm grateful. Shout out my folks for plugging us with the Webkins. And but yeah, man, like one of my favorite things. It's such a cool, strange experience. Like almost the first time you used FaceTime was the first time I connected. Like I remember my cousins. I like reached out to my cousins. We were like talking on the landline, and we were like, yeah, like meet me in the clubhouse. I'm going to this room. Let's play this game. And you would see their little Webkin walking around. I gotta focus on this puzzle, man. Webkins is getting me passionate right now, and I'm seeing the passion mirrored in the chat right here, and it's just firing me up, man. Webkins, we can go all day on this. Let's see, Build a Bearville. I don't remember that. Was that like a Webkins? Was that some like sub thing within Webkins, or is this a whole totally different thing? Guess we'll find out here. But yeah, man, Webkins was just like, oh man, it just fired me up. Sorry, Webkins is just, oh, another connection there. I think I clicked it. So yeah, Webkins was lit. Probably still is. Actually, I recently re-downloaded Webkins. And I don't know, man. It was cool to get a little bit of nostalgia real quick. But I don't know. Maybe it wasn't. How could it have possibly been? How could it have possibly lived up to what I imagined it being in my mind? Does anything from our minds as children live up to what we hold it to be? To what we hold up to be? Oh no. I see some words right here. 3 little words which could topple a kingdom. And those words are pizza, a sandwich. I've got some thoughts on this. It's a tried, it's a tired debate maybe at this point. Man, I've got some thoughts on it. Let me eat this other chip here. Sorry, I know I don't have to announce every time I eat a chip, but I'm gonna eat it and I won't be able to talk, and I don't know, maybe you can again just look at the puzzle. I feel like I'm having to entertain you, and I want to entertain you. But I also want to eat this chip, man. And by eating this chip, it will strengthen me in some way to entertain you more effectively, I hope. Or at least just be more full as a person. So I'm gonna eat this chip. Mmm. Tasty lime flavor. Praise the Lord. Okay, I'm gonna really quickly share some thoughts on the whole pizza sandwich. I guess the original thing is hot dog a sandwich. The thing that really creates a difficulty with this, I see two things which skew it. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to say this while doing this puzzle. I might need to tag team this. No, I can handle this. We can do this by the grace of the Lord. We can do this. But there's two things which, in my opinion, twist or dilute or convolute the sandwich question. Um, the difficult thing there's two. Sorry, there are two difficult things. The first thing that I see is that some joker out there decided to make what's called an open face sandwich, thereby breaking open Pandora's box, so to speak, in the whole sandwich multiverse and allowing all kinds of ridiculous things to be considered sandwiches. That's one thing which is which kind of throws a rock in the stream, so to speak, is this open face sandwich thing. That's one thing. And the other thing is that sandwich has become, gotta make sure I mark that connection. Sandwich has also become a verb. So that, like, anything that is something, then not something, then the same something as the first something, can be called sandwiched. Okay? And that also convolutes things because it makes it appear so that, like, any two things that are separate, and actually that is the most, like, liberal definition I would say of a sandwich, or the whole open face thing, man. Those two things together, I think, just create like a vast matrix of complexity and space for opinion and like personal experience and crazy things which do not belong around sandwiches, I feel like, or at least they don't seem to carry enough significance to warrant such in-depth and heartfelt discussion. But yeah, I think rather than rehashing all that I think about this, I'm just going to leave it pretty much at that. There's another connection. And, whoop, I think I marked two. Um, and, uh, and leave it right there. Those are just two interesting thoughts. Those are maybe a couple of the most interesting things I think I could share about the whole sandwich debate. The whole school of study, which many men have devoted their whole careers to. Yes, no problem, no problem, Reed. I'm happy to just share my opinion. I'm glad we agree on this. um, let's see, man. I'm loving it. It's so much more fun to just have like some friends present in some capacity. My friends digitally with me, digital style, as they say. Back and forth, just chopping it up on the World Wide Web. It's a great thing, and it just fires me up. So, thanks for tuning in to another episode of Puzz with a Buzz. I guess that's really what it is. Did I click it? Man, I don't know. Think I think I double clicked it. I don't know if anyone saw that. I think I did, so I'm gonna go back. If this is off, it's probably gonna be like fairly off. I gotta get like a foot pedal. That's my thought. And I was talking to my bro about that, but we'll keep working here, and we'll keep on trucking. So, yeah, life is going pretty well. The Lord is good. Been enjoying, as I've said. Got that one. Living in this new place. So this seems to be a dangly thing of some kind, of the dangly sort. And so my guess is, since it's an edge, I'm thinking it's going to be on that top edge. And we're going to leave it up there and just call it like that for right now. You can always move things. And that's another good thing about a puzzle. If you have the strength to lift but one piece, you can contribute. And I'm pretty sure some Greek philosopher said that at some point. So we were working on that. I did make a few connections in here, so I remember I was wanting to do that, and it seems like I have now. I'm seeing though that there's some nuance that I wasn't really realizing with these different shapes, which was to be expected. Like I really loosely just threw the different kinds of things together, like a little bit of that texture, toss it in a pile, a little bit of that texture, toss it in a pile. But we're getting now to where I can kind of look a little bit closer, hopefully make a little bit more. I think I marked that. Detailed piles and do a little bit more focused puzzle connection. That's good. We're working along the way there. I'm kind of getting like super excited at each connection. Um, I think I need to just step up the game. And so here's the thing, because this is the first time this has happened. That right there, connecting two, a double, a couplet, if you will, with this quadruplet. I'm not gonna call it that. I connected like a duo here with a four-piece McNugget. Let's call it that. A two-piece McNugget with a four-piece McNugget. That does not count for my connections. So if you think through it, you can kind of see why. Because that would be like a double connection, and it would mess up my completion bar. So the first time that a puzzle finds a friend, that a puzzle piece finds a friend, that is when it has made a connection. Like that is when it has united itself, like Avatar, man, with the wholeness of the puzzle. That's when its completion has been established. I mean, that's when its connection has been established. But when there's this bigger connection, it's encouraging, but it is not an official connection by the professional rules written here too, and thus and for by me, I guess, right now. So that's how that's going to go. So that doesn't count as a connection. I got to kind of keep that in my mind too, which is a tough thing, but you know what? That's okay. I think I'm seeing this, which I was noticing. That's another nice shape. Mark that. I see some blue here, and that blue was messing me up last week, man, on the Christmas decorations. So we're gonna keep on rolling here, keep on rocking in the free world, and do. Okay, okay. Nardwar, that's who I just referenced, and I do kind of want to crack that open a little bit. I love that guy. Everyone loves him. I mean, there's this passage in the scripture. It says, "Do you see a man who is diligent in his work? Something like he will not do it before peasants, but will do it before kings." And Nardwar is a guy who is just so dedicated to his craft, I believe, that he just does it before kings now. Uh, and anyone who views it like can respect absolutely that aspect that he's just going for it, and his dedication to his craft is an admirable, even a glorious thing, I would say. And I'm glad that he's having lots of success and popularity and all that, because it's pretty darn cool, of course, what he does. And if you don't know who he is, he's just this guy who interviews. Though it's kind of an interesting, ironic thing, because he interviews these musical artists, but you could almost say that like he's like just telling them about themselves. I mean, that's how people like to watch it. He's this guy who interviews musical artists and probably other people too, other kinds of people too, and he does his research so exceedingly well that the best parts of the interview are the artist being just shocked at at the fact that this guy knew this or like somehow figured this out. Like I'm talking about like saying the name of their fifth grade teacher, like some freaking NSA stuff or something, and beyond. Honestly, it is scary some of the stuff that he's known, but and he gives people like these very generous gifts, which are like often music themed and just interesting collectibles and things, and it's just good, man. That guy's a force for good, or at least he seems to be to me. So shout out Nardwar. God bless him. Mm-hmm. That's right, Everard. He really does. It's insane. I mean, seriously, like you gotta wonder where he gets his sources every once in a while. Seeing this one actually, so far from my perspective, this puzzle is actually a little bit easier than the previous one, though I think I'm going a little bit slower. So we started right around 4, about an hour and 15 in. I'm feeling fairly confident. Of course, I was overly confident last time, which strikes my heart as soon as I say that I'm confident, to knock my own self down a little bit and to say, "Don't be so confident now, boy. Remember what happened last time." And to my heart, I say, "Yes, you're right." But I'm just observing that I don't know. There's good reason for hope because I'm seeing lots of different kinds of things, and that's what I guess makes a puzzle interesting and maybe just better, man. Like a puzzle is better if there's more interesting, different kinds of things that you can kind of get into, some little worlds that you can explore and work on at different times. And so I'm seeing that here in this puzzle, and so therefore I'm more hopeful that we'll be able to knock it out a little bit quicker. Now another thing strikes me. It could be that this pile right here, which has gotten quite large, is actually scattered throughout the whole thing and is kind of locking me out of working on some other spots, which tempts me or inclines me then to want to work on it. But I'd rather work on this. Let's work on this, which I believe is a dog or some kind of creature, which the dog seems to make more sense. And I'll dig into it a little bit, and because I'm confident that this is just one entity. So this is some high-level puzzle doing for you. Since this is one entity, and I can just knock it out, then I can get some of the cave effect. That's what I'm going to call it. Some of the cave effect. That means that when you have a thing, you know, it's easier. Like there's less surface area. It's almost like the more you have, the easier it is to find the connection for the next piece. So you get like this, like, you know, exponential growth, like additive gains or whatever. And so, yeah, I'm gonna try and make this big chunk, which is this dog, I think, which means I'm gonna need these eyes, and I'm thinking these eyes are gonna be a decent little spot to kind of use as a base to get things going. So it looks like, now this is tricky. So the slits, I guess, are gonna be up. So okay, and again, that's not a connection because you only count a connection when a piece finds a friend for the very first time, like preschool. I remember I walked up to my friend. I said, "Hey, I'm Brendan. Do you want to be my friend?" Just like my mom told me to do. And you know what happened? Just what she said would happen. He did want to be my friend. And that's how the friends are made, man. And maybe we can do the same thing today. I've actually tried that a little bit. I haven't said, "Do you want to be my friend?" But I have found that overall, at least in this time and place, at least in this time, because I've tried it in different places, I think, by introducing yourself and just kind of being like a child in that, I've seen more success, I think, in people just willing to be more open. Like, I don't know, maybe it's a part of just being vulnerable and like stating your intentions. You could even say, "I just want to be your friend." I don't know. But I don't know. It is funny how what mama says seems to be right in so many cases. Hmm. Hmm. There's a friend. That looks like an ear. Maybe living creatures are kind of the easiest things to do puzzles of because, yeah, like your anatomical brain, which I think is really built very well, or built to very effectively sort out via or with little bits of information about like a creature to kind of put it together in your head and sort of identify what creature that is. Because like if some things looking at you, through the trees, you might see a corner of the ear, a little bit of the muzzle or whatever, and you're like, "Whoa, that's a wolf," and your brain just like puts the whole thing together in your head. So because of that, I'm thinking animals specifically or different kinds of creatures. Wait a second, that ain't a dog. Is that a chinchilla? Or one of those little? It's like a sugar glider or like some kind of like a marsupial creature, a small marsupial. Or maybe it's a dog. But my mind is telling me, or something in me is saying, yo, that's a small marsupial creature. I don't think dogs don't have slits for eyes either. They have round eyes. I think someone told me at some point that it's predators that have the slits for eyes for some reason, which makes glorious, beautiful sense that I don't recall at the moment. And you know, like sheep or whatever, they've got wide eyes, so they can see all the predators all around them. It's interesting. I'll say this quickly, but I won't speak on this too much. Beautiful women have, this is a dangerous thing to say, my PR rep, I'm sorry, but beautiful women tend to have big eyes. Beautiful men do too, but I think that's actually more for cultural purposes or reasons. Kind of. It's deep, sort of. But I guess I'll say very feminine women seem to have big eyes. Very feminine people seem to have big eyes, and very masculine people seem to have small eyes. This is just an interesting thing that I've noticed. And I won't say too much on that or why it came to my head even. But it's just something to think about. And I know that if I'm going to do this, I do have to be truthful. I have to be careful because in my daily personal life, I have a lot of cases where there's a connection. Man, this is nice even for me because it'll help me to gauge how far along I am. So yeah, I'm only 7.6. I'm not even 10% done, and it is that exponential thing. But man, Brendan, you gotta speed up a bit here, man. And I will. I'll try to at least, by the grace of the Lord. In my personal life, I often have these situations where I'll mention something and I'll say, "Oh, never mind. I shouldn't have said that," or like, "Please let me just not say what I was about to say." And you know, people don't like that. Like once you get a fleck of something, you want to just pull out the whole thing. It's almost like you get a hangnail. It's hard to not rip that sucker off. And sometimes you gotta rip it off and you gotta just say what was on your mind. But I don't know. I gotta just be more careful about that, I guess is what I'm saying. Especially if I'm gonna be talking in this capacity and random people that I don't even know might hear what I'm saying. And I do say might. There's a connection. Because I might not so easily be able to say, let me just not say that, because people won't like that. And if they don't like it, then I guess they won't watch. And my hope is that more people will watch. Because, I mean, as I said before, if you're going to be doing something, it's more fun to be doing it in the midst of people. And as I've already seen here, just having my friends comment really does just enhance the experience for me and just generates more goodness. I feel like it's good to have a sense of goodness. And it seems to me that there's more goodness with more people. But maybe there's some top capacity where the goodness kind of slopes off again and becomes badness with more people increasing and increasing. And if that happens, then that's all right. And if the Lord wants me to keep on going, then I will. Because honestly, I do like this. It's really fun. And I like to, as I said before, I like to just talk like this. It's honestly somewhat therapeutic. And it takes some time, and even right now I'm still just kind of trying to find the spot, kind of the groove, I guess, which is a great saying. Whoever in the 70s started saying groovy, like whoever invented saying that, much respect. Thank you. It's a very fitting and useful analogy. Because grooves are real, man. When you say groovy, you're speaking about something, man. At least that's how it seems to me. So, yeah, I'm trying to find the groove. And once you find it, I assume it's kind of nice and it kind of goes along easy. Uh-oh. That wasn't a connection. That's what that is. And yeah, shout out again to my brother. I already shouted him out once. But, oh, it's a cat. Wow, when I look on there, I don't know how I didn't see that. It's just a cat. It's not a marsupial. Anyway, sorry. I shouted out my brother earlier. I'll shout him out again. This thing is like perfect. I love that, man. It's like the perfect amount. I can just click it with my toe, and it's the perfect timing. So shout out again to my brother for setting up these metrics for me. It is awesome. It works just how I wanted it to. It's perfect. Thank you, bro. Appreciate that. So, yeah, here we are. There's another connection. We're working on this. And yeah, okay, so this is just a cat. I mean, not just a cat. You know, it's a beautiful cat. A wonderful one. And nothing. Not everything has to have something, alright? Just relax. Speak easy. Hold your heart steady. Keep building your little puzzle there. I see you with your little puzzle. Just kind of roasting myself. Maybe, you know, it's interesting how Plato, I guess when he wrote some of his great works, he wrote them and he explained these crazy things through dialogue, through discussion. Reach out to me, by the way, on Twitter if you want. You can, like, live tweet at me. That is, like, wow. If someone does that, that is sweet. So feel free to do that. At the end of this, I'll even have a way that you can get involved on Twitter to possibly win something. Yes, though this is Puzz with a Buzz number 2, there is already a giveaway. Possibly. We'll see how this thing goes. I might just I might just fall asleep, man. Anyway, oh yeah. Quick break here for a word from our sponsors. Just kidding. I'm gonna just keep rocking here. Plato, he told things through discussions. And an interesting thing that I've seen in my life, you know what I'm saying? He would have, whichever was the first guy, I don't know, it's Aristotle. I think it's Aristotle. He would have Aristotle talking to different guys, and he would use that as a means of explaining things, and exploring complex topics. And it is interesting how, like, a pure discussion without pride, really does wedge itself into the depths of things. That's how you can get excellencies. And perhaps because of that fact, some of the best thinkers, I think, might develop sort of this internal dialogue thing, or like they almost like build another character for themselves so that they can kind of have these little discussions with themselves. Did that go? Yeah. 10% done at 29. So it's right, 290. Sweet. That part of it's right, at least. Yeah, I think people who are good thinkers might tend to develop internal kind of different characters to sort of help them get at things by having an internal dialogue kind of back and forth and figuring things out. 2 are better than 1. And that's a fact, I think. Whoa! What the heck? My computer is reacting to my gestures. I was just saying, man. Computers don't understand hands, so stop coming at me with that. And I will question math every once in a while, King Everard, because, well, no, I won't question math, but computers, they're just doing some whack math, man. They're, I don't know, they're touching on things that are beyond me. As we said, you know, there are hidden libraries beyond my comprehension. So, yeah, I shouldn't have questioned math. Certainly shouldn't have questioned my brother, but that's all right. That's all right. All right. I'm kind of surprised that that doesn't go there. That feels right. Like, kind of like that. Oh, now I can bring this into play too. Some of this ear situation here. Oh, yes, that must be the piece that I was. Oh, so we got some interesting stuff there. Oh, no. No. It's probably there, right? Yeah, that looks right. At least, man, maybe that's kind of cheating. I'm looking out here because it's smaller. You kind of get that perspective thing. Ooh, that actually looks kind of cool just about do that. Yeah, I think this is a Christmas kitty puzzle. Though I don't know because I got this from the library. Our library has this awesome program where people can just come in and drop off a puzzle, come up, pick up a puzzle. And this one came in a Ziploc bag. And it had no markings on it or anything. There could be like 5 pieces missing, though it's not likely now because 290, it's a multiple of 10. But yeah, I don't know what this thing is. I don't have a box that I could look at even if I wanted to, which I don't. Um, and yeah, it's but it does seem to be a Christmas kitty puzzle. Yeah. Oh my gosh, same here. Libraries are a thing, and Cosinada just said, "I love libraries," and yes, I agree. I also love libraries. I remember when I was in high school, um, I would go to the library every day after school, which I guess is like a common thing now, but I feel like it was kind of cool and hip. People were like, "Whoa, this guy's like a library dweller," which yeah, it really doesn't have the same ring that it did back then, but that's because I guess it was kind of fresh then. But it's interesting. I think that's a connection there. Yeah, I would go to the library after school every day. I'd have my friend drive me. Like I think especially like my sophomore year. That's when I was really hanging with this one friend who had a car and was a very cool kid. And he'd take me to the library. And there's a bunch of good things about the library. One good thing, I think, is just that everyone there is working. Like everyone there is just like trying to do their stuff. And there is this kind of contagious aspect to that. And it just kind of rubs off on you a little bit. Like, actually, that same year, sophomore year, I had 2 pretty difficult classes that I recall. And, or at least one. And I remember studying with, like, the smart kids in the class. Like, it was inspirational just the way that they would kind of just, I don't know, lock in, to use a newer term that wasn't around at that time, at least not commonly used. And it really did just rub off on me. Like they would lock in, and I'd just be like, shoot, okay, I will too. At least I think. Maybe it's also true that I kind of couldn't, even if I tried, because I talked about that a bit last last episode for those who tuned in last week. But yeah, I don't know. I do think it's focus is kind of infectious, and maybe that's a beautiful thing that's programmed into people. That if somebody else is kind of like locked in on something, you also are more inclined then to be locked in. A deep secret was just revealed to me about speaking that I cannot share at the moment. All right, I don't want to use a screen. That's like screen peeking in video games, if you know what that is. Can't be screen peeking, bro. You just gotta figure it out on your own. So I'm finding a lot of connections working on this cat, and that's good. Maybe it's been a few minutes since I had one. Oh, there's a nice. Oh, that doesn't deserve. That doesn't get one because it's a linking. Well, but then again, no, it does because this is the first time for that guy. So this is tricky. There's some puzzle topography to get into, or topology actually, which is that crazy mathematical thing. And maybe my one friend could comment on that. But topology, just different from topography, which is like the study of mountains or something like that, or I guess drawing like different elevations in land. But topology, if I'm not mistaken, is just some crazy three-dimensional geometrical crazy mathematics stuff. And that's what I'm doing with puzzles. Over an hour and a half in, 10% done. My goodness, I hope my numbers improve beyond that. Okay, I'm gonna splay these out a bit more in the hope that more random connections will develop. I gave myself a little dopamine boost with that chip, and that allowed me to make that dispersion. I just need to keep eating chips, keep getting dopamine, but no, you cannot rely on these chips. You must have your own dopamine. You must have your own rivers that flow to your own self only. And that's a big key to things, I think. Someone I saw on the internet was talking about how they think that CEOs, someone was commenting, I guess, that like this CEO, a particular one, I don't know which one it was, seemed to be on something, that is on some kind of drug. And the other person saying, I don't think people realize just how much it's true that some people just seem to have all the energy and some don't. And that's kind of true, but the image that person's sharing seemed to induce, from my perspective, is that it's just like by chance, and some people just get energy and some don't. But what I've actually seen, I think, is that it's more like this thing that you build, like some people just build their own system so that it provides them more energy. Like they make these investments over time so that they have more and more energy. And so it's true that some people have vastly more energy. And I say energy in kind of maybe a different way than you're thinking. I don't necessarily just mean bodily energy, but like the capacity to devote oneself to tasks, kind of. So it's like focus, energy, the ability to like do things. People do have vastly different amounts of capacity for that, it seems. But the one who has a lot, I think, really has just built a system around preserving energy and storing it up for the future and getting energy from certain sources. It's like this thing that they've kind of built a bit more. And I'm speaking on some stuff that, man, I don't know, frightened me to speak on because I'm worried some like, I don't even know, creepy government entities are gonna come after me or something for saying this, but that's just the way I see it. And if I'm not spitting all this stuff next time, maybe you know that they got me, and you alone are gonna have to do something about it, because to everyone else I'll just look like the same, but you'll be like, wait a second, that's not Bren's song, that's not Brendan, that's not the Puzz man. He's different. They got him. Wait a second. Is that how that is? It looks right by all accounts. Alright, I'll run with it for now. I'm gonna keep eating some chips. Tasty, tasty chips. Praise the Lord. Nope. Oh. I think I got that one. That's true. Yeah, please don't swat me. I think that's what it is when someone like watches someone else streaming on YouTube or Twitch or whatever, and they call the SWAT team on them. I guess it's good that the SWAT team doesn't have like super high, you know, immune system for like prank callers, because it would be a great tragedy if, you know, one was needed but something sounded too ridiculous. What I mean is a SWAT was needed. The SWAT team was needed, but there was something that just sounded too ridiculous, and so someone thought it was a joke. That would be a great tragedy. But, man, it is also kind of annoying, I guess, that someone can just call in like someone else and just get them to send a SWAT team out there. It's crazy. So yeah, please don't swap me. But if you want to, I mean, I think I guess it'd be okay. I mean, I'm innocent and everything, according to the law. I mean, yes, it's true. I'll be honest. I don't read all the terms and agreements. There was one earlier today that I didn't read as I was setting all this up. I just said I agree, but I didn't read the terms. I didn't read the fine print. So now I guess even more than speaking and uttering these secrets, now I also have confessed to a crime on air. And so they've got everything they need to just book me. So yeah, maybe we could just keep this one between us. You and me, and you and you, and you and you, and whoever's watching this. But if you want to swap me, that's cool, because I think I'll still be able to get away without too much personal harm, and it would be a cool story, I think. So there's no way that goes there, is it? So go ahead. Go ahead and swap me. I won't mind one bit. Or maybe I will just a bit, but that'll be worth it. Kind of like the whole Twinkie versus working out thing, like I was talking about earlier. Which probably no one remembers, but maybe someone does. Running from the SWAT team? Maybe I am running from the SWAT team. I don't know. Maybe I'm going to have to. But, oh, there's another connection. But, what else is there to talk about? It's nice because if I don't know what to talk about, I can just talk about the puzzle. And there seems to be an endless supply of puzzle commentary to be had, though you wouldn't think it. I don't think. At least maybe I wouldn't have. Maybe I would have, knowing what I know about puzzles. And Lord, wherever those policemen are going outside, I do pray that you would help them, help the person that they're being sent to, comfort them, Father, and grant them peace in the midst of a stressful situation, if it is a stressful situation. In Jesus' great name, amen. I like to pray that, you should say your prayers in your head. You shouldn't, it's not good, anyone, a Christian or anyone, when somebody like goes out and acts all holy or whatever. So that's not my purpose for praying out loud there. But I did just kind of want to share that, because I do think it's a good thing. I try to do it when I hear an ambulance or a policeman just driving. I think it's good to just pray for whoever they're going to, because like if you have to call the police, man, it's not necessarily, one of the best days. Though, I don't know, sometimes people's stories, some of their best stories, I guess, some of their happiest stories have some aspect of the, law enforcement personnel getting involved. So I don't know about that, but might as well pray, am I right? All right, so if you're just tuning in now, I uh, I want to welcome you. We're 12.1% complete, approximately, with a beautiful kitty Christmas puzzle. I'm trying to do the whole thing in one sitting. Seemingly, the first thing that's going to stop me from doing that is my need to take a leak, which is not that great at the moment. Not that you needed to know that. I don't think I'll share that again, or I'll try not to. But we're doing a whole puzzle. This is Puzz with a Buzz. The buzz is the buzz cut, not any kind of alcohol. The only drugs I'm on are the Holy Spirit. If I even repent of saying, the Lord is not a drug. Um, he is a man, and he loves us. And he's not just like sometimes. There's a whole thing to be said about that, but the Lord is good. He is to be pursued, and he loves us so much. And his love is good, and he is good. And I'm grateful to be saved, to be honest. And so yeah, Lord, forgive me for even comparing you to just a drug. For the drug is not worthy of the comparison, I think. But let your will be done above all. Amen. Here's another one of these. See, I've been kind of going on this chain here, just kind of rolling along there, and my theory, I think, is going to hold true that this must be the top, because I'm thinking there's some hanging going on, not of the noose kind, but of the icicle tree decoration kind. And so we're gonna keep rocking with this until we figure it out. And so then therefore I'm thinking that's probably the top, which is good. It's helping to orient things. Here's something. No. Oh, did I mark that connection? I'm just gonna do that. We'll see how far off this thing gets. Need another chip. Call it all good. Man, it's like I know there's so many connections, but part of me too, and a part of the reason why this is so difficult is that like I can't go stupid. Like I can't go stupid into this, which is what I want to do, and my heart keeps like pulling at me to do. It says like go stupid for this thing. Basically take all of your mental fortitude or all of your capacity and train it on this thing. But I can't. So it's tough, man. I can't just go stupid and go like this. You know what I mean? I have to keep talking. And that's good, and I'm glad to do it. And it's more social and human-like, I suppose, as opposed to being like a computer or a machine, which I think is good to train oneself to be more like a human, less like a machine, if you are one who needs to do that, as I feel that I am. There was a connection. I marked it there. But, there's another one. Nice. Just as this icicle chain is made up of many parts, and they flow together beautifully, so these puzzle pieces are being added one to another and strengthening my hope that we can get this thing done. There's another one. Got a little bit of momentum here. Momentum for things like this. That's an interesting thing to talk about. People talk about in basketball getting hot. You heard this? People talk about you get hot in basketball. And it sounds like baloney or just like some obvious, like almost like placebo, mental, stupid thing. But dude, if you watch enough basketball, if you play enough basketball, you'll see that it just seems to be true. Like people just seem to get hot. And what that means, if you're not super familiar with basketball, is like, basketball. If you don't even know what basketball is, I mean, there's a certain level of, general assumed knowledge here, but whatever. Basketball, you shoot the baskets and you make a bunch of baskets. If a guy's like playing basketball, he makes like two or three maybe in a row, they might say like he's heating up, he's getting hot. And when he gets hot, it seems like he just can't miss. He can shoot a crazy shot. Boom, he's hitting it. Boom, he's hitting it. And yes, it might just be like this human capacity to make stories out of things, which is super strong. But it really does seem like guys get hot. And it just seems like no matter what they do, like if they just stick in that groove, they can't miss. So I don't know. It's weird, but and so I'm saying, man, I guess the crazy thing is that I'm saying I'm getting hot. I'm heating up when it comes to puzzle doing, man. Something in my system is just getting amped up. I'm just hitting the groove, getting hot with these puzzles. And that is something that you might hear in a retirement home. That Doris is getting hot with her puzzle making. When she gets hot, she just don't stop. And I'm right there with her. Me and Doris are right there together. I'm right there with you, Doris. Old names. That's something to talk about. It's funny how they come around, and especially with names. Names are a very important thing, I think. Um, and an interesting thing about old names coming around again is that the old names have so much, for lack of a better term, I guess, or just because I want to use this term, power. Old names seem to have a kind of power. The name John seems to have a kind of power. And, well, I guess all I'll say about this for the moment is, people name their kids all these old names, and I don't know, man. They're just, it's cool because, yeah, I guess they're kind of like accessing this crazy power, which I'm not going to speak about too much more. Instead, I'm going to slam a chip, keep moving. And yes, I'm looking at the chat, and yeah, I'm resisting the allure of the puzzle, and it's hard. I want to give in. It's like, what is it like? To what shall I compare it? I guess it is like the call of a banshee. Yet, no, I don't know. It does have an allure, and I do have to resist it. But I do it for you because I love you, and that's true. Let's see. So I'm seeing there's a good number of these little pink sunset kinds of pieces. I guess this is outdoor? No. It couldn't be. Maybe it could be. But I don't know. I guess we'll find out. Yeah, I think this is going to get a lot easier as we make more time. We're coming up on 2 hours though, and we're like an eighth of the way through. So, okay, if I'm not mistaken, that would be like 16 hours to finish this thing. I gotta speed this thing up, man. Oh, I think I accidentally just clicked. Yeah. Where should I go? This is maybe sort of there's an ebb and a flow to puzzle doing. Yes, an ebb and a flow. And maybe we're just at a bit of an ebb. I actually don't even know what that really means. Ebb and flow. Like, what is that even? There's a connection. And that's number 40. And now 40 is also kind of a significant number, it seems. Kind of a number of, I don't know, wandering or exile or something, at least in the Bible. But we're done with 40 connections. We've made 40, and this is what it looks like. But as I've said before, and maybe I'll even make some kind of saying out of it, and soon they'll say, it's like that one guy says all the time. That Bren song fellow. Puzzles go faster and faster the more you stay with them. So if you just keep on rolling, pretty soon, oh nice, you'll get into the rhythm. It'll speed up, then you hit that beautiful time where you're just locking them in. Boom, boom, boom. Find it and pop it. Find it and pop it. And that's what we're going for. That's just what every puzzle doer goes after, man. Some people chase the dragon. Puzzle doers, they just chase that feeling when you're just popping them in one after the other, nonstop. I think I marked that. And it is thrilling. It's one of the biggest thrills of the retirement home, and in my own heart as well. No, that's not one of my biggest thrills. It's a pretty big thrill, honestly. I mean, it's good. It's fun. Um, but maybe not my biggest thrill ever. I guess I sort of hope not. But why? I mean, it's a fine thing, and I am really into doing puzzles. I have always liked them. Well, actually, I don't know if I can say I've always liked doing puzzles. Sometimes I haven't liked them. Just like, I don't know, kids don't like reading. I guess I went through phases of not liking reading, but now I really like it. And I guess it's sort of the same thing with my puzzle doing. I liked it when I kind of first started doing it, and then I didn't like it, and now I guess I like it a lot again. Maybe the top of this puzzle is more blurry from the lens focusing situation, and the bottom is more crisp, or maybe some spot in the middle is the most crisp, and then the top and bottoms are both blurry. I'm not sure, but I guess that could be some clue as well into where we're at. Now, there's an idea, is to use the whiskers as an indicator of pieces being closely attached. I remember my friend, good friend of mine, he's a geographer, and I think he was telling me the first rule of geography, if I'm not mistaken, is that everything is related to everything else, but things that are closer together are more closely related. That's like the first rule of geography. And is that true of puzzle doing as well? Puzzle doing, I guess, is kind of like geography, or geography is kind of like puzzle doing, because you're sort of just putting together, the puzzle. It really is quite similar now to think about it. With geography, at least back in the old days, you took small elements, that is what you can see with your eyes as a person on the ground, and you pieced them together, usually on some piece of paper it seemed like, and built the bigger image so that other people could have it. And I guess puzzle doing is quite similar. You take your little chunks and you use that limited information to put together a larger, coherent thing. So, puzzle doing and geography, similar in act, vastly different in usefulness to humanity. Maybe. Probably. That's my guess, that one of those is more useful to humans than the other. Which is which? You'll have to determine that on your own. And don't be asking me. For any clues. Okay. There really is no way around it. There's no way to shortcut your puzzle doing. You just have to do it. You have to put the next piece down and the next piece down. As a friend of mine told me, was a big reason that she loved running, because at the end of the day, when it comes to running, there's only one thing you have to do, or two if you want to get particular, and that's put one foot in front of the other. You got the left one and the right one. If the right one's on the ground, it's almost about time to pick it up. If the left one's on the ground, well, it's almost about time to pick that one up. Oh, so that's not a connection, but it is a connection. And with puzzle doing as well, if the puzzles are still pieces, put them with the other pieces. There's only one thing to do. You're just putting them together. You just put one down, put the next one down, put the next one down, and guess what? Put the next one down. You just do it over and over and over and over and over and over again. And it's fun. And people pay to do that. And that's true because, well, you gotta, oh, that was the one. You gotta buy your puzzles, usually. And of course, in my case, I was fortunate enough to receive this one, or I guess acquire this one from my local library. And yes, I do love a good library. We're moving here, seeing some connections and things. I see just the tiniest corner of red in this one. I'm wondering if there's another piece which has probably something like this or something. I do think with some practice, you really could amp up your puzzle doing capability. Like, I could see some very surprising puzzle doing. Like, I could see someone having a quite impressive capacity for puzzling, for puzzle doing, which maybe there needs to be a verb for, like, putting together a jigsaw puzzle. Like, you know, let's see, so it's a jigsaw puzzle. So maybe it's like de-jigging or something like that. Or like, you know, like, it's interesting. I can ramble, but I can't really think into what I want to go into because again, that would require me to go dumb, and I'm afraid to go dumb in front of you, whoever you are. I guess that's why, like, writers, you know, writers don't write. Not that I'm writing some sonnet or something, but writers don't write in public, it seems like usually, though maybe they do. But I guess creative writers, or those who are really trying to, excuse my chewing with my mouth open, those who are really trying to access some profound thing, at least during the time that they're trying to access it, I think they don't do it in public. It's a private thing to go dumb, because it's scary. It's like the most vulnerable thing ever. You are just straight up dumb, but for someone else. It is frightening. It's kind of like performing, too. When a person performs, I guess right now I kind of am dumb, though. I'm dumb, but only for one thing. I'm dumb for rambling right now. And it's difficult to kind of move my stupidity, if I can call it that, my focus, I guess you could say, into other areas and to be dumb for those other things, because it requires so much energy to get into the groove in the first place. See that? There's a nice little animation for you. Oh, man. Excuse me. This kitty looks pretty cool on the screen when I look at him up there. And I'm excited to be doing this puzzle. But yeah, it's hard for me to scooch around my I don't know what else to call it. Absolute focus. The momentum of my heart, let's say, or the tower of my heart which I've built up. It's hard to deconstruct it and reconstruct it somewhere else. So as I'm trying to think, like, which I often like to do in everyday life, like if I'm just doing something stupid, like, I don't know, some mindless thing, it's fun for me to think of interesting things. Like I was just trying to think of what would be an interesting name for doing a puzzle. But to really think on that right now, it's frightening. It seems like something I can't even do. But maybe that just takes practice and I'll just have to get better at it. There's a connection. And yeah, my throat, it did get kind of sore. I do have this water. It was getting slightly sore earlier. when I was eating the chips a little more, a little bit of the chip would get caught in my throat and kind of like, sand at my throat a little bit or something, I think. But maybe it's kind of like, if you just stand still, your legs will start to hurt pretty darn soon. But interestingly, a person can walk like 10 miles and their legs are sore, but not in the same way as if they were to stand for 4 hours. And maybe there's just some kind of aspect to where I keep moving, and so my body's like, all right, here's where we're at. We're just going to keep offering oil for your throat, my throat just stays liquefied or something, or fresh or whatever. I kind of think that's how it maybe is working, and it's sort of how I don't know, just able to keep talking. But yeah, my throat was a bit sore last week, not terribly so, but yeah, it's interesting. So yeah, so I have a friend in town this week, which is pretty sick. Um, I was really excited to see him, and we hung out a bit last night, hung out a bit today. Now my roommate and this friend are going skiing, so that's cool. Though they did text me recently, and they were gonna go skiing, but yeah, they were texting me saying that they might come back. So I don't know. I don't know if they were joking or what, but we'll see. And I guess they weren't texting me. I don't know what to say. So let's see here. I don't know what this thing is. This has been one of the most puzzling pieces. Puzzling pieces. It's like a name for a puzzle doing high school team. The varsity team. The puzzling pieces. Professional puzzle doers. Where are we at? Man, I could definitely. So I am seeing. I realized all this dark shape here in the fur of the cat was perplexing me, but now I'm seeing that it's just the background. So that should be helpful in kind of moving along now. And I think, maybe my phone died. I guess I'm not sure what I'm going to do if my phone died. Is it plugged in? Well, alright. You're capturing the whole thing live on stream here. Let's see what happens. Oh, it's still on. It's still alive. I think it's just. Wow, look at the depth, the detail. Wow. I think it just. Oh, wait a sec. So then if I do this. Sorry, this is behind the scenes. Is this gonna be the right amount? Yeah, that's about where it was. Yeah, the phone is all good. It just I think it overheated, and I have this thing set up so that it, like, after sunset, which I guess the sun is probably just set, it like turns red so my eyes don't get burned up. Uh-oh. And so that's just, I think it just triggered that, and it freaked out. It's all super hot. I have an iPhone 12, and I think the iPhone 12s had like a problem of overheating, and mine certainly did as well. I mean, sometimes I would have that thing in the car. I'm not kidding. I would touch it and it would hurt my hand. Like, I'd be like, dang, like that thing is like just took it off the stove. But there we go. Maybe it's not perfect, but it's gonna have to do, and we're gonna have to keep moving. Actually, that break was kind of refreshing for my eyes. Wow, now to like look at it again, it feels refreshing. It feels fresh. It feels like a brand new puzzle, and I'm a brand new man almost. So I'm excited to get back into it with this newfound courage and strength. Sounds like something that the Pokemon Indigo League narrator would say at the end of an episode. As it's fading to black, Brendan, with his newfound strength, is excited as ever to dig back into that puzzle like a Diglett or a Doug trio, or even some other digging Pokemon, and bring it on home to the Elite Four to become the greatest puzzle doer that the world has ever seen. Wow, that's actually not that hard of a title to attain, I would imagine. I mean, there's probably some people who are like super good at doing puzzles, but I bet if I, keep training or practicing, and low punny, yeah, there's one that could do a dig. Yeah, rabbits, I guess, like dig holes. I guess low punny. I actually don't even know that Pokemon. I guess after like Gen 4, I think I kind of really stopped there. And I don't know. Pokemon's cool and all. Is it demons? I don't know, to be honest. I really don't. And I'm gonna leave that one right there. But yeah, I'm excited to be back in the puzzle here. I think I was talking about my throat and a bunch of different random stuff. Yeah, man, my phone used to just heat up. It still does. It's super hot right now. I just touched it, but it has full permission, in my opinion, to be hot right now, because it's doing a hard thing. It's kind of getting old too. Yeah, I was always an iPhone guy. Like I said, I got an iPhone 12, but I'm looking at transitioning over to Google. And is it illegal to give stock advice publicly? Because I guess this is somewhat of a public thing. I don't know if it is, but it just seems to me, I guess I'll say it this way. Google right now, it might seem obvious, but even the obviousness with which it seems like a good investment, it is really a good investment right now. For the last few months, I've been watching. There's another connection. Just like that, we're back at it. I've been watching Google. Even for the last year, I've been kind of pondering on making the switch from Apple to Google. And part of that just has to do with observing the company, and just the grander perspective on it, I guess. And I'm liking where Google's going. And I just can't say necessarily that I like where Apple's going, though I don't necessarily dislike it, I just don't really know. But Google really seems like, man, they've like, it's almost like in Polytopia. If you ever played Polytopia, it's this game. It's like a little simplified Civ clone. If you ever played Civilization, it's another video game. And it's on frame, so that's good. I'm gonna twist this a bit. But it's like in Polytopia, man, and probably Civ 2, like, you can spend a couple of turns building some farms, and your friend's thinking, I got him beat. But then, if you build those farms, pretty soon the farms start supplying. And I guess what I'm kind of seeing at Google is it looks like they've been really building their farms. And so it didn't totally look like they were way in the lead, but now their farms are starting to produce. And it's really going to take off. And I saw recently, and you'll be able to date this, I guess, by this piece of news, which is recent for me, that Google actually listed 100-year bonds, which is like a rare thing for like a private company, or I don't know if they're private or whatever. I don't know what I'm talking about with all this, but I saw they listed 100-year bonds because they're looking for capital, which is like a huge thing. And of course, a 100-year bond, I mean, like, who's an adult who's gonna be alive in 100 years? I guess not many, probably. Brian Johnson's trying to change that, I guess, but Bible says a couple of words about that. But anyway, I guess all that to say, Google really does seem to kind of be in a good place right now. And of course, even another thing that I recently saw is like Apple. Dude, this is a significant thing. Siri is going to use Gemini for AI. Like, Apple gave up on OpenAI, and they're switching to Gemini, man, to Google. Like, that's like their competitor, dude. That's not nothing. But I don't really like speaking on those things. There goes my camera again. I think it's just really heating up. I wish I could turn it off. I mean, this just might be... Let me think. You know what? I'm just gonna leave it for a second, see if it turns back on. And actually, what I'm gonna do too is go like this. Let me look at it. It's still on. It's on do not disturb. Oh, I know what I can do. I'm gonna turn a couple things off to make it a little bit less abused, I guess. Come on, buddy, you can do it. Well, if he turns back on, that's good. Otherwise, give that a couple swipes. Ooh. Oh yeah, this thing is like fried, man. He's trying his best, but it ain't easy. I think it'll come back. Just need some time to decompress. I'm just gonna keep going. And you know what? I'll keep talking. And if the thing cuts out, it's fine. Maybe it'll just randomly come back after it calms down. Sometimes, with AI, you know, computers taking over the world, we're gonna see, man. Everyone just needs some time to decompress sometimes. And machines are the same way. So yeah, I'm gonna just leave that off for now. I know it's not very entertaining, not stimulating. Sorry, TikTok kids. I know it's not stimulating. Ooh, I just made a nice little connection. You're gonna have to wait and see what it was, but I just made a nice connection. My roommates are coming back, it sounds like, too, so I might be able to use one of their phones. But I'm gonna keep this thing going. Keep the thing on the road. That's not the easy thing to do, but it's what I think I'm gonna do. So, that's what we're gonna do. And you know what? This I think would be entertaining, at least for me too. It's kind of a behind the scenes thing, especially if I keep doing these and it gets more and more polished. You can see where it was at. I just did the thing, and my phone died, but we're just gonna keep going. That's all I'll say about that. I'm gonna eat these, and yeah, I do hear my roommates are back, so that's cool. Maybe if they tune into the stream, I can just tell them over the stream. And they'll come. Oh my gosh, I know, Subway servers in the bottom. That's what I was thinking too. Yeah, come in.
Senpai. What do you do? Pretzels? Do you want one?
Oh, pretzels?
Yeah.
Like soft ones from
pretzels,
yeah. Yeah, sure.
Just like a regular pretzel?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Also, could I possibly borrow one of your guys' phones?
For
replacing this, because I think my phone overheated. If you don't want to, that's okay.
My concern is that if it overheated your phone, it's going to overheat mine too.
That's fair. We'll see if this one comes back to life. I think you will.
It just died. Oh.
Yeah. Like it just blacked out. Well, no, it's still there. Oh yeah, you're like barely almost on screen. This is my
Hi Evan, hi Victoria. Don't call me princess. Princess, hello princess. Okay. Yeah. So is it even on there at all?
So it's still streaming. It did this once before, and then I just like tapped it a little bit. So the phone is. Oh wait, maybe it's dead now. Yeah, it was like super duper hot. So so it is still there, or it's still alive. I mean, not dead. But yeah, it's just like way over here. I think it even like restarted. Oh no, maybe not. Okay, so I think it's gonna come back. Give me 1 sec. I'm gonna refresh. Boom, boom. Camera. No audio, start. I'm pretty sure it's right about to come back. Yep, alright. Alright, man, we'll see what this thing can do. Alright, coming back down.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I can't really call you because you're busy. I'll just message in chat.
Okay, sounds good. Alright, cool. Thank you.
Yep.
I have a policy right now in life. It's not a strict policy. Amen. Praise the Heavenly Father. Amen. Amen. What up, schnappers? You guys all have the same YouTube and Discord. Oh, well, I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna out anyone here. Um, okay, we're back at it. The phone is going again. Once again, a fresh jolt of energy. You know what? I could go all night. I was just about to say, this is the connection that I made here. So you see it's starting to develop there. Some beautiful lights. Crystalline, metallic, glimmering, gorgeous. I was just about to say, I kind of have this policy right now where I try to accept what is offered to me. Not, maybe there's a lot to say about it. And honestly, I see that that's a bit immature. And I do try to think about that. Yes, this is a beautiful Christmas kitty, Schnappers. It's a beautiful Christmas kitty. Looking right at you, or looking at something that he's fairly interested, he or she, or it, depending on, your beliefs about animals and all that. But yeah, I'm trying to just, when someone offers something, I don't know, I'm at least exploring this thing of just accepting. Not because, like, I have to or anything. And of course, that's what you want to avoid, like, some kind of thing like that. Because, I don't know, when somebody offers something, like, it's good to, I don't know, just sort of accept. Hey, what up?
I need to be a guest appearance. I just need to let you know we're getting a pretzel for you because we love you very much.
Thank you very much. Right. And wow, you heard that? I love to hear it. I really do. So yeah, those are a couple of my friends. And I appreciate the love. And there's some name dropping in the chat. I'm not saying anything about any names or anything. I'm not trying to dox anyone or anything out here, but I love them too, and I'm grateful that they're doing that. So I'm gonna keep rocking here. If they're getting me a pretzel, I better put in the work, put in the toil, and deserve that thing as best as I can. And that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna keep on trucking, keep on moving. If there's any major lesson to learn from this thing, if you're gonna take anything away, it's that you just gotta keep moving, man. When you're doing your puzzles, when you're figuring out this puzzle of life, and life is like a puzzle in a number of ways, I think. You just gotta keep moving, and that is a powerful, potent thing to be doing, is to keep on moving. I've heard a number. Well, I haven't heard personally. I've really just read over the internet. So many people just seem to say, like, the key to success is to keep going. And it sounds crazy or naive or immature from someone who hasn't had success. But from somebody who has had it, it sounds like elite wisdom, which is kind of funny. So being on the one side of that, I guess I won't speak too much more on it. But I do believe in that, and that's something that I'm trying to adopt right now, is just a lot more tenacity, intensity, and persistence, I guess, is the main word that I was actually looking for. Persistence is what I'm looking for. And persistence, I think, is helped along by friends. Friends seem to be a good thing that help with persistence. Having friends to walk the journey of life with, as many a good anime, many a good television show, many a good book, many a good pieces of art, so many things that people have made will allude to that and give weight to that fact. Really, I believe that going through this thing with friends is so much better than doing it alone. So finding a squad, there's like a Fortnite meme to be had, like a big poster in an elementary school classroom, like, finding your squad is everything, or something like that. Probably someone can come up with something better than that, but you get my idea. All right, I just noticed this piece, and I'm remembering seeing some blurry, dangly things, and those are words for something that I have a clear image of in my head, but it's difficult to describe. It's a blurry, dangly thing. I thought that it was a part of this dangly thing, but this dangly thing is not blurry. It's quite clear. There's another connection, and for those just joining, you can see this wonderful connections and completion stats. I axed the connections per minute stat earlier in the stream because I realized that I forgot to reset it and it was giving me incorrect information. There's another connection. And so I decided to cook that, or axe it. You know, cook is something that you have to be careful saying nowadays. To be honest, cook and like cooked, no, I guess I do sort of know what that means. There's like these major memes and sayings and slang nowadays is almost like, it's almost like popular music. Like there are like little ones that kind of pop off and certain people like to use, but then there's like hardcore, very popular ones like the number one hit. And I feel like of the number one hits that have come out in terms of slang in the last, I don't know, 5-10 years, whatever, most of them I can like get with, and that's why they're number one hits, is because everyone can get with them. But some of these ones coming out like just in the last year, I'm starting to lose a lot of interest in, I guess, or like, yeah, I guess interest in, and even I don't really exactly know what they mean, some of them, which is kind of like the first time in my life where that's happened. Normally I feel like, I mean, when I was, you know, a younger man, I guess, when do you call a boy a man? Now that's a question that society has been trying to answer for forever, I suppose, for as long as people have been around. Anyway, when I was a younger man, I was definitely into slang. I just like words, I guess. And I would definitely be, I guess, on the closer to the front end of adopting new slang terms or using them, sometimes abusing them, being one of the ones to push it into overuse. I think that's more where I fit into the lifeline of sayings, is that I would be one of those ones who would, once it kind of crested over the main I don't know, once it reached critical mass and like everyone kind of knew what it meant, I was the one to just drive it into the ground, I feel like. Which is interesting. I haven't really thought about that, but maybe that's one of the reasons why I like, oops, did I just click it? I don't know if anyone saw if I accidentally clicked it. I'm gonna go back one just in case. But yeah, I don't need to go +1 again. Maybe that was just a premeditated connection click, realizing that I was going to make a connection. Yeah, I might need to pull in now that my roommate and my friend have been on the stream, and yes, I think this stream has like 2 or 3 viewers, okay? So not a lot of people watching, that's okay. I really don't mind. I'm happy to just be talking to you, my friends. That's true, the number 1 is earned, not given. In fact, yeah, I truly don't know if I even can give it. Wow. Cosinata has 150 XP. It's quite impressive. It's quite impressive. But I don't know if I can give XP. Why is there EXP in the YouTube chat, man? I don't know. Duolingo has had a massive effect on many things, I think. Where was I going with all that? Friendship. Friendship is good. Oh yeah, now that my friends have been on the stream, it's nice because maybe they could actually help me with this puzzle so that I can get done before midnight. But actually, let's see, what are we at? 18%, coming up on a quarter of the, oh gosh. 2.5 hours, not even a quarter of the way done. No, but it's exponential. We gotta keep moving. You see what we did there? You see, the puzzle almost had me. It had almost thwarted me. It had almost stopped me. But no. No. We are not those who give up. We are not of those who shrink back. No, we must press onward. We must keep fighting, and we must, and we will, and I simply will, starting right now. And I think that's a connection to start us off on this new chapter. Oops. There we are. And this is part of the kitty, which shall henceforth be not known as a cat, but a kitty. Because, actually, now here's an interesting thing. Whoa, this is deeply interesting. Did you guys know that dogs are like men and cats are like women? Here I am talking about this gender stuff again. I know I'm going to get canceled or whatever, and sorry to my PR representative. But it's interesting then that people can call any cat a kitty, but you can't call any dog a puppy. But you can pretty much say, here kitty kitty, to any cat, but you can't say, here puppy puppy, or anything to any dog. And it's interesting too, because even grown women are called girls, but you don't call grown men boys. You see the connection I'm making here? This is just another one that, man, I don't even know. It's going in my mind. Hopefully I'll come back to it, but there's just so many things to think about in this world, and in the world to come even more, and the true versions of things, I believe. The chat is going crazy right now. Well, not really, but yeah, respect. Yep. No, I see pessimistic talk in the chat. An antagonist has developed, a servant of the puzzle. Because I guess in this thing, like, I think about the puzzle as being like my friend, but the puzzle is also my enemy. My puzzle is also my foe. He's both my friend and my foe. And again, maybe that's how life kind of is. And another way of how life is like a jigsaw puzzle. That could be like a whole episode or something of like the television show that they'll make about this or whatever, maybe. But yeah, you just got to keep going. You just got to keep moving. This has proven to be a tempting but unfruitful venture into the kitty fur section. Maybe because so much of it is interspersed with this red ornament section. But man, I've tried a lot of connections over here and not gotten a lot of hits. Maybe I have to change my approach and just like look at them. Because sometimes you just don't even look. Like, boom, that seemed to work. Again, it's kind of a matter of going stupid versus not. And there's another one. So I'm going a little bit stupider here. So a little bit less interesting for you, and I'm sorry for that. I really am. But I gotta dial it in and make some more progress. You know what? I'm wondering if after the next few of these puzzle entries are completed, I'll be able to notice a pattern, which I'm imagining right now, which is the amount of sleep that I get the night before, strongly correlating with the speed with which I complete this. I guess strongly negatively correlating. And last night I didn't get a lot of sleep, to be honest, or didn't get very high quality sleep, which is not good. And so I guess I'm not really expecting to make a crazy gain here. It's like weightlifting, like trying to get gains in my puzzle doing. But yeah, I guess it's interesting. You know what I'm thinking about right now is if my friends join this, I'm gonna have to really change character. And I know that's sad. It goes back to what I was saying earlier. Like, you just talk different around different people, and it's strange, and it might be jarring to someone watching. But the thing is I've known these friends too for so long that it's like the way that I am around them is a long developed way. And it's nice. I mean, we have deep connections and everything, and have deep inside jokes now and everything, which is a wonderful thing. But I don't know. It's also going to be tricky, I guess. But that's okay. I guess I'm game for it. Just going to keep figuring it out, too. And if it's horrible, then I'll know never to do it again. Nope. That is not a connection. because no individual piece formed a new connection. So now that I'm kind of going stupider into this, as I said before, it is seeming that more connections are more quickly developing. That's again not a connection. So this is leading me to believe that the kitty might be oh wow. Oh wow. The kitty might be the key to the whole thing. The kitty is the key. Let it be known. Slap it on a t-shirt and make that some merch, boy. The kitty is the key. The key is the kitty. Now my question is the photographer of this image going to center the kitty or skew it on one of the vertices of the 9 squares, if you catch my drift? That is now the question that I'm asking myself, and I ask you. And perhaps, if you are the CEO or the photographer working for Spin Master Limited, the producer of this puzzle, then you already know the answer. But if you're almost anyone else, I would imagine that you do not. And I am among those who do not. That is why I must complete this puzzle. Or one of the reasons is to solve that. Is the kitty going to be in the middle? Or is he going to be to the left or to the right? Or to the up? Or to the down? To the east? To the west? The kitty knows no bounds. Wow. So yeah, I was actually talking with my PR manager, as I've called him many times now, and he was telling me he was watching the stream last week when I said I guess what I was trying to say is I respect Ye, who used to be known as Kanye West. I respect him, which I guess is like an inappropriate thing to say now somehow. But I'm still gonna say it. As I was saying to him, like, you just got to speak the truth, and if I'm not doing that, then I don't know what's gonna happen. Like, nothing really. And Billie Eilish said something like that. If you don't speak the truth, like, no one really cares, or something like that. Not that I really care if people care, do I? It's better if they do. I'm coming to peace with this question, and I'll leave it right there for now. But yeah, Kanye, I do respect him, Ye, and I respect him enough to call him by the name that he wants to be called, which is Ye. And yeah, I respect him. He truly is a great artist, and I don't know if anyone can deny that. But yes, of course, I guess he has said some things which are problematic and hurtful, which I do not like, and that's a fact too. That's not good to say hurtful things. But I don't know. Maybe it's also good to. There's a connection. Oops. It's also good to be understanding, I guess. But again, when someone's in the public eye, they do have high standards to uphold. And so I respect that too. And this does seem to be a kitty now. Uh-oh. See how it froze there? My phone died again. I'm going to let it sit for a bit. And maybe when my roommates come back, we'll be able to troubleshoot. Or I could use one of their phones. But right now... Oh! Okay, it's back. I don't think... Let me see if I can... Nope, that's not... Okay, so that's... Give me one sec. Punch that in. Make sure my passcode is not on camera. 333. Just kidding. And let's get back here. Yeah, so if you're just tuning in, my phone keeps overheating, which is a problem I'm not sure how I'm going to overcome in the weeks to come. But man, I'm looking forward to that puzzle. I mean, pretzel. Wait a second. Pretzel kind of sounds like puzzle. I should be eating pretzels while I do this. Maybe. or maybe I should have some kind of partnership with some pretzel manufacturing company. There's something to be had there, just by the sheer fact that pretzel sounds like puzzle. There's something there, I just know it. Boom. We're coming up on the 25% mark, which I would really call closer to the halfway mark. So we're a little over 2.5 hours, and we're looking at maybe around 5 hours. That's going to be my goal. I'm going to try to be done with this at 9, and that's if my friends don't help me. If they do, I think we can finish even a little sooner than that. And yes, it's ambitious, but you know what? So was Steve Jobs. That's true, I guess, but maybe not like that crazy of a thing to say. Oh, maybe. Yes. So that answers a part of the question of this weird piece that I've been seeing. Is that how that's gonna go? That's how I think it's gonna go. So now I'm thinking maybe if I would have just grinded on the edge. Yes, I said it. Grinded on the edge. If I would have grinded on the edge, and gotten the edge developed, that might have actually been more helpful than this sort of picking and choosing clumping thing. And I think that's kind of a bigger lesson for life as well, actually. I did what was visually pleasing to myself. It seemed easier. It wasn't the hard thing, but it seemed like the fun thing. And you know what? I think I'm paying for it. Oh, there's a connection. Wait a second, I just realized something though. When I connect two pieces together, it should actually be two connections. Because they're both finding their buddy. This is difficult and screws up the equation a fair bit. But actually that means we're probably farther along than I thought we were. So that's good. Hopefully fairly farther along than I thought we were. Because, well, maybe not that much. Because there's also, I guess what I'm measuring is connections. And there are only slightly fewer connections than there are pieces. Right? Or are there more? I don't really know. Now I'm kind of confused on it. And I'm sorry because maybe that's some of my inability to conquer that mental challenge coming to light, which I don't like. But I just don't know if I can quite crank that one right now without some, paper and a pencil. But we're going to keep on moving. Keep on trucking along. Okay. So yeah, here's another clue. So, this is like a little snowflake. That's nice. I'm seeing that the bottom does seem to be in focus, and the top is seeming to be out of focus. So I want to use that to kind of piece together a couple things. So this whole situation here, the red situation, Operation Red, codename Red, is seeming to be a bottom-centered thing. And it might even be, in relation to this puzzle right here, just that the kitty is wearing some kind of Christmas costume. In fact, that's what I think it probably is. But I think the kitty will lead me there. She herself, or he himself, will lead me to exactly what I need. And now as I'm looking at it, I'm thinking that the better framing would be if the kitty's kind of, maybe I think his or her, or its body kind of goes out like this, moving. But that's a good point. But I'm actually adding two pieces. I don't know. Is going to be out to this way. I think we're going to be more over here. So I'm thinking it's gonna like crash over to the right, to the east. You need to use your directional language when you're doing a puzzle on high-level puzzling crews. Otherwise, you'll be out. You'll be out instantly. They're not going to listen to any land-loving, up-down speaking, soft-fingered scrub. So yeah, we're just gonna keep moving here. I think the glucose from those chips is starting to wear off. You know, it's tough, man. My heart is not cheering me on as gladly as it did before. Though still, it does cheer me on, and we in our youth ought to rejoice in it, and ought to remember, connection, that that honestly things are quite nice for us right now. I mean, we can move through space without pain. Think about that. And, you know, we can just think on stupid things easily, you know? And many other such things. Like, it is nice. It is really nice to be young. And it's not something to be taken for granted. And people don't often think about, you know what's funny? I just realized this. People take the saying, taken for granted, for granted. You don't often think about what it means. But taking something for granted means that you're assuming that it just is granted, like it's nothing. But it's not. And in reality, to be young is a great, great gift. It is interesting that everyone also gets that gift. But if you grew up in, I don't know, certain families and everything, you also were given capacity to enjoy it more, I think, not to squander it. Maybe that's the thing that should more be appreciated. Though, from my vantage point, even the very gift itself of life, I mean, of youth, is something that we didn't have to get. I mean, from my perspective, the Lord could have done it anywhere that He wanted. And He chose to give us this time of energy and fun and intensity. I remember actually, I was reading this. I don't necessarily recommend reading like the Greek philosophers so much, but in one of Plato's works, I think it was just Plato's Republic, he talks about, I think that's the right source. He's just talking about this old guy saying like why should I eat this delicious morsel? Maybe it's the Bible that I'm thinking of. Not great to get things twisted with the Bible. You want to remember, you know, what is the Word of God. But I just remember reading this old text, I believe it was, speaking about an old man. He was saying, like, what good is this delicious food to me? Give it to someone young, because I can't even really enjoy it. And it's kind of insane, man. Like, even to be able to enjoy food, like, it is a blessing of youth. However, no matter how much you appreciate youth, you also cannot hang on to it. So, from my perspective, you're better off saving up for that eternal youth in the kingdom of heaven. You're better off burying your treasure and buying the field, as the scripture says, and looking at it that way. And that's how I try to look at it, though it's definitely tough. Wait a second. Is there any chance, oh my gosh, crazy revelation might have just occurred here. Is there a chance that the kitty is looking at this snowflake, and this thing right here is dangling down to hold it up, so that these are the crucial elements? Wow, that could be it. And Subway Surfers will be added to the stream next week. No, I will not promise that. Though I actually did have this interesting idea for something it's kind of like Subway Surfers, interestingly enough. So maybe you'll see that when it comes to be. If it comes to be, Lord willing. Uh-oh, my water supply is getting slowly diminished. When I feel a tickle in my throat, nothing clears it out like a deep, refreshing swig, of 2 O's, 2 H's, 1 O. You know it, you love it. It's water. Gotta love it. Got to love that water. And we gotta keep moving. Oh, here's one. Nice. You know who's good at puzzles? I'll shout him out again. My brother. Well, I'm not gonna actually speak too much on my brother, but yeah, he's got a beautiful mind for things like that sometimes, which I've always appreciated. Well, to be honest, when I was younger, I did not appreciate it. I was honestly jealous of it, but well, that's how children are sometimes, I guess. But now, as a man, I have come to appreciate it. It's crazy, man. Children are crazy. And of course, you knew that. But the crazy aspect of it that I'm wanting to focus on at this time is that, like, you can just, especially more back in the day, parents would just let kids just run around with other kids, with, children with other children. And it's crazy because, like, that's like when the formative stuff happens. And the parents just have no control over it, man. Which is good. They shouldn't, I don't think, but I don't think I marked that. But it's like, kids can do major damage to each other quickly and easily. They have no defense mechanisms set up. It's just like, I guess that's the thing that I'm saying right now is kind of crazy. Just that, I don't know. It's just like this crazy cauldron where you're like mixing all these commercial industrial chemicals. That's what like the playground is. You ever think about that? Driving by the next elementary school you drive by, start thinking about that. It's like a cauldron of industrial chemicals. And that's what they're going to call the elementary school. The cauldron of industrial chemicals. That is the elementary school. And yeah, it's just crazy some of the products that form there. And people have this trauma, and the thing about trauma is like, it's almost always from your childhood. Like, people do have traumatic things happen later in life, and I don't mean to make less of those in any way. But very commonly, there's a lot of trauma that happens, I think. There's a connection. Especially early on. And I think part of it is because we're just so, like, we learn to build up, like, a shell over time. And kids don't have that shell. And so, yeah, I guess they get hurt more seriously. Okay, we're making good progress, and I'm excited about some of these realms that are forming. Here's something like, I almost think that's like that. Well, let me see if I can find an angular one. And I came up with names last time for some of the different pieces, some of the different kinds of pieces. And I need at least one, like, 3/4 shuriken of a piece. Because it needs to just clock in there. And yes, I'm going quite dumb at the moment. Quite dumb. Not speaking things that are interesting. I'm sorry. Oh, see that? That's what I'm talking about. Something like that. Something like that. There. That's what Bob Ross says. Actually, it's funny. Right as I said that, I did find the piece that I think is the right one. There. So I guess that's 2. And we keep moving. Alright, so now, yeah, there's some interesting prospects here. So I think the kitty, as I said, the kitty is the key. And that's what our t-shirt's going to say, so I better live up to that. And the kitty is the key. The is the key. So I'm gonna keep building out the kitty, and see where she, I guess, leads me. Here's some more rainbow pearlescent stuff. Mark both those, and hey! Taking a break for a sec here. We just crossed the 25% mark. Wow. Can I get some dubs in the chat? Or something. Something great. Hit me with something, man. We just crossed the 25% mark. That's 1/4 of the way done. And if you think about it, if you're watching this right now live, you're like 1/4 of the whole viewership, I think. So you can consider yourself, you can identify with that 25%. Let me get some flame emojis in the chat, man, or just any emojis. I just need no, I don't need anything. But really though, if you could put something in the chat, it would be an encouragement. But I'll keep going in the meantime. I also have this bar. I was gonna eat like a spoon of peanut butter, on stream. And something about that felt good, but something felt bad about it, so I decided not to. But I'll eat this bar though. My mouth is salivating greatly at the thought of consuming this bar. It's salty. The thing about this bar, I won't show the brand, but it looks like this. Or even better, like this. See that? See what we're dealing with there? The thing about this bar is it's so stinking chewy. I'm gonna be like handicapped in the mouth department right now for a couple minutes probably, because this thing, my mouth is just producing for me some digestive saliva, and because this thing is chewy, man. Thank you, Lord, for this food, because it'll be blessed. Thank you. Very tasty. So yes, we're moving right along. Doing well. I'm discovering it's not as hard as I thought to just cherry pick pieces like this. And kind of just figure out where they go. Which is definitely a huge encouragement. I guess I could be missing some furry pieces. this is the part of the show where I'm just making audible food noises. Walt Disney if you've not read or heard or looked into in some other capacity the story of Walt Disney World, no, Disneyland in Florida, I think that was the first one. Or was California the first one? Must have been California. It was right by Hollywood, I think. Right? I don't know, but this thing is chewy. The older Disneyland, I think. Yeah, I think so. If you've not looked into the story of that thing being made, I think I just accidentally clicked. You should look into it. It's super powerful. It's testament to artistry, to speak on that again. We were talking about that earlier. And specifically to, perseverance again. Insane persistence, insane perseverance. Attention to detail, though, is the thing that I was thinking about. And that's kind of what I'm thinking about with this stream today. I'm kind of thinking like, yes, okay, it's true. Not many people are watching. But, as Walt Disney said, the attention to detail, that's what sets it apart. That's what sets Walt Disney World, or in Disneyland, still apart from these other places, is that immaculate sense of detail. The very way the railings are, the very way that each nail is, the very placement of every little thing. That is what makes it magical. And that's how I'm hoping this stream will become magical, or a comfort or a help to someone, is by being attentive to detail, not despising small beginnings. But, wait a sec, there's no. For a second I was thinking maybe these connected. But no, that would be too small. I mean, hell, this thing's like a forearm or so. Well, probably getting close. I'm liking my theory. I'm hopeful on it. But we'll see. It could also just be like, yeah, maybe not actually. I don't know. We shall see. Shall we not? We shall, Lord willing. Some more pearly kinds of things. Yes, there is one more. Okay. Some more. Oh. Sorry for all these kinds of sounds. Sometimes sounds are just easier than words. And that's simple, but I guess true. Like a baby, man. It's not good to be like a baby. But in some ways, I think it is, actually. And a baby just makes sounds. I'm looking for strength, and at this moment, I wish I had a bit more. No, I don't wish. It's all good. But it seems like a little bit more strength would be nice to kind of muster myself a little bit more, to muster some things a bit more. But it's okay. It really is okay. And we're just gonna keep on trucking along. Trucking along. Semi-trucks. Apparently there's a lot more to them than I was once aware of. Like the sorry if my teeth had a little something in them. Sorry for even mentioning that, even now after having found it. Yeah, apparently there's more to semi-trucks, like those little dangly wheels that sit just a little ways off the ground. Apparently those are actually very, like, engineered, I guess. Very particular the way they are. So that if they hit the ground, like, they offer a kind of a support, but you should keep them skimming, I guess is what I heard, so that they warm up and they don't go from cold to hot. Much more. There's more to meets the eye than so much. Like, so much so that in some ways, it's sometimes, maybe it's even good to kind of just, like, I don't know, let go of some of that stuff. Like, you just almost, I mean, it's true, you can't know, like, everything. I mean, I've known some guys who seem to know a lot about a lot. And that's good. It's good to know a lot, I think, about a lot, if you can. Maybe it's even better to know a lot about a little. Interesting thought. But you can't know even a little about everything. And that's just kind of one of the realities. Because everything is huge, man. So huge. It's so huge, I think, that you can't even know what everything is. Though the Lord has put eternity into man's heart, yet such that he cannot find it out or something, or find out what will happen to him, or find out. I can't remember what the scripture says. The Lord has put eternity into man's heart, yet such that he, I don't know, will not know what is before or what his end is. Yet such that he does not know. Someone in the chat, look up this scripture for me. The Lord has put eternity into man's heart, yet such something. That is what I really would like to know at this time. Alright, so I'm not having much success in finding this piece over here, which I really was hoping to find. Maybe it's this? Oh, that would have been lit. Maybe I'll move onward from it. So it's none of those. I don't like the guess and check method. It just feels, I don't know, mechanical in a place where, oh, there she is. There. It's powerful. It's powerful stuff. I've spoken on a lot of things already tonight, yet there's so much more to speak. And you know what? I'm sorry, but I'm just gonna have to finish this thing, I really think, because I mean, I committed to do it. And I basically knew what I was getting into. Sounds like my roommates are home. And so I'm gonna have to see this thing through and just figure it out. And I'm not by myself in it because of you. You are there with me. Thank you. I love you. Man, I'm excited for that pretzel. Well, I was just talking earlier about eating things, man, and getting too into it. And actually, it's a serious thing. And gluttony is a serious, it's a serious thing. I mean, it kills people, and even those whom it doesn't kill bodily, it certainly like causes so much pain and hurt. I think for so many other people. So gluttony is a serious thing, like not to be joked about. Um, so yeah, actually, of course, I don't want to be a glutton. Oops. But yeah, it's true, man. Like I have struggled a bit in the past with overeating, and so it's kind of, I guess, interesting then that now I'm talking about being excited for a pretzel or for whatever else. And there's a ladybug. Yes, I say a lady in the room here with me, and unfortunately, she was flying in circles. You do hate to see that, but now she seems to be just kind of crawling around. What's she looking for? I know not. I guess a friend, same as all of us. And here I see the door is opening. Oh, wow.
Pretzel enters view.
Thank you very, very much. Wow. Petoskey Pretzel Company?
Took us an hour to walk there.
Wait, really? You
No,
walked?
it was like 20 minutes.
Oh, but you walked.
Yeah, we walked there.
Okay,
Yeah, it was
nice.
a good walk. We went to the park,
Nice.
the tunnel, too.
Oh, that's a great spot.
Yeah, it was pretty cool.
Nice. Well, thank you very much. Wow.
You know, it's something like a braless wife, but you know, Ninja Kai got you there, but you know, it's something, right?
Oh yeah, we were considering walking in shirtless. Literally the pretzel. You're lucky we didn't. Right.
Peace. Well, look at this. Look what they've brought me. It smells like a mall with your Auntie Anne's, your Auntie Anne's, and everything in between. Thank you, Lord, for this food because it'll be blessed. When I said earlier that lime tortilla chip was delicious, I hadn't even dreamed of this pretzel. No, this pretzel is very, very tasty. Very, very, very tasty. Wow. Wow. That thing is insane. Absolutely insane. Wow. I gotta tell you, this thing is insane. Thank you. Thank you. We can't pause puzzling for too long. But it's worth some time to just appreciate this thing. Let's see if I can give you some of the experience by doing this. Ready? Observe. Sorry. My hope is that you can kind of experience and see what it is that I'm working with there. By observing the crumb. That chewy texture. Sorry. You can see what I'm experiencing a little, I hope. I hope you can taste of my experience. I truly hope you can. Because it is a pleasant one. What a pleasant pretzel and a pleasant puzzle. Pleasant pretzel present puzzle. This pretzel was a present. A pleasant present puzzle. A pleasant present pretzel. With a bit of prescient puzzle. Wonderful. Mm-mm-mm. I think I said last week how I was reading Tom Sawyer at the moment, and I still am. And a wonderful, very nice line from Tom Sawyer goes something like, "It was a beautiful spring day, and in the heart of every person was a song, and if the heart was young, the song issued out at the lips." And I just love that. In our youth, let us rejoice. Let us rejoice and enjoy the pretzels. Yet, let us not squander it. Alright, so we're making some nice progress here. Puzzling progress with the pretzel part of the purpose. No. Part of the plan. The pretzel was part of the puzzling plan. Wow. Wonderful. Thank you, Lord. Well, I think I'll save that last little piece of that pretzel for a more purposeful point in this puzzle. That is to say, yeah, I'm going to wait a little while till an interesting moment comes up. And that is the moment that I'll choose to chew that pretzel. Man, it was really good. I think that was like a 10-minute little interlude, 5 to 10 minutes of just my pleasure. So thanks for sitting through that. Oh, it was very lovely. But not so lovely. I mean, very lovely, but how much praise is a food worthy of? I don't know. Well, we are still doing a puzzle, still making connections, piece by piece, bit by bit, little jig by little jig. And I ain't talking dances, I'm talking connections. Ooh, there's some kind of bar to be had in there, like, we did a little jig, and the connection I ain't talking ain't about the dancing or something. See what I'm saying there? You can use that for your own rap if you so desire. Oh, some little stray connections developing. I think I accidentally tapped twice there. And yes, we're about 3.5 hours in. Oh my, oh my. No, not a time to panic. No such thing as panic. Do not let yourself be alarmed, as the scripture says. Truly, why should you let yourself become alarmed? The Lord takes care of us, yo. He takes care of the birds. Are you not of more value than them? You are of more value than many birds. That's true. Seeing this right here now gives me the strong feeling that this is a kitty sweater. Like, I'm really kind of feeling that this is a kitty sweater. That's what it seems to me, which is good. We're making good progress. This close piece as well. This could even be like that, and it is. But that's not a connection. So we're going to keep moving, keep seeing something. This could actually be a good ways up still. So it could look like that, maybe. A little piece of salt. It feels like so, I don't even know, man. Just like Mr. Rogers or something, which is a great guy to be compared to, but I mean, I was kind of losing my gourd over that pretzel, man. Wait a second. I see a fusion opportunity. What? No. Could it be some kind of thing like this? What? That defies my understanding of the thing. Defies my very understanding. I'm gonna be pretty excited when this connects. Sorry, I've been a bit quiet. I see that I've not lost heart, but you know, you lose some steam. It's hard, man. It takes muscle. It takes muscle to keep moving on something when you're not seeing it coming together. So I wasn't seeing it, I confess. But now that I am, I'm gaining some steam. And I'm going to be quite excited, I think, when that steam forges a path from the kitty to the edge. For that moment, my dear friends, that will be a moment in which many of our efforts, many of our farms to connect an element spoken of previously will begin to produce, and some fruit will come, I truly believe. And then excitement. And with excitement, energy. And with energy, more pieces. And with more pieces, the coming to of our finale, followed by, well, I don't know, rejoicing at the finale, I guess, and looking for the next puzzle to do. But you gotta focus on one thing at a time here. So, kind of just looking forward to taking care of this puzzle. It doesn't seem to be a connection. My goodness. Perhaps it is. I'll mark it for now. Let's see here. Keeping on going. I guess maybe we didn't get that one before. There's kind of, yeah, you really do notice there's more nuance to it. The more you look at it, the more you start to catch some of that. Like, I'm looking for, these whiskers have a little bit. Now I'm kind of getting some gluten fog in my head, but that's okay. We're going to keep on going. Being patient and understanding. Looking for that potential piece for there. And this is not very engaging. It's like I've got so much juice, only so much, and the juice can go into the puzzle or the speaking, but in training this, see, I guess I'm building up more juice so that hopefully the amount of juice that I give to either speaking or puzzling will soon be able to be given to both. And that will just be wonderful, I think. To be able to use some mental faculty like that while also rambling on and on. That will be pretty sick to see. And we are making some nice progress here. I think I marked it. And I'm gonna kind of keep trying to follow this trail and see where it leads. Follow the yellow brick road. And I guess this is the golden stitching upon our royal kitty's garment here that I'm tracing. And I appreciate whoever knit it, because oh snap, we are getting somewhere, folks. We have a good lead here. Because yeah, the golden lining there is really helping us do a number on this puzzle. Not quite, not quite. We're close, we're close. And with every little drop, with every little piece, we keep moving, we keep growing, we keep learning. To learn is a great blessing. To learn, to have that capacity, is a great thing. I'm thinking this kind of goes like this. I'm thinking, but I don't know. And somehow, could it be like this? Maybe it curves under C? Under C. Under the C. Everything's better. Down where it's wetter. Under the sea. Intriguing, isn't it? Alright, so, oh, I've got some blurry gold with similar colors there. My thought is there's a connection to be found. Maybe I could find some other compelling thing to speak on. Or perhaps this is just a time of puzzle doing. Maybe I'm just gonna, I'll ride this wave out for a sec, if the Lord will allow me to, and we'll see here if it, if it's to be written, or if it's good, or if it's just poorer content. Poorer, yes, there is poor, and then there is poorer, and I hope this is not poorer content. I want not poor content, but exquisite content. What does content even refer to? Something within something, I think. So, all this emphasis on content, you have to ask, what is the content within? I mean, what are the bounds with which the content occupies? That's my question. With all this content, what is the true, if there is one, and I guess what I'm getting at is that there potentially isn't, though I know I'm speaking in such an abstract way here. What is the bounds, the true bounds of the content that we see so much of? How much content can there be? As I've said earlier, when I say everything is just too gigantic to speak on. But even content, there is seemingly content for everything, but not everything. No, not everything. No. There is more content possible than you or I could even comprehend or consider or concentrate upon, you see. And I'm going to have another bite of this pretzel to refill the dopamine within my synapses. Be strengthened to finish this thing out. To run it to the very end. That was my first connection in a while. And I only realized it because when I hit the button, I realized it's been a while since I hit that button. Which makes me wonder, maybe we should add buttons to things of various kinds and forms and methods. Things that need reminder, or things which people will tend to zone out into. That make any sense? Probably not a lot. And that's by some miracle. You're following me all the way through with this. And if you are, oh my goodness, if you are, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I don't see how you can. I truly don't see. But I believe that you could. Somehow. Why? Because everything is very, very big. This kind of feels like the end, the desert end of a particular saga in this puzzle doing experience. Almost like we're reaching the end of one chapter, almost ready to peek into another, but not quite. There's a quiet waiting period where we're just walking through the desert, step by step, until that glorious city peeks over the horizon. Come, oh, come quickly, you hidden city, reveal yourself with all your splendors. Yet the Lord will not allow it before its time, for he causes all things to be beautiful in their season. Man, I still got some pieces that are like hidden under other pieces. I guess I've been so busy on these different piles that I've kind of neglected the whole of my puzzle domain here. Oh, nope. Well, keeping on moving. I am hopeful still that we'll be able to find a little bit more and carry out this endeavor a little further. What I mean is the particular endeavor within this puzzle of these gold sewing, this gold stitching. I'm confident that we can continue to find a couple more connections in there. So that's what I'm going to keep looking to be doing. Checking for... Oh, maybe this one? Oh, did I just do that one twice? I don't know. Man, so there's some kind of... Maybe I can quickly find something like this. No? I'm looking for... No. Oh, here's something. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's maybe more like it. Okay. Do I say K after I do every single one? That's just something for my family, I think. Like, sorry, I'm coming back a bit. I think we say K. You know, families have different things. Families are one of the ways that there is as much abundance as there is because families exist. It creates all kinds of other interesting things. I'm not having a psychotic break. I am here with you, my friend. I am here with you. I guess it could also be that. Oh my. Yes, it could. I'm going to wait on that, but it could be that this needed to be flipped. Though I'm not seeing a lot of clues which would. Wait. No. Yeah, not seeing a lot of clues that would indicate that that's the case. So I'm going to keep waiting on that, except for this. This is the main thing that's keying me in on the idea that perhaps this is upside down. But we'll have to see. Maybe I can put some more of the sunset pieces over there. I'm excited for the next time I do this. I'm hoping to really devote a bit more energy into. Oh, here's that piece. I was looking for it and it was so nearby. Almost coming up on 100 connections. And as you know, as I always say, the further you go, the quicker they come. Ooh, that's not a bad way to say it. The further you go, the quicker they come. Ooh, I actually like that. The further you go, the quicker they come. And so, as we go, it's fun because there's always an easy grounds for hope. You can have hope in this puzzle doing process easily. There is something to assist your having of hope. And that is the fact that the further you go, the quicker they come. That's quite nice. The further you go, the quicker they come. It's true of many things, I think. Many things. Let it burst through, Lord. Let it burst through. Yet, let your will be done above all. Maybe some more indication that this should be flipped. Still not going to do it quite yet. The bottom here is in focus. That's a bit out of focus, but I'm really starting to almost be convinced now that this should be flipped. I'm thinking it might be. It might be, but we're going to keep waiting on it. We're going to keep waiting on the world to change. Yeah. Waiting. It's crazy how songs that are popular often touch on very deep, self-evident truths, I think. And the song kind of offers some vehicle so that your system accepts it. It's almost like chelated vitamins. You chelate them so that your body doesn't freak out and accepts them when it consumes them, when it takes them in. And I guess that's what like a song is. It's like a way to chelate a truth so that the body will accept it. You can actually learn it that way. And maybe that's why, kids learn well through songs. And that's a well-known thing that even like preschool, little kids, you can teach them by making things into songs. That is really interesting, actually. I think there's a lot more profoundness than one might realize when it comes to that topic. Like, that is so interesting. Like, things are more readily accepted when you put them in a song. It's almost like propaganda. Now that's an interesting concept. You can do hardcore propaganda when you put it in music. That's true. And that's why artists are warriors. And as it was said, it is better to be a warrior in a garden than a gardener in a war. That's just some crazy stuff, but maybe it's true. Maybe. Oh, wait a sec. Is this a tiny piece of the sweater of our kitty? Our heroic kitty? Could this kitty be like this too? I believe it could. But only time will tell. Alright. Yeah, I'm going to try and grind a bit more, I think, on this kitty. See what we can get going. I'm seeing something like this. Maybe. Keep going, keep moving, keep trucking. And yeah, as I was saying a lot last week, there's another connection. We got one more connection, and we're at 100. That'll be grounds for a little bit more celebration. Not a lot, not going overboard. Probably not pretzel time quite yet, but still some more celebration. I'm gonna try this one, even though I don't think. Nope. So yes. Nope, but close. Need some red on the end. You know, I'm thinking about, man, that ladybug is making a little den over there. Where are you? Come, my eyes. Find my friend. I don't know. This ladybug has caused a large ruckus in my own soul. Kind of. Maybe this could even be like this. Unlikely, but man, I'm stumped on this. This is again where someone with better like visual. I think. No, I don't know what I do. I think my porthole into the world is small, but intense. So I can look at things intensely through a small hole. So it's like I can take in very little information at once, but I take it in clearly, it seems. But I don't know about all that, and who am I to speak about myself like that? But we will keep moving, we will keep trying. This does sort of follow the curve, but it's just tricky. It's just tricky. Man. I'm gonna keep trying to follow this, see where it goes. See if I can grab a few more connections. And Lord, please do help me. And I keep on waiting on the world to change. Keep on moving, till this puzzle gets rearranged into the shape that it's going to be, you know, which is a grid-like structure where everything works in beautiful unison. I know you want to see it. I do too. Come on. Look, it's coming. It's coming along quite nicely. And I'm confident we're going to get there together, you and me. You and me. I'm singing now. It might be the gladness in my heart from that bread. Partially. One thing that I've learned is that no amount, really, of excellent food can contend with the joy of the Lord. Like, those who devote themselves to the eating of certain meats do not profit from it. That's a hardcore thing. Let's just leave it there. Music is beautiful. Did you know that? I bet you did. But how did you know? Because you've seen it. seen it? Who has seen it? All right. We're gonna keep moving here. Looks like that one might go there. Nope. Oh, it really looks like it would though. Maybe it's near? There's that ladybug again. Trying to get me to heed its every call. But I shan't. I shan't, I say. Let's see. Oh, could this be a connection? Could this be? It is, but not worthy of a click. Not quite. Not quite. We're almost looking at something over here. Possibly like this or something. Could this be? Nope. So this pearly stuff. There's all kinds of different pearly things. All kinds of different pearly things. Pearly, pearly, pearly. Pearly things. Thanks for hanging with me, folks. If you're still here, I do appreciate you. I truly do. And I'm sorry if my talk of love is frightening to you. But as the Chronicles of Narnia said, is he safe? No, of course he's not safe. But he's the king, and he loves us. And I'm trying to be like that. And love is an intense thing. Absolutely. So, certainly is. I hear some commotion outside. I guess that's just what you deal with when you're a streamer. You know, but you're living in an apartment. Not but, as though I wish I wasn't. I'm very glad to be here, and with my good friends, no less. I do want to hang with them. I guess that's another thing that I'm excited about getting done with this puzzle. Not that I want to leave your presence. I love hanging out with you. I really do. I really do. I really do. But, you know, it's kind of like ketchup's good, mustard's good, both are good. But I don't know where I'm going with it. I guess I was kind of thinking like two things can be good and not conflicting, and that's true. There's another connection. And yeah, so I'm excited to hang with you, and I'm enjoying it. And also at the same time, I'm excited to hang with them. And there is so much time to hang. So much hang time, you might say. A surfer might say that. Or perhaps even a skateboarder. I thought of this thing. Surf the pave, surf the wave. What about surf the Puzz, though? Whoever came up with that didn't consider that. Didn't consider that third extreme sport. The sport of puzzling. The sport of extreme jigsaw puzzling. So I think this is supposed to be 2. Oh, my brother was right. I think my brother was right. It's a complicated problem. But we'll figure it out. We will figure it out. And I keep on waiting on the world to change. The people. Not going up there today. No, sir, not today. You know, I was in a hotel recently for my friend's wedding. My dear friend, my dear friend. I'm going to take another bite of this. And there was a Peloton in the lobby. Or, sorry, not in the lobby. Now, that would be unusual. In the weight room. So, I'd never ridden one before. So I decided to try it. And I gotta say, I wasn't a huge fan. Oh. I wasn't a huge fan of the particular class that I joined, the class that I joined. But I can get down with the Peloton, and I see why it's very enticing for some. I guess it's similar to what I was just talking about, where music helps people learn things. The music also just seems to help you get into the rhythm, and they would have you pedal with the rhythm. This isn't an ad for Peloton or anything, but I get it. That's all I'm trying to say. It's kind of it helps take the edge off, honestly, in some ways. It really does. To just keep it in with that music, have some different things to focus on, maybe just listen to the teacher, the coach, the leader, and just kind of vibe out. It's like I'm thinking about, to touch on this topic again here briefly, hopefully probably not for too long, playing basketball. I love to play basketball. I haven't played it actually in quite some time, and that's because I hurt my knee, and so I tore my ACL actually, so I got that repaired, and it was during basketball that I injured my ACL, that I tore it in the first place. And so I basically said to myself, it's not worth entering into that state again that I was in post tear. And so I just decided I'm not going to ever play basketball again. And I think I will make some exceptions to that rule, in certain occasions when it would be most beneficial. But overall, yeah, that's been my rule, and so far I've stuck to it. Though it's been quite difficult because, like I said, I love basketball. But anyway, where I was going with that is when I would play basketball, I would be dog tired, to use one expression. And I mean tired, man. Like, I would be gassed, and I'd be like, no, but come on, we gotta keep going. But it wouldn't really hurt, so to speak. Like, it still felt good, kind of, yeah. And so I guess I'm just saying that to say, with Pelotons and with a lot of things, it can feel good even when you're hurting pretty bad, I think, which is interesting. Ooh, I see. So now this is kind of coming together. This is almost like my edge. This kitty is kind of almost like the edge. I think it's going to help kind of, maybe this will be, maybe you can see that better if I don't want to, maybe like, so I go all the way, versus like that. Have to experiment with that too. So I got two things now. Figure that out and experiment with lighting. Okay, I can remember those couple of things for next week, as well as the multitude of other things that I already have planned to upgrade this experience. There's a few friends that I'm excited to send this stream to, but it does seem that I can't send it quite yet. Like, I can't bring myself to. I guess that's because, I don't know, it's nice to have something grow organically. That's one aspect of it. It's like, I would rather it already be a more developed thing, a more developed product when I share it with them. I think that's fair. Right now, like, even companies and like demos and building and beta phases and things, and sketches for that matter, construction blueprints, there's like a part of building things where we like to to just have a rough frame where you can kind of experiment and explore with things, and then you can kind of go in and work out the details. Top-down mixing, so to compare it to. And so yeah, not quite really ready to fully release this thing. Not really ready to fully promote it, I don't think. And that's the way with a lot of this kind of brand that I'm hoping to build. And I don't know how this avenue will play into all that, or you know, about a lot of these things, to be honest. But that's kind of one of the things that I'm thinking about here, as we're moving forward. And you, yes, you can be on that journey with me. So join me, my friend. Join me. Doesn't take much. Just gotta reach out to me on Twitter, and if you do, well, we can be friends, man, and it'll be awesome. Hopefully. Maybe it won't be. You know, I can't really promise anything like that. I mean, that's the thing about any relationship, and this would be a relationship of sorts that I'm proposing on this abstract and probably pointless, though maybe not, mental expedition. It is a relationship, see. It is. It's a relationship through the World Wide Web, the internet. I like calling the internet the World Wide Web. It almost reminds me of, I don't know, olden internet days. Like, I don't know, man, back when things were just, I don't know, more real or something like that. Let's see. Oh. No, not quite. Getting texts or something. Huh. 8 o'clock on the dot. Would you look at that? We're going to keep moving though, folks. We are going to keep on trucking along here. Not quite there. It is one there though. And there's our connection. Excellent. Excellent. Oh. And now we have 2 corners. And seeing as this doesn't fit, this is definitely the bottom right. Makes me think that it has to be like this, which means that this is going to be like that, which seems to agree, which means we are really developing some perspective. And perspective is valuable. Very, very valuable. So I'm glad to be getting it. Here we go. We're going to keep moving. This might be like the latest in any puzzle that I've worked on that I still don't have the edge. Like, this might be the most that I've developed the inner part without getting the edge. Getting the edge. Getting the upper hand, which we shall, I say. We shall conquer this puzzle together. Maybe I will. Oh, now there's an idea. That's like 3 ideas. Man, I gotta write these down somewhere. Some kind of group puzzle doing thing. Like, what if there was like, oh, that could actually be kind of cool. Like r/place, I think it's called, where you have like a 1,000,000-piece puzzle. And everyone can work on it. Huh. That could be actually pretty cool. That could be very interesting. I hear some commotion outside. As I've said, I'm living in northern Michigan, and I'd rather not say exactly quite where, but you know, it's a popular town in northern Michigan, which, yes, as I've said, there are not very many of, so that does give some clue. But yeah, there's an interesting vibe here, that's for sure. And I'm getting to know that vibe. Oh, that was fortunate. And just kind of growing and developing. I don't know why that was my placeholder. And just kind of growing and developing, and that's true. I guess it's a positive thing. I'm trying to be positive. It takes a lot to do a puzzle like this. And so I think that's just growing and building in every day and every way. I'm getting better and better, so to speak. That's just kind of my mentality right now. That's kind of like my program that I'm running over and over again. And Lord help me, Lord help me, Lord help me. Yes, good. Okay. We're gonna keep moving. I might see if I can work a bit more on the edges now. And we'll keep moving here. And it's good to do difficult things. And I think it's okay to say this is somewhat difficult for me to do. I mean, it's somewhat difficult for me to complete this puzzle. Not extremely, but somewhat. And so I think, yeah, it's good to be doing, and it's fun. Where does this kitty fit in? Could it be like that? Kitty. Oh, it could be. No. Wait a sec. Forearm roughly. I don't know if this puzzle is different dimensions. It could be an upright one though. You know, hot dog instead of hamburger. So that could be interesting. All right, I'm gonna start putting all these almost bluish green pieces on the black background together. And maybe I'll keep. Okay, surely there's the fur and then there's the golden stitching. I think I can get somewhere with one of those two leads. Let's see what we can do. Okay. We can kind of use the direction of the fur, but it is confusing. Like, the fur is tough, man. There's one, praise the Lord. Oops. It's like deceptive. Truly is. Truly is deceptive. But if it wasn't, this thing would be too dang easy. If the puzzle didn't deceive you, if it didn't put up a fight, see, it's like fishing. Fishing and puzzling. Are they similar? What connections can we draw? Well, I suppose they're both activities which are known to be rather tranquil, and yet they both are a fight against a foe. Are all activities that? Are all hobbies a kind of fight against a foe? I guess there are creative hobbies, and then there are, what else? What would we call puzzle doing? If not creative, it is creative, but you're working through something that was already made and made to be done just like this. It's almost like playing a video game. That's a fair comparison, I feel. A puzzle is like a video game. It's an old-fashioned video game. And that's what Grandma tells the grandkids. It's just like your Game Boy. This was our Game Boy back in the day. She's not too wrong, I don't think. All right, this is my pretzel. This is what I have left. I'm breaking it, leaving the bigger piece for later. I'm grabbing another quick dopamine hit. Pardon me for speaking with my mouth open. Very good. Very good. Now, we can keep on moving. So this is interesting because it's an edge piece, but it has red on it. Oh, just like that. So maybe it is just red over here. Are there other edge pieces just red? Let's see. I'm not sure. This piece is interesting too. It's almost all. There's another one. So this really doesn't go, huh? Okay. Edge pieces with red. Must just be very little. But I don't. Oh, is it this? Oh, that is tricky. Not that anyone designed it to be that way, you know. But there are just pieces in a puzzle that are just difficult, man. That are just tricky. Like, they didn't look how you would have thought they would have looked. Maybe that's the way with life, too. Like, some things are just tricky that you can't see the bigger picture on. As I've already said, man, life is a lot like puzzles. And if every problem you face is like one of these pieces, some of them click right in, no prob. But some of them just don't seem to go where you think they would. But still, it's definitely easier once you get some of the other ones out of the way. And as I've said before, as I always say, you might say, the further you go, the quicker they come. The further out you go, the quicker they come. The further you go, the quicker they come. Something like that. Something like that is what I always say. I always say something like that. So, now that is something my family does definitely say. We always say, so. That's our filler word of all of the nor, and, for, but. What are those words? Prepositions? Of all the prepositions, I guess our favorite one is so, which I can respect because so is a good one, man. Like, so, that's how you get into, like, meaning. There's so many deep, powerful so's in the Bible. Like, places where it says so, and you're like, what do you mean, so? How does that connect to that? Then you follow that path for a little while, and you realize some amazing thing. And so I like the word so, and I respect that my family is drawn to it, or something like that. My voice is becoming softer, I'm noticing, which is not a problem. In fact, if I'm going to be doing this, I guess it's better that it should be softer, because then I can speak longer. And if I can speak longer, I can do this more. And I can spend more time with you. And it is quite enjoyable. Now, where is there a need for a ornament, and a apple? Where is there a need for an ornament, topper thingy, to put it in one word? You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about this one right here. Ornament topper thingy, you see? That's how I'm understanding that. It's an ornament topper thingy, but it's also facing the camera, the photographer, the one who took the shot. The shot heard around the world. That was when this kitty was photographed. Certainly, the shot was heard by the kitty, was it not? Seemingly not, because kitties have quick reflexes. This is well known. This is well documented. Science knows it well, that kitties have quick reflexes. And you'd think that if the kitty heard the shot, then it would have looked. But which is quicker? Man's machine, or that which is naturally fast? I guess man's machine, must be honest. When it comes to John Henry, he won. But when it comes to you know, alley cat. Machine wins. Photographer wins. Spin Master Limited. You win. I'm sorry. It's like Willy Wonka. You lose, sir. No. That freaked me out as a kid. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is Willy Wonka, like at the end there. And yes, I do get them twisted, like Willy Wonka and Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. But Willy Wonka's the old one. And at the end of that one, no. Yes, at the end of that one he says, you lose. You stole fizzy lifting drink. And yeah, it freaked me out as a kid, man. It seems so harsh. The world seems so harsh to me in olden times. Like whenever I'd read about some olden time thing, I'd be like, dang, things were harsh. And it's true, honestly. Like I think that insight was correct. Those olden times were much more intense than these times. But, and here's something to be said, perhaps those times that are yet still to come are more intense than both those that have come and those that are. And I do believe that. So, we need to be on our watch. It's hard to know what is the right way to be. Maybe so much of the great moral teaching is teaching us what way should we be? Kind of how should we, you know, be? It's a weird thing. It really is. So I'm seeing, I guess what I'm starting to put together here is maybe there's an additional little piece somewhere of this golden thread. The golden thread which ties together this beautiful piece of art. Well, I suppose if there's anything which ties together this beautiful piece of art, it's going to have to be the kitty herself. Herself? Why are all cats girls? It's just the way it is, man. I don't really get it, but it seems to just be a fact. Oh, wait a sec. Okay. I think this goes like this, which is quite exciting. Which means, dear friends, that the kitty has brought us to the edge. The kitty has brought us to the edge. It's cool because, from your perspective, this looks more like a Coca-Cola illustration, but to me, it's pretty darn photographic. This calls, though, I think, for another nub of this pretzel. And I'll save this last one for a really momentous occasion. Maybe the 200-piece spot. As I said earlier, really gotta be careful about eating. Gotta be careful about what you consume. And as I said earlier, you know, today, this very day, somehow, as a 25-year-old man, I've discovered that eating too much truly does make you tired. So I'm excited to implement that in the time to come. Because here's actually a secret. I like to work out. It might not look like it, man, at this moment, but I do like to work out. And one big secret, I guess you could kind of say, I mean, yeah, it's kind of like a secret little hack, if you will, to working out that I've found personally is realizing that it truly is like a drug. And no, I'm not saying the thought of being in the gym is like a drug. Or, I mean, not that, nor the thought of being, I think that was the appropriate number of clicks, 120 now. Nor am I saying, yeah, the thought of being ripped or whatever, very, fit is the thing that is addictive. No. Maybe that's how some people have interpreted it. Maybe that's how it is for some people. But what I'm saying is that literally, physiologically, it is addictive. Maybe not even necessarily addictive, but it is like a drug. It is pleasurable to my body to work out. Like, you feel good. And for me, I literally feel better. Like, I worked out this morning because I knew that I was going to be streaming. I thought, I cannot miss it today because I feel just better, seemingly like in a deep, deep way when I work out. Specifically, it seems like resistance train, which means, lifting weights. So yeah, a big secret to like staying consistent with it. Not that again I can talk. The wisdom of a poor man is despised, and perhaps in this field I'm somewhat poor, but hopefully I can stick with it, Lord willing. And yeah, a piece of it that I have found and do believe in is that when you realize that it literally feels good, it makes you feel better. It's almost like swallowing a strong cup of alcohol, a strong shot of alcohol. It burns on the way down, but you don't really like. Even at a party, you're like, "Oh man, it burns, bro, it burns." But in your heart, you're kind of thinking, "But I'm excited about what it's gonna do to me." And I guess that's kind of how I look at working out in the short term, and ultimately, I am trying to glorify the Lord ultimately by tending this thing well, and making it as pleasant as I can. I mean, but in the short term, that's a helpful thing. It really is. Just realizing that it's like a drug. And sorry, that was kind of a whole thing, but I'm excited to look at food and eating that way too. That if I just don't eat as much, it's gonna be tricky because I'm trying to eat a lot of protein too. But if I just don't eat as much, I'll get that wonderful um, sharpness that I want. And I've known men specifically, it seems like, who are older, who like don't eat anything. Men who work hard jobs. I'm talking about like carpenters and like bricklayer kinds of gentlemen who don't don't eat breakfast or lunch, or just have a tiny little breakfast or lunch, and they just whop down a huge dinner. And there might be something to be said for that, especially it seems like maybe for men. I guess that's kind of like the warrior diet, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Like, you just eat a big old dinner, because you're going to war during the day, man. And yes, an army travels on its stomach, but I think a warrior, you know, I don't know, doesn't connect quite as strongly as I thought it did. Kind of like that piece that I just put in, which didn't connect quite as strongly as I thought it did. But yeah, there's something to be about being a warrior too, where you don't gorge yourself. Gorging yourself, that's like fat and slow. But eating a little bit for strength makes you thin and strong. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Only a few things I do know. Or as Mother Teresa said, I do not know anything, but I believe. And that's the way to be in a lot of cases, I think. Well, we're moving along nicely. I feel like our easy connections are dwindling. And perhaps this is revealing something of my shortcomings as a man. Because I'm finding it difficult. Sorry about that. I'm finding it difficult to, you see, it's like I don't want to move on to this stuff while the easy stuff is still here. It's almost like I have to be forced into a corner to have the hard stuff be my only escape, I guess, in order to do it, which is a horrible, horrible thing. It's a boyish trait. I'm trying to undo it. So maybe I'll start right now. But then there also is something, I guess, says my boyish part, maybe, to attacking what is efficient. I mean, in a crossword, you take care of the easy words first to help make the hard stuff a little easier. So I get that, but at some point, like, it does become harder, and you might as well put in a little bit of effort while you can to taking care of some of the hard stuff too. So I'm you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to push some of these pieces again toward the center, and I'm going to again look for the edges here and start putting together those edges again. My thought from what I'm seeing now is that this is going to be this corner, this is going to be this corner. I guess I'm now thinking fairly confidently, since I know these corners are secure, I think, that this is actually the top. But it could be over on this side. Yes, it could be over on this side. But it's at least 3 pieces deep. Hold on. Okay. Let me see if I can find one of those. No. Let's see, look around a little bit here. See if we can see one that slips in there. And we're very focused on the puzzle right now. Earlier, my friends were here, we were chatting, having a silly old time. And you know, it was very oriented toward philosophizing. But now I'm locked in on this puzzle. And maybe that's just how the streams will go, man. Like, we'll just talk about whatever we want to talk about. And then we'll kind of end it a little bit more on puzzle time. I mean, that's when we'll, you know, as the kids do say, we will have to lock in eventually. That's what I'm trying to do right now. I'm trying to lock that thing. Oh, I didn't even notice there's an edge. Okay, well, that's actually a little bit helpful. See if I can get it over there. Clear a path. Sorry for making those bumps. For bringing more chaos to our wild, disordered world here on the puzzle table. Man, what if there were like specific puzzling tables? What would be the best table for a puzzle? This one's pretty good. This is just like a lifetime plastic table. It's got like a nice rough texture. You know, it keeps the pieces from slipping around. It's not glass. I feel like glass isn't great. Like, you kind of get like some like stickiness or some weird stuff with glass. So this is like a nice, somewhat rough texture, which I feel like is pretty darn good. It's also white background, which makes the pieces pop almost no matter what. Because I feel like a lot of puzzles, maybe a winter puzzle or something, would be, you know, white themed or white heavy. Whoops. But it you know, it makes the pieces pop on a lot of puzzles, I would imagine, the white background there. So that's useful. And we're moving along quite nicely now. So let's see what we got here. Trying this. See, it looks like just about a perfect match, but I'm afraid not. I don't know if you could see that. I guess not. So let's keep moving. Where are we? Some of this kind of coming through. So this is actually an ornament, I think. Now that was one of those ones that I wouldn't have thought of. But where does this go? Maybe it goes near to this. Maybe, just maybe. I think it does. Let me see if these other ones kind of want to play along with this guy. Let's see if you want to play. You want to play tough guy, huh? You want to play Mr. Tough Guy? I can't believe, like, that one totally looks like it would go. And so does this one, to be honest. Wow, but they don't. That means that probably one that doesn't look at all like it should will. Like that one. Someone's alarm clock is going off outside. Someone's car alarm clock. You know, it's crazy. Those alarm clocks that come in cars are so loud, they just wake everyone up. It's like they're trying to, I don't even know, alarm someone of a burglar or something. That was a stupid joke, I'm sorry. Let's see what we got here. Here's another one. Maybe finish off that ear. And once again, the kitty is the key. The kitty is the key, ladies and gentlemen. Folks. Yeah, I'm thinking that this is this corner now. I don't know where this fits in. I don't know where that fits in, but it is fun to have these big floating pieces kind of, and kind of to sort of see them come together slowly here. This one too. Now this is another mystery. Oh, wait a sec. This is looking like, oh yeah, shoot, it's been sitting there for a long time, which you probably know. And again, as I said before, that's just going to be something about watching this puzzle stream is like you yourself, you know, watching it can kind of make connections as well. The only thing is doing so is somewhat frustrating probably because you want to make them faster or slower in certain cases than me. Which would mean that, well, I don't know. I guess it's kind of like seeing the solution in your head without being able to manifest it by your own strength is frustrating sometimes. I guess that's another reason why if I'm going to do this a lot, and if it's going to be interesting to people, I feel like I just have to get wicked good at, wicked good is an oxymoron, I guess, but wicked good at puzzles because I want to be quicker than anyone. I mean, I just want to be able to like knock these things out so that, yeah, there's no wait, there's no frustration, or as little as possible, because of course it simply can't be avoided when a number of people are watching and I'm just one man. I wonder if this goes over here actually. Possibly. Again and again. This red goldy stuff is tripping me up. Alright, I'm putting them over here in detention. Don't mess with me, kid. Don't mess with the bull, or you get the horns. Simple as that. But I'm not the bull. No, I'm not the bull. Who is? There's a connection. Been a while since I made one of those, I think. Where are we at? No, detention. I'm just gonna leave that. No, I'm not. Let's see what we can do. Not you. But that did sound like her name. So I ain't mad. Ah, there's that. Maybe like that. It's like these little mini games, like Mario Party. When I was younger, here's something to look into, which I think is pretty funny and cool. Mario Party 5 for the GameCube. Pretty good game. I think it has pretty good reception. Very much colored by nostalgia, I'm sure, as a lot of the Mario Party games are. But they're fun. And of course, they have all the different things that come with Mario Party games, like, you know, tearing apart friendships and whatnot. But what this Mario Party game had, which I don't know of other Mario Party games having, is this hockey mini game. It had these sports mini games, which were like pretty full games. Like we had this game for the Wii, like Mario Sports Mix, but Mario Party 5 for the GameCube basically had Mario Sports Mix like built right into it. A very dumbed down version of it, but it had this hockey game, Mario Party Hockey, And my friends and I, some of whom you've now met on this very stream, were so into this one mini game. It was a hockey mini game that we literally like made a whole league out of it. And I had like all these guys over to my house, my parents' house there, in the Metro Detroit area, and yeah, we had like this tournament one day, um, and it was just funny that it's one little mini game in Mario Party, and it turned into this whole thing, and it was fun. It was almost like a very, from my perspective, what made it kind of cool was it was like an archetype almost of sports. Like it was an archetype of a team sport. There was like 2-on-2, I think, maybe 3-on-3. You had like an auto goalie, and you just like moved around. You could pass or shoot or like check. You know, you could check like with your body. You could like slam into the other guy, and that was like all you could do. So it was very just simple. It's not complicated. It's just like fundamentals. You just have to use and work on your fundamentals, and using those basic building blocks. There was like, of course, an infinite variety of plays and situations, but it was just cool. Yeah, like those simple building blocks resulted in so much fun and interest, and I did kind of see it as like an archetype for sports, an archetype for team sports. So I don't know. That was a fun little thing. Just thought I'd share about Mario Party Hockey, Mario Party 5 hockey minigame. Very fun. I'd love to play that anytime. Well, my voice could use a rest, but I think we're not quite far enough along here to warrant one. I'm not going to take a rest, but I'm saying I could use one. Let's just put these kinds of guys a little separate. Here's another one of the perplexing. Oh. No? This has been a mysterious one. Tricky one. Throughout the whole puzzle. This has been a problem piece. You know, you got your problem children. Those are those ones that don't want to fit in with the other boys and girls. And then, of course, you have your problem pieces, which are quite the same. And they don't want to fit in, so you must force them until they comply with your every command. We're coming up on the halfway mark, which, as I always say, the further you go, the quicker they come. And so I think is actually much further than the halfway point. I think it's really closer to like the 3/4 mark. That's what I'm hoping for. So we're making good progress. We're moving right along. We're doing well. We're keeping on. We're keeping going, keeping going, keeping going. Keeping going, keeping going, keeping going. Keeping going, keeping going, keeping going, keeping going, keeping going, keeping going, keeping going. Man, Robin Williams. Lord bless him. Yeah. I don't know. I know with his, well, I'd rather not talk about his death. Yeah. I just won't. Oh, here's another one of these. Oh, and it's an edge piece. Ah, it kind of clues me in on a couple things. Might also give some answers. Some of the answers I was looking for. Do a quick stretch. Don't want to be doing a lot of that. Stay engaged now. Stay clicking. Stay viewing. Stay watching. Stay with me, gang. Stay with me, folks. We're going to get somewhere. We're going to do this thing. You and me. All the way. Let's do it. Let's go. Come on. Come on. Come on. Yeah, I guess next week I'll probably look for a 200 or 250 piece puzzle. That seems like a good range. This might be just ever so slightly above my range. But that's okay. That's okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna do now what I said. I actually forgot that I said that, but I'm gonna start working more on the edges. So let me start, like, these are kind of similar. How can I get rid of? Just need to start going. Yeah, if I can find some of this edge, some of that top edge, I think it'll be helpful. Oh, and there's the police. Lord, please be with them. Oh. Here's this. Okay. Where are we? Here's some more that kind of fit that vibe. Alright, I'm putting those ones. That does. I'm looking for grassy, bluish, greenish edge pieces. Grassy, bluish, greenish edge pieces. Wait a sec, this one feels like these ones. There. Okay. Another connection. I only need one more of those. Do I have it? This one? No. Okay. We'll keep moving. Sorry, I'll try to keep making this entertaining. But I'm struggling to look. Okay, and these are kind of like mid-grade range ones. Sort of focused in, but. No. Yeah, these are all kind of like detail ones. This kind of goes here. That one. That one doesn't, but that one does. Yeah, those are yellowish kinds of ones. Mid-grade-ish. These are all mid-grade kind of things, which goes along with this, it looks like. Maybe. This maybe looks like there's some of that. Some of that. Hear that scratch? Good old satisfying scratch. Whoops. That was already like that. That seems to go. I guess there's many reasons for starting with the edge, which I was just beginning to think about in my own head. One of them is that edge pieces, like, there are only 3 possible connection points, so it's kind of easier. And you know, like, if you see 2 edge pieces, they only go one of 2 ways. Like, the one goes to the one, or you rearrange them, and the one goes to the one. So it kind of makes it easier to get some more connections quickly. And then, of course, you get the cave effect for your whole puzzle. Like, you get a whole inner surface that you can work off of. That's insanely valuable. Which I think is going to change my opinion then, too, on ever not starting with the edge. Like, even if there's a really strong, seemingly compelling reason not to, I think I might still just have to abide by the timeless wisdom to start with the edge, because I'm paying for it on this one, I think. Not that we're in a bad situation. It's like when you're working with someone. I learned this from this lady that we were working with recently, this company that I was working for. We botched the job. We arrived late, okay? I won't give too many details about it, but we arrived late. We botched the job. She had every right to be angry with us. I guess sort of we were helping her out on some level. Maybe you could kind of say that. But we should have been better. We were late. And she had every right, I felt like, to just open up, and just bite into us. But the thing is, when you do that and you need something done, like, people aren't more willing to work with you when you get angry. And people aren't more willing to work when it's hopeless. So you're better off humbling yourself, I guess, and kind of taking it upon yourself and digging deeper yourself. And, just staying positive, I guess, yeah. Which is painful sometimes. It is. I do not deny that. But you can just get better results. It's as simple as that if you want to look at it, from a purely utilitarian perspective. It's just more effective to be positive. Positivity is more useful, it's just more effective than negativity. Simple as that. Okay, this looks like it's kind of over here actually. Let me bring all that. Whoops. I think I might have actually lost a connection in this one. Like, I think I did one, and then I was thinking, like, oh, I'll just go right back, and then, immediately put it back. And I think I just lost it. So if you saw that, reach out to me on Twitter and let me know. And give me a tag or a clip of when that happened. And I'll laugh at myself with you. And we can laugh together, you and I. We can say, ha 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 ha. And that goofy goober B-man will never do it again. Never make that mistake again. It's like at this summer camp that I went to. Oh man, if anyone from that summer camp is watching this, I don't know what they think, but there used to be this tradition in the dining hall where if somebody dropped stuff in the dining hall, like they dropped their plate, yeah, it stinks, it's embarrassing. But we had this tradition where everyone would clap. And it wasn't a fun or nice tradition. Like, it was like totally, like, I don't know, just to rub it in or whatever so that they won't do it again, I guess. But nobody, it's kind of crazy. When the first guy raised his voice to say we shouldn't do that, I remember thinking at that time, like, how dare he? How dare he break our tradition? I'm embarrassed to say that. But really, that was not a good tradition. Like, yes, maybe there's some utility to, like, it makes kids be a little more careful, but no one wants to drop all their crap. Like, it's already embarrassing. You really don't have to heap it on. I don't know. Different perspectives, I guess. But yeah, I remember thinking, like, what are you doing, bro? This is like a long-standing tradition. We always clap when somebody drops their crap. And the crap, the drop your crap clap. And I just came up with that. So don't put that silly thing on the camp. But yeah, I really do think he was right. Now that I'm thinking on it, it's not cool. Now, however, when maybe a differing thing or a thing that I hold a different opinion on is when somebody breaks one of the rules in the dining hall, which is not necessarily, it can be done by accident, but if you put a little bit of pressure on that, I think it could be good actually. So maybe I still hold firm to that tradition where there were particular rules, and when someone breaks them, you would put a particular kind of, chastisement upon that particular camper, and the whole dining hall would join in. And yeah, it's intense, man. It's an old-fashioned thing to do. The camp is old. Old camp. You know what, I'll say it, I'll shout it out. Camp Hailwinna. That's the camp it was. And it's a good place. And yes, they had that tradition and a bunch of weird traditions, as many places have, but it really is a good place. I mean, I can't recommend going there enough. Well, that's not quite true, but it's a good place, I think. It does a lot for kids to go to summer camp. And I believe in summer camp. And I loved that place, and I do love it. They got a new director. I'm stoked about that, and I'm excited about the whole thing. It's sweet. So they, like me, in this puzzling situation, must keep on moving. Get busy living or get busy dying. Reminds me of what a wise man I've known once said. We were driving by this old town, and I guess he was saying something like, man, I remember when that town was like, nothing more than a bump on a log, so to speak. Or, he was saying that he remembers when it wasn't very much, it wasn't much to it. And I said something that I believed, and still believe to some extent, like, man, isn't it a shame when a beautiful small town like that, becomes this corporate or like commercialized thing? And he said something interesting to me that I have retained since he said it. He was like, well, yeah, I used to think so too, until I realized this, that unless a town grows and advances in some way, it dies. And that's happened to a lot of different towns. And I guess I wonder how many of those towns could have avoided that fate by accepting new direction, stepping forward into the future instead of trying to hang on to their cute little small town status. You know what I'm saying? Mate? So, something to think on for you. Well, that was a nice little saga, and this is kind of the edge saga of this one, the late edge saga. Did that go? I don't know, man. I keep accidentally bumping it. My brother and I were talking about maybe trying to do like an auto sensing thing, which seems, honestly, not really. Like this setup right here that you're seeing, it's very rudimentary. It's very elementary, I guess, compared to what I would like to have set up fairly soon. Hopefully next week I can get some cool stuff going. But he was even talking about using like AI and stuff, or some kind of program to auto sense when there's a connection, which could be really cool, and do some different interesting stats and stuff. So I'm excited about that. But again, when it comes down to it, I do believe it's what I was saying earlier, man. It's about Walt Disney, or it's like what Walt Disney said. The details. It's in the details. I say that to myself right now to stir up my own heart, to keep on going, so that I can remember, by maintaining quality, great advantage is won. That's what I thought. No, it actually doesn't go. Does it? Nope, it doesn't. But my guess is it's close. There's also all this yellowish stuff. That does. Okay. Don't know about all this. I don't know. I don't know. Sorry. It's weird how like some accents you can do now, but some you can't. That was an Australian accent I just did, which is still acceptable right now. But I don't know, it's just interesting. And you know what's strange to me, man? I was just thinking about this again. My PR man might not like this, but like, I'm just being honest, and I'm not trying to hurt anyone. It's just a thought. It's interesting how like, and it's honestly, I don't know, maybe it's not even cool how like the last accent that you can make fun of that isn't white is Indian. People still make fun of Indian accents, and it's like considered like not wildly politically incorrect, which is just so interesting. Like, I don't get how that whole thing develops, man, or like who decides like which things are better or worse, or I don't even know, man. But anyway, yeah, it's weird how right now, at this time and place, like, to make fun of Indian people is like the last non-white people that you're allowed to make fun of. It's strange, according to, I guess I don't even know, someone who decides this stuff. This could be it. So as you can see, kind of making my way downtown. I already did that one earlier. I do that actually a lot in my life. That particular one, I'll say making my way downtown comes to mind pretty frequently. Yeah, this is tricky, man. Like, I'm quite convinced now. I've been bitten to know that it's better to just start with the edge, man. Don't do something else. Brendan, start with the edge, bro. Because it's also while you have strength, so even if it's hard, but I'm not really suffering that much. And yes, I'm partly saying that so that you won't think that I am, so that you'll stay tuned, because you don't want to watch someone suffer. Well, sometimes people do. So, okay, I am suffering a little, but not a lot. And we'll be okay. We truly will be alright, by the grace of the Lord. I'm trying to solve a lot of these edge questions. Edgy. That was a thing. That was a big thing in the mid-2010s. The mid-10s, I guess you could say. People would say that things were edgy. People don't really talk about being edgy very much anymore, at least from my vantage point. But they did a lot then. Don't really know why or what changed, but maybe that goes. Gonna mark it for now. 140. Yeah, we're coming up on that 50%, man. Coming up on it. We're gonna keep moving. This state that I'm in right now reminds me. Every year, I make these crazy elaborate. At least in the past years, I've made these crazy elaborate. There we are. Oh, that doesn't get a connection. Christmas gifts for my family. I like put these like moving contraption parts in there and stuff, and just do all kinds of random weird stuff with it. And it seems like every year I wait to the last minute, and I don't know, spend the whole night, pretty much Christmas Eve, working on these crazy contraptions for their Christmas gifts. But it's a labor of love for sure. But I kind of get into this state, like this, not manic state. I don't even know what to call it. It's kind of the same state when I was working at that summer camp too. I would work late into the night. Sometimes I even pulled full all-nighters just working, and I would get into this state. Like, it's a pretty focused state. It's honestly not terribly unpleasant. Where, yeah, you're just like locked in, honestly, and you just kind of do what you have to do, and you just keep doing it, if that makes any sense. And that's kind of what state I'm in right now. I mean, talking a lot, keeping things light. But yeah, like, I feel my body is like, it's kind of, I don't know, it's sort of, how shall I describe it? 5 hours in? 5 hours. We're coming up on 50%. Oh, man. We're going to be all right. We're going to be all right. We're going to get through this. We're going to keep going. And it will be all right. And it will be. No, that doesn't go. quite. But yeah, this does remind me of that, and it is fun. It's like it's just a unique thing, and it's I don't know, it's a cool thing to be a part of. And also, I mean, I wonder like I don't know, man. It's like the U.S. Navy SEALs. I think they have this saying or this yeah, I guess it's like a saying or a piece of practical wisdom or advice or encouragement, which is like if you think you're done, you're only 40% of the way there, which is crazy for a number of reasons. One of which is like, well, what if you think you're done, and then like a little later you think you're done again? It's like, when do you think that you're done? You know? I guess it's when you think that you're done. It's crazy, man. Like one easy, quick example is like holding your breath. No, there's no way that that applies to that. Because when you think you're done, like you're right about to be like gasping for air. I don't think there's any way that at that point you could be only 40% of the way there. I don't think. But I don't know, man. Oh, look at this. The ladybug has finally come to visit. And I hope she doesn't think that that grass is real. Let's see, she's right there. I don't know if you can see her. Doesn't look like she's super visible on the screen. I'll let her hang out for a bit, as long as she doesn't distract me too much. Even if she does, she can stay. She's just hanging out, being a buddy here. It's nice to have another viewer anyway. And another participant in the puzzle as well. No, that doesn't go. Let's see. I still have one more piece of pretzel as well. Saving that for a time of need. Saving that victual. It's my victual, you see. For a time of need. And I don't quite need it yet. I'm still trucking along, doing just fine. Yeah, I do want to keep working on the edges. Again, because, yeah, it's like, for the reasons I've said before, and because, yeah, I still have some strength right now. So while I have it, I'm not super interested in solving the bottom part here. It seems to go. Give it a mark. Looks like maybe one more, or maybe two more will get me to 50%. I heard a Discord sound, but I'm gonna hold off on it for right now. But yeah, I want to get to the edge here partially because I still have some strength, and I want to get through it so that I can work from there. And I think I'm actually closer than it looks like. Does this go? Oh, it does. But that's not a connection though. No way. Oh, that's a great encouragement. That is a great encouragement right there. And that's almost our 50% mark. That means that this literally like, ooh, that is a great, great, great encouragement. Thank you, Lord. Because then maybe this goes like this. No. We're close though. We're closing in. Yes, we're closing in. Because this has to be like something like that. It can't be so wide. Actually, it is a little wider than I thought. I think. But yeah, this is going to be somewhere over here. It's somewhere on the top. This could be in a variety of places, but we are closing in on it, man. Look at that. Oh, it's exciting, isn't it? It's wonderful and very exciting. Okay. Plus, then once I get a good sense of this, like once I get a good sense of kind of what things are where, it should help us to really quickly take care of this this edge. Because yeah, there aren't a lot of stray edge pieces left even anymore. I just got these chunks. Let's see. But there are still a few. Okay, we'll keep looking, keep working. Yeah, these yellow lights do seem to be more over here, so I'm inclined to think that there's some upper stuff. Maybe even over here though. I'm gonna keep it up there in view, but not quite, immediately. I'm gonna keep that because I think it's somewhere around there. No, there's no way. No, it's gotta be like that. And I guess I'm holding out hope then for the idea that yeah, this is maybe one continuous piece. I could really see that still. The only thing is this piece is still causing me great confusion, which is okay. Making sure I didn't drop any, so that could result in some scrambling later on. More yellowish, kind of up there. This. Okay. Keep looking around here. So yeah, this is definitely then this one, which again is helpful. Somewhere that goes like that, and that is actually really helpful too, because it helps us to know some of what we're looking for that edge. Like this I can almost see. Whereas this feels more like this. Oops. Oh wait, is this just this? Ooh, okay. Good. Yes. Could it be? It is. Okay. So if theory holds true, I don't think it does. I don't think it can, really. Unless I've got something wrong, which I don't think I do. So this is a little bit further out, so those are unattached, I guess, which is fine. But it could be that, I guess it could be then that this is somewhere down here, and this just goes straight through. But then it would have to be obscured by something, I would think. Because I would expect there to be more of these vertical pieces which would reveal it. I'm just not seeing any of them. I do see something though which intrigues me, which is that this, I wonder, no, not that one. No, surely not. See, it's tricky when you find a piece that has like a harsh color change right on the line, the division of one of the pieces. Because when you see that, of course, you can't tell as easily like the intersection point, the connection to be made there, and so it confuses the mind. It twists the senses of man, so that he knows not his left hand from his right. Oh. So yeah, I guess it's kind of like the most in focus part is, well, it's not really the foreground or the background. It's this kitty's face. Our royal kitten friend. So, well, could that be? So because of that, well, we have a couple more clues. Clues and clues and clues. It's all about clues. Remember the first time I ever played the game Clue. I didn't really understand it, but they were kind of explaining it to me. And my friends that I was playing with, I think my cousins were there. And I was writing all this ridiculous stuff out on my piece of paper, like, that probably didn't make any dang sense. And then very early on in the game, I called the thing, and somehow it was correct, and that was pretty awesome. And then we played again, and I think I didn't do that, and I kind of lost interest, I suppose. Or I don't know, I lost. Not that I was like so into it. In fact, I wasn't really feeling it. It was kind of the whole like murder mystery thing has never really been super interesting to me. Not totally sure why. Just, I mean, it's cool or whatever, but just not like totally my thing. Let's go like that. Okay. Okay. So we're getting somewhere. Pieces there. It's looking like this is more like this stuff than that in focus grassy stuff. And it's so weird how once this thing comes together, like I think it's not gonna be even. Like it just isn't what I expected it to be, is what I keep finding. Like, or it's not really what I keep finding, but it's what I found last week, which is that when you get so into the puzzle, where you sit down the whole time. Oh, also that deserves. Boom! That corner right there was what crossed the threshold for us. When you get so into a puzzle like this, so focused on it for so long, like you lose kind of track of like what the whole vibe of it was. At least that's what happened with this one. And so I'm wondering if that'll kind of happen with this, and it's just interesting to be looking at it before the finished, answer or whatever has come into view, because yeah, I'm just kind of sitting here wondering like, is it gonna be how I think it is, or some other weird way? Only time and toil will tell. They say time will tell. Time and toil will tell. And toil. Time without toil maybe won't even tell sometimes. There's some nice little sound bites in there, or some, I don't know, some little snippets to explore, I think, which you can explore. No one's telling you can't. I ain't copyrighted them, but I would if I could. I would if I could, though. No, I wouldn't. I don't think. Where am I? Do these even go? Yeah. So we got that egg up there. It's pretty out of focus. I could see that as a top part. Oh, but there's this yellowy stuff. Kind of thinking. So that goes there. That's good. Very, very good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. This could be sort of like that. This gives me good sunset kind of vibes in here. I know it's not super high res for you, but I just like the vibes. It reminds me of like playing outside in the summer with my friends at the park that was by my house. And the sun would start to be setting in the summer, but it was warm and we all felt good. We were playing Ultimate Frisbee or something. That's kind of what it reminds me of. It's a nice feeling, a nice thought, and I hope pondering on it has taken you somewhere as well. You really can go on journeys with your mind, and why don't you just do it all the time? I guess because it's just sort of pointless, like to just go on a journey. Like why don't I just think on those times in the summer by myself? Like why don't I just think like, man, what are some pleasant times that I've had in my life? Oh yeah, there was that time and that time and that time. Why don't I just think about that? I don't really know. It's not practical, man. You just, I don't know. I don't really know. Don't know why we don't just sit around and think about pleasant things. The Lord is ultimately the most pleasant thing. And to even call him a thing, he He has made all things. He has made being, I believe. Like, if something is, that was his idea. For something to even be was his idea. Holy, holy, holy is the Lord. Holy, holy, holy is the Lord. So we're moving along. We're doing well. We're feeling fine. King is nigh. King is nigh. I would have thought that I could find that piece at this point with the number of edges that I'm expecting to have left. Oh, like maybe it's this one. Seems to be. Why, or how do we know that the Bible is the Word of God? As Nicky Gumbel said, it seems to be, it claims to be, and it proves to be. It seems to be, that is, when you read it, it has the ring of truth. And many people have experienced that, and that was actually a big part of how the Lord first drew me to himself, I feel like, or that I knew he was drawing me to himself, that I'm aware of at the moment, was I read the Bible a while ago. Maybe I should just share my testimony. You know, for a Christian, they say, like, you got a testimony. That's a testimony of how you... Was that a connection? No, I think it was a bigger connection. Okay. Yeah, your testimony of how you came to know... Wait, no, that actually wasn't a connection either. How you came to know Jesus and came to love him and become a Christian. So maybe I could share mine. So, well, and let's see. Yeah, in high school. See, I grew up going to church, and we went to church, and it was cool, and I enjoyed youth group and everything. And I'll just share kind of an abbreviated version of this story. But yeah, I mean, it was cool. Like, I did enjoy it. I think it was a connection. I think I missed it again. We went to church, and yeah, there were lots of cool people there, kind people. Many. And many people that, man, I haven't even spoken to recently or thanked for the incredible influence they had on me. But yeah, there were cool people there. I enjoyed it. Church was fine. But I never really, really connected with the Christian stuff. I guess it was just like I was sitting around waiting to talk to girls or whatever, or play games. And in the meanwhile, we had to do all this Christian stuff because it was church after all. Kind of. I mean, I kind of got it, and I was trying to sort of get into things a bit, I think, or understand what we were doing, why we were even there. Though I wasn't thinking about it that way. But I guess what really set me after the scent of the Lord, I like thinking about it like that, like a bloodhound, like that thing which put the scent in front of my nose to trigger me to drive forward and to try to find out the truth, was actually an experience with drugs, to be completely honest. I shared that with my family recently. I remember my dad was like, "Yep, we know." when I told him that I had a brief experience with drugs in high school, and that's when it was in high school, and yeah, I had that experience. I just smoked marijuana with my friends, and it super strongly affected me. I smoked it, and then I remember just tripping way out, bro. I was sauced out my mind. And it was super annoying and like freaky to my friends, I think. And so that's what that was. Oh, nice. Thank you. But the thing about that experience was it did catch me on to the scent that there was something beyond the physical. I'm butchering this story, Lord help me. Lord Jesus help me. When I had that experience with marijuana, it just clued me in. And I do not recommend doing marijuana. Oh my gosh, let that not be the point of this story. But it clued me in on the fact that there's something beyond the physical. Like, my world just kind of got rocked, I guess, and I kind of saw, like, okay, this is weird. There's, like, something beyond just, like, school and stuff. I guess is kind of how I would describe it. And so from there I started looking into different religions and just seeing what I could see on the internet about different religions and perspectives about spiritual things, which I didn't even really know what a spiritual thing was. I don't even know if I still do. But yeah, I was looking online, spent a lot of time online, and I was looking into all kinds of different stuff, and I was getting into like a lot of new age things. Seems like maybe just the YouTube algorithm will just spit out new age stuff for you if you walk down that hole, because it's enticing stuff, I think, and probably a lot of people kind of walk into that rabbit hole. But another connection. But I did do that, and Buddhism and Hinduism as well. And then one day, as I was like, and I was doing these Hindu practices pretty hardcore, like I was doing yoga, not like the stretching kind, really, but more like, I don't know, these like deeper practices or whatever. And so I was doing those daily and was grinding basically into Hinduism, I guess. Uh, and after a while, I became like more and more frustrated, actually, rather than have some kind of truth or like reaching out to some kind of, instead of developing more and more insight or understanding or peace, I seem to develop more and more frustration and like deep discontent and darkness in my soul or something, which is weird, man. It was just like weird. I highly recommend avoiding all that stuff. I'm serious. Even if you're thinking like, oh, maybe I have to go through that same journey. Dude, let me save you the pain of unlearning and unseeing all that crap. Like, just don't. Just don't, man. But I did. Um, and, and, uh, and a part of, I don't know, a part of what came with that, I guess, was deep discontent and eventually a crying out. And I remember I was reading the Bible a little bit because this one gentleman was saying that the Bible was like some kind of metaphor or whatever, rather than like the Word of God. And so I was like, what? Well, I've got this Bible hanging around. I'll check it out. I'll read it. See what this guy's talking about, because I was willing to hear just about anything. And I remember being very struck when I first read the Bible. Like, very, very struck. I was like, wow. This explains a lot of... Honestly, I think I was originally thinking, like, pop culture and stuff, honestly. Like, which is true. seems to explain like a lot of just Western thought in general, like the way that people are, come from the Bible. So I was getting a lot of that from it, which was cool. And then, yeah, I remember, I think remember one day I was just sitting in my room, like crying out to the universe or something. I didn't even know what at that time, but I guess really in my heart it was to the Lord. And saying, like, I'm doing all these yoga practices. I'm trying here. And I'm suffering, like, help me, help me. And as I was, like, sitting on my bedroom floor, crying out, I remember this realization just occurred in me that possibly the Holy Bible is true the way that it says that it's true. Like, what it says in there, like that Jesus is the Son of God, like that he is the Christ, the Savior. It's not some weird metaphor for some other thing. It is what it says that it is. And I guess, yeah, when I realized that, it brought some peace at that time, and I began then to pursue, I think, the Lord Jesus Christ, Yeshua, and follow him. And from that time onward, it's been difficult. It's a difficult walk. Much more difficult than this puzzle, I'll tell you that. Ooh. But with the difficulty, oh, maybe that doesn't go. Nope. With that difficulty has come genuine peace, genuine light. Like, it's almost the opposite of what I was in with the Hinduism stuff, where that stuff tried to offer like some kind of like immediate pleasure thing, but kept twisting darkness into my soul. This is like the opposite. It kind of hurts in the moment sometimes, or it grates against the flesh, to use the words of another brother. But I see. Maybe that goes. But you get true peace, true light, true salvation in the everlasting life in the world to come. And I believe that that's the reality. And what about this thing of dealing with, it's like, if that's the reality, why don't I live like every second of every day trying to tell people about it? Dude, the truth is, I don't fully know. I don't see why every Christian isn't constantly thinking that on their mind. I kind of am. Like, all the time I'm thinking like how can I tell people about Jesus? Like, how can I like inform people about this insane reality? And I try to. But one interesting thing about it is like it can't be forced. Like, it's just like this romance almost with you and the creator of the universe. Sorry, I think there were like 3 connections in there. And you really can't force it on anyone. If anyone's tried to force Christianity on you, it can't be forced. So, like, there's kind of just a misunderstanding there if they've done that. I mean, you can get someone to do something, but as Aladdin tells us, the genie, you can't wish and you can't make somebody love you. Not even a genie can do that. And Christianity is like a love relationship with the creator of the universe. How do you force someone to fall in love? You really can't. And I guess, if you do the motions, like if you go through the process, it is helpful. Because it's a good thing to be in love with Christ. He offers salvation from all your trouble. He offers peace, which transcends all understanding, the Bible says, and that's true. I've experienced it. Like, you just have peace, which I'm telling you transcends all understanding. That is, when I apply my mind to try to understand it, even it's also not even like this. It's not like I know everything's going to be okay, even though everything looks horrible. It's not even really like that. It's like deeper even than that. Though a lot of Christians I know do say it's like, yeah, everything's going to crap around me, but I'm just chilling. And I've seen that, and that's good too, I think. And I think I've experienced that. Um, but even like more than that, it's kind of like you're literally thinking, or you just literally are at peace. But it's like it's not even in relation to like any physical phenomenon. It truly is beyond understanding. It is just insane. Well, that's kind of my testimony, at least. After that, I just started reading the Bible and looking at Christian things on the internet, to be honest. And I think that I had already made that connection, so I'm not going to mark it again. They're kind of loose, so I think they just fell apart. But yeah, and of course, as I say to people and as I'll say to you, like, if you want to know the Lord, the best way, I guess, is just to ask Him, to pray. And it seems like there are three things you can do, like, to try, basically, to seek Him. The best things that I can see. They're like to pray. You can say to meditate, to just, like, chill out, open up to the Lord and say, like, open up to the Lord. I say, just, like, go and be alone in your room or whatever, or in some space, as alone as you can get, and just kind of say in your heart or out loud, like, Creator of the universe, Elohim, Lord, God, Jesus, Yeshua, which I believe all those are the same entity. The word God has an interesting thing, so I'm not sure about that, but it's another thing. You're saying God, basically. Holy Creator, Almighty One, Most High, Creator. I want to know you. Help me to know you. Show yourself to me that I can believe. That's one way. Prayer. Another way is just to read the Bible. That book is so powerful. Whether a person wants to become a Christian or not, I cannot recommend reading the Bible enough for anyone. Everyone should study it. Everyone should read it. It is remarkable. It is, gosh, it is so amazing. I wish I could describe to you how insane that book is. If you, like, have any grain of, like, pattern recognition tendency, it will be like an astonishing puzzle for you. If you want stories, if you want insight, if you want wisdom, like, all that is good, seriously, is recorded in the scriptures, or it touches on, like, every good part of existence. There's one scripture, like rejoice in the wife of your youth. May her breasts at all times fill you with delight. Okay, so that's in the Bible, and not to encourage any problems or sin, but it touches on every good thing, because the one who made all the good things and the one who is himself the best thing is our Creator. So the second thing is just read the Bible. It's so worth doing. And the third thing is just go to a church that believes that the Bible is the Word of God. And you can even go to a church that's, like, kind of wonky, but if you're just searching for the truth, like, you'll eventually find it. I truly believe, by the grace of the Lord. If you search and search, the Bible says, if you seek me, you will find me. If you search for me with all your heart. I think it says that. There's this awesome song that goes like that too. If you seek me, you will find me. If you search Only your heart, though your heart. I don't really know what it goes like, but so yeah, there's my pitch for Jesus. He really has saved my life and helped me from, like I said, that state of despair and darkness. You hear that word so often by people who have come to be Christians, to follow Jesus. It was just dark before, and now it's light. And that might not be an immediate revelation, but kind of looking back on things now, I see, whoa, I was super messed up, and now I'm not. And I have nothing to point to for that except Jesus. The bread. I'm going to eat this last bit of this pretzel to celebrate the completion of the frame here. Thank you, Lord. Delicious. I'm thinking, by the way, earlier, when I mentioned that part, that thing about the old man who said, like, don't give me this portion, let it go to a younger man who can enjoy it. I believe that was in the Bible, somewhere around 1st or 2nd Samuel. Those are books of the Bible. And I don't remember the details, but I think it was when David, King David, maybe you've heard of him, same guy who conquered Goliath, you know, David and Goliath, the slingshot thing. He like just came back victorious or something, and he was like trying to give out spoils. I think an old man or something said like, don't give it to me to eat at the king's table, I think it was, but give it to one of the young men or something like that. And I'm pretty sure he did. So that's cool. All right, well, we're moving right along here. That felt like a good little interlude, so to speak. I'm glad to have said those things too, and to have shared it, even if I'm kind of in a, not delirious, but, you know, a bit of a tired state here. We're keeping on moving, we're keeping on going, and we're better off for it. All right, so, this is still not quite solved. This whole situation over here with the gold foil, but I see some over here as well. So let me see what can be done about this. Indeed. Here's a little. Here's a little. There's a little. This looks like it goes in there. And that's a very dark little section. Dark little section. See what I was thinking there? But a no. And I'm kind of feeling amped off of that, what? Oh, I think I tried that one before and was also shocked then that it didn't work. Oh, there's that. And another connection complete, and we're coming up finished with 55% of this puzzle. I think, somewhere around there. Feels like more, doesn't it? And I do think we're even further than that. We're getting down to it now. Getting down to it by the grace of the Lord. Where did I see? Oh, right there, I think. No, there was somewhere else. Where there was, oh yeah, right there. Okay. So let's see, maybe, no. I need some kind of thread to go off of here. Oh, there's this. All this fuzzy stuff. That's fine. That's all fine and well. But what does it mean? What does it mean? I don't know the meaning of the word. You ever seen the movie Airplane? That is a clever movie. It's kind of innocent humor for the most part. There's kind of one scene that just doesn't need to be in there. Wish it wasn't. Seems like there's a scene like that in a lot of movies. It's like, dude, I could have watched this. I do feel strongly about, you know, maybe after having watched me for some time here, if you're joining me still, you know, if you're tuning in and have been tuning in for a while, you'll see that, I don't know, I guess I have some odd takes, but some takes I do kind of have, I guess, like, more conservative or like traditional takes on. And one thing is that like pornography is not good. I don't know, I guess some guys, yeah, probably a lot of people actually think that it's not too bad. But my perspective is that, dude, pornography is really bad. Like, even like sex scenes in movies, I really try to avoid. It's just, I don't know, man. I feel like the fact that like I even have to explain why I think it's kind of not right, kind of like proves the point by itself. Like, man, dude, it's just like, I don't know, dude. Sex scenes in movies, like, it's a person, dude. Like, that is a naked person for real. This guy I like to listen to was saying, like, you know, when you watch like murder in a movie, it's just like make pretend. It's just make believe to explain something. There we are. But, you know, it's like Peter Pan, the wooden sword. You know what I'm saying? Like a play. It's not real. But when a person is naked, like, they're really naked. Well, of course, there's AI and stuff now, but that's the thing of it, and so it's. I mean, dude, I just feel like it's not right for everyone to like look at that, dude. Seriously, like, we shouldn't all be looking at that. I mean, for our own sakes and for theirs, like, it's just not right. It's not orderly or honorable or good. It's gross. It's just, there we go. It's just wrong. I don't know. I know I didn't say anything. The things that I feel like I could say about that have more of an edge feel outside of the stream of things I can reasonably talk about right now. So I guess that's kind of it's as far as I guess I'll go with it. So yeah. So I guess sort of a thread is kind of forming here. It's kind of like the purples and pinks seem to give some indication of what's going on here. So kind of using those as my guiding point, my guiding direction there for knowing where to go and where to place these wonderful little puzzy pieces. Nope. That's fine. Sometimes you just gotta grind it out. And then, like a crossword puzzle, you make a particular connection that just unlocks the next level for you. I'm pretty hopeful that one of these will be it. That's the one. And our number increases again. And we keep on moving and we keep on grooving and we keep on doing a thing. And we do not stop. And we do not stop. Keep on riding that thing. Keep on riding that thing. A long time ago, I was wanting to publish a little short essay about how trap music, which was popular when I had this thought, is very similar to old-fashioned bluegrass. Unfortunately, it's not as potent as it could have been at that time because, well, everyone kind of realizes that now with all the country rap mix-up, you know, collab stuff that you see nowadays, which kind of does take off some of the sheen of sharing those thoughts for me. Not entirely. I guess it'd be kind of messed up if it entirely did, but because the point isn't necessarily like, I don't know, to get all this attention or whatever, but it was cool, you know, and it's cooler to be, I guess, further, but who knows about any of that? It's all a gift from the Lord. Anyway, just wanted to share that. I guess I'm still looking for the same thing. Hopefully I haven't just tarnished my opportunity to publish it by saying it here. Let's see if anyone else is actually watching this. Any viewers out there? Looks like I'm the only one. Just talking to myself. But I know I'm not. Or I'm confident that I'm not. I believe that I'm speaking to some other people. I can't really see them, but I'm just confident. Even 3 hours into this thing, I believe someone is watching. Someone will pick this thing out and watch it. I'm believing that. Now, where are we? It will be alright, and the Lord will be with us. It's in his hands. It's been in his hands. But now we just know it a little bit better. I'm kind of seeing this sort of feels like that. Maybe. This seems to have something to do with all this red stuff. But I just haven't cracked it yet. It does seem like there's like just some, like it feels like there are missing pieces. Like where the heck does this thing go in? You know what I'm saying? I guess maybe, oh yeah, that is what that is. Let's see. See what we can do here. Okay. And get this guy down in here. It's oranges and pinks. Lovely, lovely oranges and pinks. And again, this doesn't count as a connection, but boom. Alright, we're moving right along. So where could these go? What was I calling this? An Escher. There's these are both Eschers. Right now it's useful again because I can actually use the phrase and kind of lock it in. I guess the names are for the pieces of the puzzle. The names for the different kinds of pieces are more useful towards the end. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Because it's in the end that I'm really like picking out for that one piece. And yeah, like just those individual pieces. Or what I'm looking for is I'm trying different stuff. So keep moving here. It's like maybe this could go there. Oh, I'm somewhat confident. Yeah, I'm somewhat confident this goes up in there somewhere. Up in they. Need some kind of little man piece. That's what I called it last week. And that's what I think I'll stick with. Some kind of grassy little man. Where you at, grassy little man? Grassy little man. This right? Not quite. Looking for one grassy little man. But he could also be a grassy little man. Or a grassy Escher. And so it's tough, you see. Could be this. I don't think so. Grassy Escher or a grassy little man. That almost looks it. So I'm going to look for pieces that are like this. Like that kind of is like that. Yeah, I guess I'm just picking out now particular little pieces. Oh, maybe this is this. Yep. Yeah, this is still a mystery. Something. Some kind of orange situation. And I'm going to keep all that together. Here also is something interesting. Pink and orange and stuff. Any other pink and orangey stuff? Kind of this stuff. A little bit. Okay, I guess I've come to the part of the episode where I am just mumbling when I'm thinking out loud. Which is honestly, as I was setting out to do this, part of what I hoped that I could attain is like a stream of consciousness in the presence of other people, which is difficult to do. I mean, it's really difficult to just jump right into it. Like, like if you're just chilling, to just hop right in to a stream of consciousness in the presence of others. It is not easy. But if you build up to it, with some time you can pull it off. And I think I have decently. I mean, I've decently legit like been rambling which was, yeah, like I said, somewhat of the goal, like to get into it. Wow. I was like, I've been so confident about so many of these, which is, I guess, somewhat concerning because, I don't know, they all look sort of similar, which is worrisome. But we do what we can. We're going to get through it. But for this Christmas kitty, our royal Christmas kitty. There's another one. I think I tried these. I'm putting them there though. Another one, not quite. No, not quite, not quite. Here's another option. And that's the one. Sounded like Alex Trebek almost there. And that's the one. That's gonna do it for us today. And answer the Daily Dub. Do you like Jeopardy? Everyone sort of likes Jeopardy. It's just a good show, but what makes it good? Well, maybe it could be just the questions themselves. I know that sounds like an unlikely answer as to the question of why is it so popular? Why do so many people like it? But I do think that's a good chunk of it. It's that the writing is so good, actually. You don't think of writing for a show like Jeopardy, but there's writing. It's in the questions, and in just the whole presentation. It's professional. It doesn't. I guess it's almost like someone was talking about with acting. What makes a good acting performance? It's hard to say, and that's true. It is hard to say, I think. But one thing that you can kind of look for is that the performance. There's all kinds of things with a movie that will remind you, that will kind of snap you awake to the fact that you're not really there. It's just a movie. And a good acting performance protects you from all of those. The times when you're most likely to think that, okay, I'm actually not there, this is just a movie. Those times, I think, are like when you're like zoomed in on one particular person speaking. I guess the monologue. The monologue, I think, is like the most impressive acting thing, or maybe even more than that, is tense, close dialogue between like two characters. Because in those situations, there are like these subtle, deep sort of moments and subtle little parts because I can't quite find a better word than those, little subtle indications of something other than what the character you think would be experiencing or feeling. And I guess an actor's ability to dodge those, so to speak, is, I think, part of what makes a great acting performance great. Someone was saying that. And where I was going with this whole thing, and the reason why I even said that, is just that I think Jeopardy also kind of does that well. Like, they do make you feel like you're just part of the show. Like, you're there answering the questions too. Because the questions are good, yes, but the presentation is good. Just the whole professionalism of the whole thing. And professionalism almost then is, as I'm looking at it, kind of like a way of keeping people I guess of keeping people from being perceived, like of keeping people from being like self-conscious in some way. It keeps them in the mode, man. It just keeps them. Does this go here? Do you go here? Um, yeah, so that's interesting. Acting, man. Acting is a crazy thing. A lot of acting in this life. As Ye said, teach him how to act. That's what we say to kids. When they yell in the restaurant. You need to teach him how to act. And ever since then, we're acting. And I think he's got a really good point with that. And I think he has a lot of really good points that people don't quite realize. And so yeah, as I said before, I'll say it again. And man, I was not expecting to say this like 3 times in this episode, but once again, I have to say it. I respect Ye. I'm not even gonna laugh. I do. I respect him, and I love him, and I'd love to meet him someday. Truly would. There's lots to explore in this great big. So I see some tinsel here. It's like that, kinda. Cool. Oh. Some more rainbow stuff. Like here. Rainbow lens flares. Or whatever. And we're gonna keep on rocking. Keep on rocking. Rocking, rocking, rocking. Keep on moving. Moving, moving, moving. Hey, don't stop. Hey, don't stop. Hey, don't stop. Hey. Keep moving, keep rocking, baby, today. I might want to actually use this for something, but I once came up with this crazy line. It was like, get it moving, get it going, get it grooving, get it popping. Something and a something like an escalator dolphin. Yes, an escalator dolphin. I don't know what that is either. But it sounds, as Will Ferrell says, it's provocative. Gets the people going. What does he mean by that? Gets the people going. Oh, right there. We're moving. Look at them eyeballs. North, south, east, and west. North, south, west, and east as you saw it. Those were the directions of my eyeballs just a moment ago. Okay. Alright, some more rainbow connection. Rainbow connection. How does that song go? I saw this Jim Carrey thing, the same thing I was watching that led me to watch that Robin Williams thing. That got me talking about Robin Williams earlier. Right before that on YouTube I was watching Jim Carrey. I think his first appearance on Johnny Carson again. And he did this impression of Kermit the Frog and Miss Piggy and one or two of the other Muppets, I think, singing Rainbow Connection. And that is a beautiful, beautiful song in my opinion. I mean, wow. Like, really nice. I actually really want to hear it right now, but can't always get immediately what you want, man. As I said earlier, you gotta know when to eat your Twinkies and when to eat your broccoli. And not all that glistens is, they say not all that glitters is gold, but perhaps not all that, let's see, maybe like not all that, not all that glitters is gold, and not all that, let's see, not all that glitters is gold, and not all that, I guess I should try these other ways. Yeah, that one did go. There's a rainbow. Sorry you had to hear that. And yeah, when I do that kind of thing that I just did there where I pick one out, it's kind of a matter of seeing some little speck and just kind of seeing like, okay, where is one of those? And you figure it out. You pick it out. And then you slime it on down. I'm enjoying this time that I have. You know, you and I together, just hanging out, doing a puzzle, chilling. I do pray that you're able to just release any other difficulties, man, or just stuff you don't want to deal with. I do pray that you can just chill out and just vibe with me here for a little while we do this puzzle. And yeah, there's nothing else we gotta do right now. We're just doing this puzzle, hanging out, chatting. Yeah, if you want to like live tweet me on Twitter, man, sounds like the most life possible just about on the internet, the World Wide Web. So do it. Just do it. Tweet me. Tweet me, tweet me, tweet me. Tweet me nicely. Don't tweet me wrong or out. Well, I won't do anything. I hope I'm not in life, you know, a pushover. I don't even really like that statement, that word, that expression, that saying, pushover. Because I don't know, man. It's just like, it's not even anything. It's not even something. And everything is a lot, as we've already said. Does this go up here somewhere? Oops. Oh, there's a rainbow. Love. Love. Shining down, down, down. Burn through every cloud. There's a rainbow. Oh, there's a rainbow. Okay. Perfect love. That's true. Perfect. Perfect love. Today is Friday, right? Yeah. I just got quiet around here. And my roommate does work quite early, so I guess hopefully I'm not bothering him with this. I don't think I am. I'm speaking fairly softly now, largely for the sake of my voice, but maybe also because on some level my system recognized that. Oops. Now that's a major way to lose puzzle pieces. An old elbow sticker. That's why you can't be leaning on the puzzle table. Listen to your grandpa. Don't be leaning on the puzzle table. I'm not your grandpa. I'm saying listen to your grandpa, because I know he told you. $178. Yeah, so we don't have do we have 100 more to go? It does not really look like it. I think we're further along than that. We're a little bit further along. Further along. That would seem to go. I don't think so. That one does seem to go. Still gonna leave it there though. Somehow I think it might stick. Wait, is it even possible that it could? No. No, it can't go there. I don't think it can. Maybe this. Maybe that. Oh. Oh. I was looking for that tip of red. That little tip of red tipped me off. See, these puzzle pieces, they think they're slick. They all think they're slick. They hide. They try to deceive you with their cunning and odd shapes and interesting cuts and sounds, and not sounds, but you know, things of that nature, you might say. No, you wouldn't say. Sorry, I'm really trying not to lose it here. Trying to just hold it together for you. No, it's all good. We're almost there. We're trucking along now. Oh man, yeah. This was that. I tried a lot of pieces right there, to no avail. It's like a grassy, almost. It's not. Is it this? It is. Huh. All right. Well, now that should make it a little easier to tell what goes there. Could it be this? No. There's a rainbow through perfect love. So my thought is that this one actually connects somewhere right now. But since I don't know where just yet, I'm going to put him up here in holding to hang out with his buddy, the other triple cluster. Yeah, the triple cluster boys hanging out up there together. Wonder what they talk about, those triple cluster boys. High and lofty matters, I'm sure, that mortals such as you and I cannot know nor comprehend. Oh, the triple duster duo. They are something, aren't they? it's good if I'm getting to like the singing phase, you know. Like, I don't know if I quite like that. It's sort of. I'm gonna take a break to do this with my left. Okay, yes, my left toe works as well. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe I could find this piece. It has a little bit of pink, and it has a pointer down there. So it's got a pointer down there with a little bit of pink. So I gotta be better too about like if I try a piece, setting it somewhere and then remembering so I don't keep trying the same. Like I think I just tried that piece. Yeah, pretty sure I did. Yeah, it's gotta have some pink up there and a pointer. It's not too dark. Okay. Man, I feel like these are all pretty good contenders. They're contending well for a spot. Their own spot in the puzzle. So far, all have fallen short. None have been deemed worthy as of yet. Worthy of the honor of chilling out in the puzzle for all eternity. Yeah, I don't know what this guy's deal is. Oh, there's a rainbow. Sorry to guess and check again. I don't think it's the most entertaining thing, but that's what we gotta do. That's what we gotta do. Oh, there's a rainbow, love shining down under the moon. Ooh, every cloud, rainbow, love. I don't know if I just heard a phone vibrate or if my teeth just vibrated against my own jaws or something. Against each other, rather. Alright, so I am seeing another pattern here. It's like these pieces that have this little pink bit on there. Like a little pink line. I wonder if I can, like something like that. I can, or I would bet this could help us crack the code and break forth into a new era of completed puzzle. A new time, a new kingdom where everyone has their right place. I know he has a lot to learn, but I don't know. Oh. It's like I'm afraid to do it with my left toe. Yeah, we're getting down to the wire. To the wire, to the limit, to the wire. For the chance to be with you, gotta lose it all. Wait. boost for breakfast, ensure for dessert. You know, I used to drink a boost for breakfast myself. No, it's not because I was a huge Kanye West fan, though I certainly was. Those times were not overlapping my boost phase. Yeah, I was like addicted to like boosts for a little while. Like, I would drink like one or two for breakfast. I would get home from school and I would, I'd drink one or two after school for a nice snack. And just get like 30,000% of my daily vitamin B intake and more dairy than I probably needed. Though nothing against dairy. I mean, RFK is cool with it. He's cool with it. I'm cool with it. You know what I'm saying? Oh, yeah, I'm glad that's connection. That was only one connection, that one on the left there. So, we rockin' and rollin', baby. Come on. Come on, come on. Oh, when it all. Man, I got some yay up in my melon. My melon at the moment. Yeah, I'm trying to work on my music production skills right now. The way I see it, there's a lot to say about what makes a great song great. Or a great record, you can say great. Because there is such a thing, I think, as like a great song. Or a great... Yeah, there are great songs. Like Bob Dylan wrote great songs. And maybe sometimes other people performed them better than he did. And a lot of people have written great songs. And sometimes others perform them better than the original author. Or do you say author for a song? Writer, I guess is what you normally hear, the songwriter, But I would think that I could see this piece, because it's got like that turquoise in it, shouldn't it? Didn't it? Lead me right down to the wall. Right down to the wall. Yeah, I drink a boost for breakfast and Ensure for dessert. Yeah, I think I started out on Ensures and then we got switched over to Boost. So I was looking recently at those again because I had this theory recently that maybe the foods that I've been trying to like eat in such a way that I have lots of energy all the time. And one theory that I had, which I don't think holds a lot of water, is that maybe let me just check. I don't think so, but it is. Wow, that's not a connection. What I was thinking is that maybe the foods that I grew up on, which many of which were okay, but maybe those foods that I grew up on, which weren't like super healthy, somehow like my body adjusted to them over the years, having eaten them as a child and all. And so then maybe those were like the perfect foods actually for me to eat. That was my thought, my theory. I don't think it's really true, but I was thinking maybe. So I was looking into Boost again. Because like I said, I was addicted. I had a problem, a Boost problem. And so I was thinking, okay, maybe I'll get back into these and try them again. Maybe I will. In fact, I would like to do like a month. I've got some different ideas. Now with like the food pyramid being flipped, the whole RFK thing, Make America Healthy Again, which I'm down with. I mean, yeesh, I really don't want to talk about politics, but that whole thing seems good to me. Like, it seems like a genuinely positive push for just health. I don't know. I guess some people do disagree with a lot of different aspects of it, and their disagreements might be totally valid. I don't know, but from what I've seen, like at least with the food recommendations, that whole push and movement and work of RFK Jr. seems to be a positive thing. And yeah, I guess I'll put it like that. But yeah, so with him flipping the food pyramid, which is kind of, I don't know, I guess it's sort of true. It is. With that whole thing happening, though, I was thinking I'd like to do a month, maybe, of following every protocol outlined in the new food pyramid stuff to a T. Like try for one whole month and just see how that feels, you know, talk about it from like a nutrients perspective, you know, and research a little bit about all that kind of stuff and see where that takes me. And I might still do that, and then I would like to do another month of like childhood food. And I could just do like these month-long videos, and if one of them does well, then that'd be kind of cool because I could do like the next month one and have, you know, different kinds of concepts. And then, yeah, maybe I could do like a carnivore diet for a month. I was talking to this guy at my work, and he was saying he did the carnivore diet, and he said it was horrible for a little while, but then once your body goes into ketosis and, you know, figures it out, he said he felt amazing, like loaded with energy. And I have had periods where I've entered into ketosis and I had some, I guess it was sort of different, but yeah, I don't know. I think I've tried this piece already all 4 ways, but why not try it again? It's not like, you know. Oh, there's a piece. Peace, I said. Peace. Peace, peace. We come in peace. Peace, pieces. Pieces of the puzzle. Pieces of the puzzle. Popping in peace. Ooh. Drop those pieces into the puzzle. We come in peace. Pop the pieces in the puzzle. Do the pieces come in peace? Peace, peace. Do the priests speak peace? Hmm? Do the priests speak peace? We come in pieces, like pieces of a puzzle. Hmm? Keep it shut. Dogs. Like a muzzle. I guess they're like a small grouping of words that rhyme with puzzle that are, you know, pretty cool words. Puzzle, muzzle. Hustle almost. Guzzle, like water. Man, there really aren't that many. Wow, you would have really thought that went. Alright, I need a big boy. Big man, sorry. You gotta be careful scratching your nose in public, man. Because you never know when you just might. Well, I guess I don't know. I'll leave that sentence incomplete. Which is what I said earlier that I don't want to do too much of, and I don't. But, well, I think you see where I was going with that. And, working here, starting to get into the late hours here. Been going on this for a little over 6 hours. Just sitting here in this spot. And as I'm doing that, one of the things that I'm reminded of is when I was a kid, I would sit and watch my dad create these drawings on Microsoft Paint. And my dad has an awesome, I would say, artistic ability, creative ability. He just has a good vision for things, and especially once he comprehends the medium, he's a great artist. And I just remember, we would be like in the office room. We called it the den, you know. He'd be on the computer, and I would just love to just sit with him and just watch him. And I just kind of remember, you know, we would just kind of like sit in that trance together, I guess. The trance of creativity. It's a beautiful thing. Truly, truly, what a beautiful thing it is. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. So I only see a few more spots where this little chunk here could go. And same with this. This is like the game Blocus. If you've ever played that or heard of it. I wonder if they almost go together. Oh my gosh, they do. Wow. Maybe that'll give a clue as to where it's supposed to go. Now where could it go? Really, it can only go like, can't go there, can't go here, so like it has to go in here, right? Wait a sec. I could also have some pieces in there wrong. Guess that's certainly a possibility. Wait, where does this thing go? Oh, it could be. Oh my. Because I was assuming that this is like a hook right here. So it's like the hook of an ornament. But now I would think that actually would go like right along there. Oh my gosh. I think it goes like that. This is a big deal, yo. This is a big deal. Wow, I was misunderstanding. We're making good progress now. I don't know how many times I've said that. But it's true. I mean, we are making good progress. See, there's a tip here, which has a clue. So this puzzle piece here thought that he was slick, but he's not. Oh no, he is. He's pretty slick at least. But we know better than to trust a pesky puzzle piece. Pesky puzzle piece. Pause. Perceive. Pray. I don't know. Let's see what else we got. Something like that. Nope. This is an interesting situation over here too. We've got some interesting pieces left. It really almost doesn't look like all this fits into all this. Like, there's just little bits and bobs that don't seem to agree. Maybe that's what this is. It's like some kind of metallic thing like that. So I need some fuzzy wuzzy. Man, my mind is in nostalgia mode because when I'd say fuzzy wuzzy, reminds me of this song my grandma used to sing to me. Man, my grandma used to sing songs to me, yo. I am blessed. Glory be to the Lord. Glory, glory, glory be to the Lord. Hallelujah. Thank you, Father. Thank you, my Lord. Thank you, thank you. Lord, let my heart not be far from you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Songs are beautiful, and there are many places for them, and many kinds of songs. And, you know, I'm glad that it's that way. There's different kinds of songs for different situations. And that's good. How sweet it is to be loved by you. I'm imagining that this piece is somewhat similar to these ones. Alright, what other leads can I go off of? What can I do? What can I see? The bear went over the mountain. The bear went over the mountain. The bear went over the mountain to see what he could see, you see. And me, not thee, shall see. Alright, so I need a big man. That's what I'm calling him. A wide big man. I'm going to try all of them because there's a reason at this point in the puzzle why these particular pieces are not placed. And a big part of it, I think, is because, yeah, they're just the tricksters. The biggest tricksters of the bunch. So here I'm looking for a double pegger on the sides that has a little bit of yellow in there or something. For this guy right there. So maybe I should tell you that ahead of time so that you can share in my excitement when, Lord willing, I find it. Praise the Lord. So some more. This one almost looks like it fit. Now we have a double shuriken thing with a little bit of foliage. So yeah, I'm kind of looking for that piece again. We're almost at the point where we can do this somewhat effectively. And then we're really cruising. I mean, we are coming down the stretch, folks. And yes, I've said that before. It was true then and it's true now. Just like the Lord is coming soon. It was true then. How much truer is it now today? And how much truer it will be when you, who are watching, considers it down the line. Because Jesus is coming soon. Alright. This one's got some darkness. It's kind of like either the cat dog or the big man. Those are the two options with some darkness on the edges. Could be this one. Okay. No, let's look for this because there's some lightness. You'd think that I could, we could pick this out. Because we're doing it. Just like in sports, we are a team here, yo. We. Reminds me of this old summer camp skit. How old can it be? I'm 25. But this old skit we used to do. It was dumb, man. There's a lot of dumb stuff at summer camp. But it's fun. And it's helpful. And kids learn stuff. And the funny thing, well, one of the funny things is that, of course, the campers who are being looked after by, I don't know if this goes. I think it does. The campers that are being looked after by these, teenagers to 20-somethings are, of course, benefited greatly by the leadership and just the influence that these young men have on the campers. But, of course, also, and in turn, the young men themselves looking after the campers are also greatly, positively, usually influenced, I would say. So it works both ways, and it is therefore doubly good, I would say. Yeah, you'd think that this guy would be easy, but I guess if there's no connections to go off of, then it just isn't. Yes, maybe I already did that one. Where are we? Who we are, where we trying to sing too much. There's this song we would sing at summer camp, To Speak on It Once More. And a line of that song was, songs to speed you through the evening. And that got me thinking about how sometimes songs, I guess to continue that theme, speed us through life. Whistle while you work, sing while you work. It really does make the time fly by. And, looking for a big man here. And, yeah, it was interesting to hear that line in the song. It got me thinking, So, not worth looking at. Coming up on 200, folks. Wow. That's crazy because, no, we're past 200, I really think. Yeah, we gotta be past 200. Oh, yeah. 290, no way. So, this thing is kind of off, but oh well. You know what? Let me do this. Okay, I think it's 34. I'm just going to recount because honestly, my mind is starting to go a little bit to cotton balls up here. Let me count one more time out loud. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I should have done that in the first place and kept you a part of the entertainment of this counting process. I'm sorry. I'm new to this. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 3, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34. So 290, if we're not mistaken, minus 34 should be 256. So let me do this. I'll do it with my feet for fun. Do. We're going to go up to 254. And man, my brother made this perfectly. It's just the right amount of input lag. 256. Alright, so we're really at 88.6%. Very exciting. I'm not going to try and, I don't know, it's kind of hard because, we were further along than we thought. So it makes you wonder, all throughout kind of, where were we really at? But we'll get this whole dilemma solved for next week. And man, I should have like marked when I was thinking of all those ideas. I had like 3 nice ideas for next week, all kind of come right around the same time. And man, someday I could maybe have people like just clip those for me. That would be nice. But for today, I'm gonna have to go digging. That's okay. I still haven't posted last week's video to YouTube, so I streamed that on X, and I need to upload it to YouTube. Just because, I think, for me at least, I like X, as I was saying earlier, for words, like word things. Maybe some picture things too. That's fine, I think. But X for me is more about words and reading and articles and dialoguing. But YouTube is like a place for videos for me. So I think I'm gonna stick with YouTube for streaming this and doing that kind of stuff. And then Instagram, I set up an Instagram, but I haven't really been going on it. Feel free to go follow that. It's Bren's. I think it's either, I don't know if it's Bren's song or Bingsu22, BNGSU22. But feel free to go follow that too. And my plan with that is just to post just like a picture or two. Yeah, I might just do like a daily picture, just like the most interesting or exciting thing that I did each day, on that day or whatever, the day or the next day. And I kind of like Instagram to just be pictures. I remember when Instagram was just those square pictures. Maybe I think I'll actually do that. I'll just do those square pictures. I actually kind of get it. I never understood Instagram. Why do they call it that? Was that like a camera? And then it printed out like those little Polaroid photos, which are the squares. I don't know, man. Maybe I sound like just some real youngster for not even knowing that. But what are you gonna do? When you know, you know. And when you don't, you don't. Alrighty. So we're coming on down the stretch. I'm trying to work on my posture, man. Not the right time. 6 and almost 7 hours in, but I'm trying to work on my posture, dude. Alright. Let's keep clocking. Get it moving, get it grooving, get it going, get it popping. Keep it moving. Super smoothing. Like an escalator dolphin. Oops, sorry, I think I just did the same piece twice. Which is a somewhat common occurrence, unfortunately. Now I'm looking for this one so that you can share in my joy. Is it this? I don't see any other piece that could really fit this. Oh, could it be this? Oh, just the tiniest bit of white there. The tiniest bit. Almost cresting that 90% to where if I stopped, it would still be an A and I would get my 4.0. In middle school, I'm sharing so many stories. I'll probably share these again. I hope I do, I guess, with actually people. I had straight A's through middle school, which was difficult for me, and I stressed about it a lot. Until the final semester of my 8th grade year, which was my final year of middle school. And you know what I got? An 89.9. And it's funny because I was always looking forward, because I think I must have gone to like the 8th grade graduation, and previous year watched the graduation. I remember seeing them stand up for all those who got straight A's, and I remember desiring that honor very badly. And yet, when that time came, it was crazy to know. In fact, I literally think it was a final test. Like it was like purely poetic. It was like a final test. My 8th grade year in Spanish yielded that score that put me just under the A. Put me at 89.9. I don't know if I even like talked to my teacher about seeing if we could round it up or whatever, but there we are. Yeah, that put me at the 89.9, man, a B plus, and I just missed that that 4-point status all the way through by a shave, man, by maybe like a question. It might have been by one single question on that test. And wow, I do remember then when 8th grade graduation came around and they did that thing where everyone stood up. I remember being seated, looking around. I was kind of bracing for impact, like it was going to hurt so bad when they did it and I didn't get to stand up. And it did hurt, honestly, but it wasn't so bad. I remember just sort of, I don't know, looking around and just sort of taking it in. I remember there was this one girl who kind of embodied, like, academic smarts, I guess, to me. Wow, that like fits, but that perfectly fits, but it's the wrong piece. Or I guess it doesn't perfectly fit, but quite close. Yeah, there was this girl that just sort of represented like academic excellence in my eyes, and she stood up, and I just remember I didn't like dislike her or anything, which I guess is what you'd expect in that story, but no, she was chill. But I just remember like kind of looking at her like, man, she did it, and I didn't. But you know what? I'm doing this puzzle now. Things are working out all right, thanks to my Lord. He's got me. He's got a plan. And I wish I had kind of a better lesson with that story. Like, you know, that's when I learned, like, you gotta give it all up until the very end. I can't really say, I don't think that, I don't know, that was a super pivotal time for me to learn that lesson even. In fact, you know, it's kind of sad, but as I think on it, like, during high school, like toward the end of middle school, going into high school, I did kind of learn or take on the mentality, like learning, and actually I do think part of this is important, to learn that sometimes it's okay to not get an A. Like, I was really struggling with grades, and I don't know, my like self-worth being in my grades growing up, especially in middle school, man. It was kind of a time when it doesn't really matter as much, at least. But man, did I care about it at that time. And I had some painful, painful times working to get those A's. But it was only painful because I made it painful because I was so scared, I guess. Which is just sad. But alright, so I'm going to put the completed ones down there after I test them. But I don't know. Alright, I'm going to ditch that one. Keep looking for other stuff. Again, I would have thought that I could have figured this thing. Like, you'd think that you'd be able to see the last little piece of that curve there on that ball. But it's just, I can't seem to pick it out. Maybe it's this one? And it was the same with this other one. It just sort of, oh, maybe. See, like, it almost does look like it, but it's just so dark that you can't really tell. The light is good. The light is good. So do people still use Twitch? Would that be a better place to stream? I don't know. I think YouTube is, dude, it's the Google thing, man. Like I said, like, I really think Google is like a strong company. So I think I'm gonna keep rolling with Google, keep rolling on with YouTube, and yeah, I support YouTube. It's just a little company that I know of, and yeah, I'm gonna throw them a bone, and I guess I'll stream on YouTube, and hey, maybe they'll get some publicity. Maybe. Or maybe not. Man, well, that one little bit where my friends were all watching was, well, not all my friends were watching, but that bit was kind of fun. They were joking around in the chat a little bit. It's tough to keep it balanced. I mean, there's like a lot going on already with this thing. It's a test of my faculties, man, my different functions in my system. But it's good to test those. It's good to push every once in a while, I think. We're moving right along. Alright, so now I'm looking for this one, which should be fairly easy to find. It's got two little shuriken things. Okay, I'm scooching over there when they don't work. Sometimes you just gotta grind, man. Just gotta grind it out till you find it out. Ooh. Sometimes you just gotta grind it out till you find it out. That'll be another saying for these puzzles. If I can remember. I don't like this. No, it's this one. I don't like that. I think one of those pieces could be wrong. So now I'm trying to find a piece where the tip of it appears to be just the tip of that yellow edge. And I perceive my own patience running slightly thin. But I'm all good. But I'm just saying, I'm feeling it. After coming up on 7 hours, I'm starting to feel it. In some ways, I feel more awake than I did when I began. Back there in the early hours of this day. It's been a fairly long day. I did sleep in a bit, partly anticipating this activity that I'm partaking in. Maybe this was the right one. Oh, it was. Wow. Alright. Well, praise the Lord for that. I'm not complaining. Happy. Whoops. Moving right along. What is the move? Okay, so now I'm looking for this guy. Maybe it's almost like if I do the guessing check, it's like I don't find it that way. Like there's like, oh, that's the one, I think. So I just need a little man. Okay, I actually don't need to check like every single piece of it. Could be this one. Okay. All right. So yeah, once again, oh, there it is. Wow. So you can kind of tell. I'm not gonna take it back out once you look close. All right, 21 pieces, 21 questions. All right. The favorite 50 Cent song, 12 questions. Brilliant. Brilliant, yeah, brilliant. Maybe it goes, but I don't know. I kind of don't think it does. Alrighty. We're getting somewhere here, folks. We're getting somewhere now. Oh, we're getting somewhere now. And these are tricky pieces. I mean, as I'm going through them, it's like they're noble opponents. I'm kind of going off of shape mostly now of the actual pieces themselves. So I guess kind of using that. I don't even know what to call that. Blue one with the orange. Well, here we are coming down the stretch. I got something to say though. Maybe that does go. Maybe. If you like this puzzle and you'd like to do it yourself, yes, this dope puzzle, this very one. I'm not saying this particular print, but this very one. Oh, yes. You see, I'm almost there. What was that? What up, Cosenada? What up, my friend? Well, you'll be the one to hear this then. Anyone who, if you want this exact puzzle, all you have to do is comment or reply, I think is the proper term, to any of my posts on Twitter. No, let's say my most recent post. I don't even know what it was. My most recent tweet. And whoever does that, I'll pick one. Alright, I'll say I'll pick one at random. And then they'll get this very puzzle. Yes, they will get this very puzzle. And I'll even sign it. That's my idea. Is that, you know what? I don't care. That's what I think I'm gonna do. So if you want a signed, one of these puzzles. 15 pieces left. Wow. Yeah, go respond to my Twitter. I hope that made sense. It's like a giveaway, see? You know, to drum up support from the people. It's one of those kinds of things. That's what we're doing. It's good. So I still don't know about that piece. I guess I'll leave it for a sec. Oh no, it won't, because there's probably other pieces that are more telling. So yeah, if anyone out there wants wants this puzzle, I will ship it to you. Or if I know you, I'll send it back with Reed. Victoria, if you want to respond to my Twitter, and my @ is BNGSU22. And you could get yourself a collector's item for being the one person to tune in. Let's see. Oh my. We haven't touched this zone in ages, it seems like. So yeah, I guess I'll do that giveaway in the next 24 hours. So like, let's just say like anytime tomorrow. Well, no, let's say like tomorrow at 8 p.m. 8 p.m. Eastern on Valentine's Day 2026. That's when I'm gonna randomly pick one of the comments on my most recent tweet. One of the replies, and that person, yes, that very, very lucky individual. Hold up, am I still? Yes, that very lucky individual will. Wait a sec. Well, yeah, I was basing it off of the 290 anyway. I don't know now if there are 290. I could do a quick calculation. My calculator's right down there actually. But boom. Oh my goodness. We're coming down the stretch, folks. We are certifiably coming down the stretch. The stretch is there, and we're coming down it. What? No, that doesn't go. I think these go over here, so let me get these out of the way. Alright, 8 more pieces, yo. 8 more measly pieces. And we will have completed our festive task. And these are, I truly do believe, noble pieces to have been the final piece. The final pieces, because these are toughies, every one of them. Wow. Just after 7 hours. Oops. Oh, I must have put that in some, or maybe it's not quite right. I don't know. But, man. Just after 7 hours, single sitting, we've completed this Christmas kitty. And yes, this is a tricky, tricky puzzle. I mean, all this green, so many of like the same looking stuff. See if I can get better lighting. You can kind of see it a little better like that. Excuse me. Wow. Look at that, man. Here's maximum lighting. And we can see every one of these connections that we laid. Wow. Well, my friends, folks at home, those who joined, I don't even know if my one friend is here. I appreciated every minute of this. Am I tired? Yes, I'm tired. But you know what? I do believe it's all worth it. It's been fun. I've covered some various topics. I've shared some more stories from my past. I've explored things, and most of all, I've explored, I would say this kitty, but the kitty wasn't even too tricky actually. Well, it was actually, and this whole situation here was like really tripping me up. I didn't know if that was the back of it or it was sitting down. I guess I was anticipating something really similar to this, but yeah, man, got to know this cat, and she stared me down almost the whole time. Cause them peepers, them were some of the first connections we made this time. Followed by, of course, Spin Master Limited, which once again, if you want to reach out, if you want to be a sponsor, I wouldn't be against that. Unless, you know, you I don't know, you hurt people or something. Or you abuse the Oompa Loompas that cut out all your puzzle pieces. That wouldn't be cool. I don't know if I could partner with you then. But yeah, reach out to me, man. Man, well, I guess we did it, yo. You and me. We made it. We completed this puzzle. All 290 connections, or perhaps it was 289. We had a tasty pretzel on the way, a tasty power bar, some stale tortilla chips, and a whole lot of words. Yeah, I'd like to know how many words I've spoken. That'd be another interesting metric to track. I don't know if people would be interested in that. Unless sort of the thrust of these episodes becomes the marathon event of them, which I could kind of see because of a few different reasons. It's just kind of fun that way. 7 hours, but man, my pieces per minute was not great this time. Much worse than the previous puzzle, but yeah, I do think that's an easier puzzle. But man, I'm just glad to have gone through it. Yeah, I guess what I'm gonna do here. This cooler that I have right here, you've probably seen it. The phone is hanging from this thing. It's a whole contraption I've got rigged up here, but this is actually my art supplies cooler. So what I'm gonna do is see if I can find my. You know what? Stay on the line. Don't go anywhere. I'm gonna have to crawl out of this chair. Again, I'm grateful for my youth. Give me 1 sec. I'm still there, dear friends. You just cannot see me. Here's what I'm gonna do. take it high and sign it right here, live on stream. And maybe I'll even, you know, sorry, you're not supposed to do this as a signature, but I just kind of feel like it's hard to see. Yeah, I guess, you know, the silver Sharpie normally shows up well, but even on this with this thing, I should have planned for that. Oh well, what's today's date? 2/13/26. And just like that, we did it. Man, what a journey. Yes, cool. Thank you. Thank you for being here for this. Cosinata, my friend. Once again, let me sit back down to sign off on this wonderful and very long-running journey. Well, let me go back here and look at some metrics while I'm just talking here, because I don't want to say goodbye just yet. I guess open up YouTube here, look at it. Yes, it was successful. My friends on Discord. Oh no. I see my one friend clipped something. Oh, a couple people did. Cool. Well, I'm excited to look through those. And I'm just excited to move on. Yeah, 7-hour puzzle. That was a marathon. But I believe I could do even longer with the right situation. So, yeah. I guess I don't know what else to say. It's kind of like the other one. I mentioned the story about the boxcar children and the comforting words of my mother, who told me, "Don't worry, there are more where that came from." And that's hopefully the same that can be said about this series. I hope to come back. Oh yeah, I'll just do another. I think, you know, this one was fun. Let me go see what other puzzles I have. We can just throw another one together quick. No, I'm gonna hold off. But yeah, Cosinata, if you want this puzzle, all you have to do is comment on my most recent Twitter post, or if you don't, then Bri will probably, so he'll get it. But yeah, thanks to everyone who joined. I'll give an official sign off here. Peace out to the chat, to the one viewer who stuck it out to the end. Or I might have left for a little while, but that's okay. I respect and appreciate you coming back. I'm excited to watch those clips that you guys sent. Oh yeah, that's fair. So, alright, cool. Well, to anyone out there, peace to ya. Much love. Jesus saves. Keep on puzzing. I probably shouldn't say that. Oh, but earlier I was thinking, like, what rhymes with puzzle? Well, cousin is like close. Cuzzle. I don't know. Alright, well, peace out. I'm going to end the stream here. Try and catch a couple of winks and keep on moving. Keep on going. What was this said? Oh yeah, the further you go, the quicker they come. And sometimes you got to grind it out until you find it out. Those are a couple of the sayings of this one. All right, that sounds like enough. That seems like enough. Peace to you. Love you. Goodbye.